Proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket, and it's Portugal Division 1 action coming your way as we get ready for the first match of the day. It's match number 31 in Division 1, Lisbon Supergiants taking on Lisbon Capitals. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, taking you through all the action today from the beautiful Santarém cricket ground in Portugal. If you were with us yesterday, you would have seen plenty of action on ECN with Bulgaria finishing their European cricket series. Sofia Stars making up for their heartbreaking loss in the 2025 final as they got over the BSCU Panthers in the final of that one. And of course, we had 3 matches here in Division 2 yesterday in Portugal, and it was a hot one. And guess what? Today it's expected to be pretty hot as well, although it's not so bad at the moment, 25 degrees, but expecting a maximum temperature of 40 later on in the day, and that temperature is expected to peak probably around about the time that the third match gets underway. So we just got the stream up in time to catch the first ball, and I want to say hello to Surip Tahida, who is saying, fourth comment, yeah, well, I got the first 3 in. We're just testing that the chat was working, but I'm happy to say it is, and we're almost ready to go. So this is Lisbon Supergiants taking on Lisbon Capitals. The news from the toss is that Lisbon Supergiants have won the toss and elected to bowl. So it is the Capitals who are getting ready to commence their innings. We go back to 20 overs a side. And I know that these two teams, let's just say they're not in the right half of the ladder as far as they're concerned at the moment. They want to do something about it. Here's Ato Samad to get us going. And it's Amir Dar, the keeper bat for the Caps, who starts the day with a single. Remember, the Division 1 in the Portugal Liga Grizzly is an 8-team affair. And right now, the Capitals find themselves at the bottom of the pack. 7 matches played with a 2-5 record. Lisbon Supergiants also 7 matches played. They've got a 3-4 record, so 1 more win across the journey so far. Danish Siddiqui, always a handy player to have in your lineup. He's the other opening batter for the Lisbon Capitals. Player we first saw on ECN, actually playing for the Bajiba Blasters in Malta a few years back. So, Lisbon Capitals, I will say they are on a 2-match winning streak. They started with a 5-match losing streak, and then they won the last 2. This one misses the mark, will be called wide. You're losing their first 5 games, including their opening day clash with Lisbon Supergiants back in match 3 of the league. On that occasion, Lisbon Capitals were rolled for 103 in just over 15 overs. And the Lisbon Supergiants ended up chasing that down within the 13th over. So that's a long time ago now. Actually 2.5 months ago. Dar faces up. Hits him on the pad. Umpire has a good look. Says no. The only thing there I think is it may have hit him outside the line of off stump. It was a big in-swinger from Atta Samad. Very hard to tell from this angle, but it's doing a lot. And I think it might have just hit him outside the line of off stump. I think it was going on to hit them. Lisbon Supergiants, they've had 3 wins in their 7 matches, 3 wins, 4 losses. But interestingly, they've never actually strung 2 wins together in a row. Picked up, will get over the fielder in the circle at mid-on. That's Sivaraj. It runs away for the first boundary of the day. So, nice little pick up there from Amir Dar. Not too windy at the moment. Typically, you see the breeze going right to left on your screen. Yeah, so Lisbon Supergiants started with that win we mentioned over the Capitals on opening day. They have also beaten the Fighters and the Werewolves. But interestingly, their 4 losses are to, I suppose, what you'd call the kind of established 4 Division 1 teams, that being Awaresh, Marlow, Gorka, and Punjab CC Amadora. We'll see each team in 14 matches in the season. It's a bit different, Division 1. Their season, they play basically the same amount of games. Good bounce there, by the way, as the Division 2 teams, but their season's compressed. They typically will play every week, or 6 of the 8 teams will play every week on a Sunday, which means only 2 are on a bye. So their season's pretty much done come the first week of September. Another in-swing at Dark. It's an inside edge. Gets away from the infield. Hadik Kumar Patel does the fielding. Into the first over of the day. And Lisbon Capitals 8 without loss. Yeah, so in Division 1, all teams play each other twice, and that results in a 14-match season. But it's over by the first week of September, despite starting on the same weekend as Division 2. Division 2, there's 14 teams, but only 6 slots every Saturday. So what happens is those teams do end up playing 13 matches. They play against everyone else in the competition. But they, at this stage of the season, only play every 2 weeks, sometimes every 3 weeks, because only 6 slots every Saturday for 14 teams. But when Division 1 finishes on the 6th of September, from that point forward, then all cricket becomes a Division 2 cricket, so Saturday and Sunday. So that's where the Division 2 teams kind of get to make up their matches a little bit, and they typically will be playing every week, every weekend, and they'll play their 13 matches. Pretty good first over from Ataus Samad. It does go for 1 boundary. It's going to be Umar Waheed to bowl over number 2. You could definitely see a difference in standard Division 2 versus Division 1 last week, and probably shows up again. I want to say good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Hello, Christopher Ward. Good to see you. Hello to NC Uber. Hello to Kroom and to Rob as well. Hope you're well on this Sunday morning. All right, well, this could be trouble because that's gone up in the air and it's just going to climb over Kamal Ahmed. Well, Danish thought he was in big trouble here off the bat. He skewed it away. That turned in his hands. I just think it's a simple misjudgment from Kamal, who got caught under the ball. Straight away, knew he was in trouble, looked straight down at the bat and then hoped for the best. But luckily for him, Kamal had taken a couple of steps in. Probably shouldn't have. One is flayed away and Siddiqui makes the most of it, grabs 2 off the missed opportunity, and then the next ball carves it away behind point for 4. It's like cloud cover at the moment, so quite pleasant conditions for the players, I think, despite being pretty early on a Sunday morning. It's an 8 o'clock start Portugal time. Nice shot there from Siddiqui, trying to make the most of a little bit of a shaky start. We didn't see Siddiqui in the lineup last week when we saw the Capitals in their previous match. They were able to dispose of the Fighters. Narinda Rana was very good with 69 opening the batting. Interesting that they've potentially dropped him down to 3 today. Rahul Huda was also excellent with 57. That was in match 30. That was the last match last Sunday night. Lisbon Capitals 184, getting over the Fighters 93. Misses out on that one. Just didn't quite get across to the ball enough there, Siddiqui. Of course, we also saw the Lisbon Supergiants have a good win last week. That was in the first match on Sunday morning, this corresponding match last week, restricting the Werewolves to 125 and then chasing it down in the 18th over. Bit of a team effort. Harjinder Singh top scoring for the Supergiants with 40 not out. With the ball, we saw Atul Samad with 3 wickets to each to Surya Paratap and Adnan Gondal. Slow ball, misjudges it and just out of the grasp of the fielder again. He'll come back for 2, so Siddiqui once again living dangerously. Siddiqui lays the bat on this, doesn't beat the infield end of the over. Wade, maybe a bit unlucky not to take a wicket there. He goes for 10 in the second over. And the Capitals, 18 without loss. Okay, before last week, you did see the Capitals in the Engadine series in Switzerland, the European Cricket Series. Of course, we saw them in the European Cricket Series in Portugal as always. The Engadine series was an invitational. It was really successful as well. It's nice to see teams willing to travel and get the most out of the European cricket experience. It is a very connected landscape now. Good morning, Terry Richmond. Hopefully you're well, Terry. I was watching a bit of the Australian football highlights actually before we got going this morning. A bit of argy-bargy going on up in the Gold Coast. Of course, it's a huge day of cricket for many reasons. What about the fact that we've got another World Cup going on, the Women's Cricket World Cup, T20 World Cup, and we've got the final coming up today. Australia versus England. Atul Samad comes back, loses the first one down the leg side. I think that one's starting a little bit later, kind of mid-afternoon. I think it's 15:30 London time, so 4:30 in Central Europe and 7 p.m. in India. Certainly I'll be watching that one with one eye. The old rivalry, England-Australia in the World Cup final. Another one down the leg side, a bit of a tester for Shahan Khan behind the stumps. Just starting to get this ball to swing. You kind of play for that swing a little bit. Swinging it from the hand. Atul Samad. So yeah, it should be a pretty exciting World Cup final. Of course, Australia have had a bit of a stranglehold in the Women's T20 World Cup since it was first played, although England were the first winners in 2009. But since then, Australia have won it 6 times. Actually winning 6 out of the 9 T20 World Cups. Dinesh backs away slightly and spanks this one out to the sweeper. Surya Pratap out there. He bowled very well last week. The last T20 Women's World Cup was back in 2024 when New Zealand were the victors, getting over South Africa in the final in Dubai. Actually, this is the first time we've seen the final tournament in England, actually, since the initial. Oh, tough one. That one was hit back to Pratap, to Ato Samad, I should say. Got one hand to it. Yeah, so it was 2009 when England, in the first ever Women's T20 World Cup, got the win over New Zealand. I will say that Australia have never missed out on the trophy twice in a row. They missed out in 2024 when New Zealand lifted the trophy, but it'll be a big game today. Also plenty of World Cup football action as well, given that the round of 16 is underway. Down the leg side, this is called wide. Not in the zone of Shahan behind the stumps. It's pretty well bowled, pretty well played. He's dangerous when he gets that in-swinger going. If he starts in the right spot, it zeroes in towards the stumps and you get yourself in a bit of trouble if you get pinned to your crease. There's not too much of a distance between your pads and the stumps. Could be an LBW candidate, but Dar's got a pretty good technique. I think this is a good example of batters with better technique being able to deal with a swinging ball, and the better bowlers. Still a bit of movement in the field, I believe. Kroom saying Australia very heavy favourites, but you never know. Yeah, Kroom trying to assume that underdog tag. I suppose it's fair enough. Fraction short. That's a really good pull shot by Dar, but he picks out the fielder. So I'll have to settle for one, and that'll be the end of the third over. So 26 without loss after 3. We were lucky enough to have Shoban join us for some of the commentary yesterday, and also Phil G. They'll actually be covering the Portugal matches while I'm at the Euro T20 Cup in Poland next week. Excited for that quadrangular tournament involving Poland as well as Latvia, Lithuania and Iceland. It'll be double trouble next time that you see me, because we'll have Poland and Portugal going the same time next Saturday and Sunday, although Poland does start the day before, starts on Friday. Hello to Julian, good to see you. Got Triple saying, where is T10? Good question. Obviously, we have plenty of T10 cricket on ECN. It's kind of what we've become known for. The next T10s you'll see will be the European Cricket Series in Switzerland, Cossonay. Cossonay, for those of you that know your ECN, is Andrew Ryan's club, Righto, one of our, so I won't say special guest commentators, but occasional commentators when he's available. And that will start on the 20th of July. So you've got a bit of a wait, 2 weeks without T10, but appreciate it when it comes back. Here's Waheed. Dar goes over the top. Has he got enough on it? Gets over the infield, not quite to the outfield. Just come out. Does the fielding. That's good running. It's certainly something I think, even with, we're not necessarily dealing with world-class athletes, even in Division 1, but I think the intent to look for twos is there a bit more than we saw yesterday. So like I said, both these teams, they're in the bottom half of the ladder, in the Capitals' case, on the very bottom. But they are coming off a win last week, so they'd love to make it 2 in a row. And like I said, LSG have not been able to string 2 wins in a row this season. Capitals started with a 5-match losing streak. They have won their last 2 in a row. One swings a bit and swings 4 wide. But yeah, plenty of action. Morocco accounting for Canada last night in the Football World Cup. France with a penalty. The difference against Paraguay. Tonight we've got Brazil, Norway, and Mexico, England. Interesting matches. Pitched up and Dart takes it on. They've shown, oh geez, that's no good, is it, for Kamal? Didn't quite get everything behind that. It's kind of a bit of a Sunday morning crouch down job, and it sneaks away for 4 runs. Watch it on the replay. You'll get the occasional surprising hop. Probably did a bit of sideways. So I don't think he could have misjudged it by that much. And a boundary from nothing really for Amir Dar. That won't impress Wahid or his captain, Rata Samad. This is straight and flicked away nicely. Good use of the wrists by Amir Dar that time. And that does just get pulled back. Not too many successful chases on this ground. It's very fast. Come back for 2. Seem to find more foot fielding on this ground compared to any other that I've commentated at. No full toss. Getting a lot of bottom hand there from Dar. Closes the face. Looking for 2, but good bit of fielding there. Keeps it to a single. And Rob watching on his cell phone for the first time. What sort of cell phone you got, Rob? I love the ability to watch on different devices, especially with ECN being on pretty much all the time. And we've become used to that. It was probably thigh high, pulled away by Siddiqui, but he doesn't beat the infield. It's just a single, end of the 4th over. And Lisbon Capitals being sent in by the Super Giants. They're 37 without loss after 4. I mentioned that in the first game of the season for these two, back on the 26th of April, Lisbon Capitals did bat first and only made 103 in this fixture. So this is the second time that teams have played each other. Most of the teams have played each other by now. Not necessarily everyone, but teams have played either 7, 8 or 9 matches out of the 14. Like I said, teams don't play every single week because 2 are on a bye in Division 1. And 2 out of the 8 teams don't play in any given week. In Division 2, which we see on Saturdays, 8 of the 14 teams don't play on any given week. So it's a bit of a wait. But like I said, Division 2 will make up their games later in the season. Terry saying dry July is going well already, 20 in the fund. Do you have to pay when you have a drink? Terry, is that how that works? Change bowling. Jivangiri is going to bowl for LSG. Bowled pretty well last week. 3 overs, 1 for 16 versus Werewolves. Was opening the bowling last week. They preferred Umar Wahid today. Here's Giri. Fiery start. Just stays good. Not a huge amount of foot movement there from Siddiqui. He just kind of reaches at it. Definitely seamed away and bounced quite a lot. This time, Siddiqui plays for the bounce a little bit, lays about on it, and that'll get away for 4. Smart batting. Giri just probably erring on the too short side there. I know he's getting bounced off a length, but this is short enough. Dinesh is kind of sweating on it. And he plays for a bit of extra bounce that time. And Rob watching on an old phone, stranded in the city. What city's that? And what time is it? It'd be nighttime, wouldn't it? Guessing about 9:30 p.m. in New Zealand. Siddiqui, he got away with one before. Will he get away with this one? He will not. Patap takes the catch to his right. Dinesh again probably will look back at this innings and find a couple of things in his technique. Mainly the fact that he's never moving that back foot across towards the ball. So he's reaching, he's just kind of poking up in the air. It's a good catch by Surya Pratap as well to get away to his right and create the first wicket of the day. Siddiqui out for 15. Giri with the golden arm picks up a wicket in his first over. Lisbon Capitals 41 for 1. Yeah, if you look at the back foot in particular of Siddiqui, I think it's certainly something you can work on to get that back foot back and across a little bit to balls that are short outside the off stump. He's not really in a great position to do much with that except kind of throw the hands at it. And sometimes he can get away with that. And I just think if he got a big step across to those short balls, he's moving his head across and seeing it a lot better. Puts him in a position to cut, to pull, just to have more options to deal with that kind of a length. And Terry explaining now, okay, so a fundraising event for the Cancer Council. That's wonderful, Terry. Every time he has a non-alcoholic drink, he puts $1 into a jar. Good for you, Terry. And it's 7:30 in Wanganui. Yep, that sounds about right. We're on summertime here, aren't we? In Portugal, of course, 1 hour behind Central Europe. So stuck out in the city on Sunday night, Wanganui, 7:30 p.m. Sounds like prime time, Rob. New batter out there is Narendra Rana, coming off half-century last week. Thought he batted pretty well. 69 unbeaten off 52. He batted through that innings. 184 the Capitals amassed. I will say the didn't start particularly briskly. Made it up. Bowled by Giri. It's only in on the stumps. Scampered single. Dar gets home in the end. You can see the cloud cover bringing some relief from the heat, but I expect it to be another very hot day in Portugal. Mercury tipped 42 degrees yesterday. That throw might have created a run out of hit the stumps, but unfortunately the stumps aren't 4 metres high. Throw never really had a prayer. Last ball to 5th. Fraction short, Dar turns on it, doesn't beat the fielder, end of 5. Pretty even start to this one. Lisbon Capitals 43 for 1. If you go to the numbers in the competition this year, the past score is 159. And that's through 30 matches. So yeah, 160 is the par, 8 and over. Capitals slightly ahead of that, but of course we're into the power play. They have lost 1 wicket. Bit of discussion now about who's going to bowl this 6th over. Last over the power play coming up. Yeah, of course, without Bulgaria going, this is the only ECN broadcast today, so I'm sure we'll have a bit of traction in the chat room. Of course, we know this SCG very, very well. It's a beautiful ground, an oasis in the countryside for all the cricket lovers. Wanganui, of course, I should have known that. My accent, Rob. Australians and New Zealanders don't agree on vowels. Thanks for the correction. I don't mind being corrected. So many languages and accents that I'm running into. Chris Addison, good to see you as well. Okay, looking at that scoring chart, 56% through cover. I remember in one of the innings yesterday in Division 2, it was like 8. So it kind of shows you different techniques. Kamal Ahmed coming on to bowl. Got 1 for 11 off 2 overs last week. Not the greatest throw for Shahan Khan to try and deal with. It's actually one reason I think there's a case for keeping in the helmet all the time, because, okay, you're back there's no danger. But then here, there is danger. It's into the pitch or even off the grass. Really tough. Yeah, so we've been really lucky that we've been training up Phil and Shoban to cover these Portugal games. So excited to bring you the broadcast on ECN every week. Ooh, gets up a bit on Amir Dar that time. So Shoban's going to be taking over for a few overs at the end of the power play. I'll sit back and enjoy like everyone else. I'll be back to finish this innings with you. An extra bounce there for Kamal, certainly hurrying up Amir Dar. It's a bit lucky not to get in a bit of trouble there. Could easily have nicked onto his shoulder for a catch or ballooned to top edge. Pitched up a bit more. Dart swings to leg. And he finds a gap in the outfield. So that'll be 4 runs. 4 carreras. 6th over fever. You do see it in T20 cricket. The batters are acutely aware that the power play is coming to an end. And so they tend to take a few more risks. Does create a few more wickets as well. Nice look at the Sandringham cricket ground. Like I said, a bit of cloud cover right now, bringing some relief. But if those clouds give way later, I think we'll be looking at another scorcher. Pitched up, Dar. Nicer shot this time for me. Straight through the line. It was a bit of a half volley from Kamal Ahmed, but runs away comfortably to the boundary. Really good shot. I think, like I said, that's the difference. I think you have more batters in Division 1. They're able to hit through the line of the ball. Makes them tough to bowl to. So listen, we'll have Shoban on at the end of the over. I would like our chatters, because it is Sunday morning, let's get to know Shoban a little bit better. I know we're getting to know him a little bit better every time. But why don't you ask him a question about himself? Ask him maybe about his history, maybe about his previous commentary, something random. And it's an early random question, but you know, Shoban, you got him for a few overs. Let's grill him a little bit. Rana hasn't gotten going yet, but this will help. He gets that away from the field and again shows how fast this field can be. Stands and delivers, stays leg side of the ball. That will take us to the end of the power play. So 6 overs down, 57 for 1. I think time for a quick drink. And when we come back in a couple of minutes, it'll be Shoban Garnick to take you through the next phase of this innings. And like I said, let's have a question for Shoban. See you soon.
Oh, welcome back. So 61 for 1. So if extremely big apologies because I muted myself. So got back there. That's a good delivery. I hope everybody is able to hear me. So yeah, talking about this game is Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1, match number 31. The Lisbon Supergiants have won the toss and elected to bowl. They've got off to a good start. Cheers, Vinny. A very productive start for the openers. But now the game really resets now. We're moving into that middle over grind. With the strike rotation will become the currency. The Supergiants will be looking to pack that mid-wicket and long on areas. And let's see how the capital batters adapt to their stroke play. Now that the boundaries are protected, it will not be that easy. There's just flayed away through the offside. The third man will not be able to catch it off. That's gone for 4. The second boundary of this over. The first one was a rasping pull shot. The second one just guided away to the fence for 4. We're talking about the Division 1 standings. So ORS, they're at 12 points with 7 matches. And also Rob Thompson says, hello Shoban, can you pronounce? Is it the right pronunciation? Oh, he's got it. That's a very good delivery. Such pitched and then went away. The batter was chasing that corridor of uncertainty. And the second wicket down for the Capitals. And also mentioned, I have got something special for Rob Thompson. And saying hello to Chris as well, Terry Richmond. There is Christopher Ward. So yeah, for today, a genial Kiwi was born. John Wright was a famous coach as well for New Zealand in 2011 World Cup. Mr. Maximo asks me, tell us more about your pre-ECN commentary experience. So yes, I started my commentary experience back in 2021 for Fan Code, where I was doing tours all over India. I've been to places like Guwahati, where if you have known a cricketer comes Rian Parag, who plays IPL, the captain of Rajasthan Royals. So he was like the first game I commented he was playing. Then I did Kerala, where Sanju Samson plays for them, comes from the same state. And also his brother was playing. His name is Salu Samson. And I've been to Baroda as well, where you have heard of Hardik Pandya, Krunal Pandya, and all the big cricketers. They have very good facilities in India when it comes to domestic cricket. And these domestic leagues have actually given a lot of talent. Hello, Kroom. I hope you're doing well. So after that, I also have done commentary, remote commentary for Afghanistan T20 and also Bangladesh. And after that, I just took a break from commentary, just focused on academics, came to Europe, finished my master's in business administration from Czech University of Life Sciences back in 2025. And I started my ECN journey. I guess it was the C Cup back in 2025 when Norway, Czech were playing. That was the first game. Remember? Neeraj Tyagi. Well, the first over, and I called it. It's a good one. It's 7 overs and it's 68 for 2. They'll be looking forward to go for that big total, isn't it? Anything above 180 will be great. So let's talk about the standings in Division 1. So Lisbon Super Giants, 7 matches, 3 wins, 6 points. They are the 5th. And then the Lisbon Capital, 7 matches. They've won 2. That's thrashed away and it's dropped. It just came like a tracer bullet. The fielder was not ready for that. The meat of the bat. Look at that. It was this game and there's no time for reaction. And these catches can be sometimes very hard to catch. It comes at a level and you don't know whether you should go finger pointing upwards or downwards. So it's 70 for 2. This guides it away for a single. So it's a very important game for the Lisbon Capital. So they'll be very happy with the start actually. But they've won only a couple of games. So they lost 4. In fact, lost 5 games. There were only 4 points on the board. Today is also a very big day when you talk about the T20 women's final. England playing against Australia. Let me know, what do you think? Who's going to win? I feel Australia have got a great chance. They didn't win in 2024 in Dubai when New Zealand won. Oh, that's powerfully struck away. Brilliant bit of fielding. Great job there from Jiwan Giri. He was the man who picked up that second wicket in the previous over and he's quite athletic. He's protecting that long off region. So for both the sides, it's important how they strategize this middle overs. Because I feel spin bowling can play a big part. Because both the batters are trying to become aggressive. While Patel is trying to just rotate strike with positive intent, Rana is looking to play for the big shots. That's how you should strategize that middle overs. And the dot ball should be a priority for the fielding side. It's 8 overs done, 73 for 2. It's a bright start. And Santarem looks cloudy today. Let's get a feeling that it's around 26 degrees. This last couple of days have been scorching heat, and it's been pretty hard for the boys who are playing out there at the center. But today, we've got cool, nice conditions. Vinny Shandhu will join you back in the bar after the drinks break in the 13th over. So we are talking about John Wright. The first innings in that Wellington test in 1977 and 78, he batted nearly for 6 hours for 55 runs. That was a vital innings for the Kiwis' first victory over England at their 48th attempt. New Zealand started test cricket in a very disastrous fashion, isn't it? And after that, winning the WTC in 2021 was a big, big achievement for them. And also he was the coach for Indian team, as I mentioned, for 5 years. And also he was part of that historic win as a coach where New Zealand upset Australia at Hobart down the leg side. I've been talking about the importance of spin, but this is not the way to start. Butt up, first ball down the leg side. Maybe he's a little bit unsure which line to bowl. Field. And it has been given as wides, 5 wides. His best 3 for 14 in 2.3 overs. ECN bowling rating is also good, 90. Playing for Team Lisbon Super Giants. A very big game for the Capitals, I must say. And that's what we're talking about, the middle overs and the importance of spin. You see that there is a varying trajectory. In the previous ball, he just bowled that down the leg side, but then now he has changed his angle completely. That started, and he's constantly changing the release height. The first one was way up near the ear, and this one is quite round arm. He's bowling one with a higher arm accent, with a little bit of bounce more, and now he's bowling that flatter release. This can slide onto the bat. Yes, it does. It's driven away. As I mentioned, that it's a packed offside field. He cannot afford to give much room to the batter, because if he gives, he will be definitely taken down by Patel. Patel looks like a solid batter, even though his strike rate is down. He's playing proper grading shot, trying for that second run. Yeah, Rob Thompson, absolutely. Real gentleman. John Wright, as I mentioned, he had all the shots, but he didn't use it all the time. And that's a quiet end to the over. It's 9 overs, 79 for 2. So after the power play, things are much more in control, I would say, for the Lisbon Super Giants. And they're also depending a lot on how the spinners will bowl. So you can see definitely a very good angle when you can watch the field. On the offside, they have got 3 fielders. There's a point back as well. But they also need to have that inner ring pressure. At this point in time, if I'm the captain, 79 for 2, I'll keep my mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. It's just discourage the batters from taking that quick single. That's cut away. Has he found the gap? No, straight to the fielder. So I've been talking about that fielding position. There is third and the point. And please bring in the mid-off and mid-on. It's an immense psychological pressure for the batters of the Capitals to hit over the top. Because right now, Patel, what he's trying to do is striking at a 44. He's just trying to rotate strike, and that's what you are trying to feed him as well. A little strange captaincy there. Because at this point, Rana is not set, Patel is not set. Just the batters are trying to take singles. So pull your point fielder as well and square leg little bit up and slightly square to cut off that specific angle. That's what pressure does. The timing is not good enough. It will be a tricky one. He takes a very good catch under that high ball. I would say fantastic catch, because the batter went down the track and he was trying to pull it. He was trying to actually go much more far, long and strong, but got that outside edge, thickish one. And Rana, his struggle comes to an end. It's very, very good catch. against Lachman Kumar, who was the fielder. So Gondal picks up his first wicket, so it's 80 for 3. And talking about the people who were born today, Tremlett was born in 1923, then Tim Shaw from South Africa, 1959, 1964, Salim Raja from UAE, 1968, Saeed Anwar was one of the classy batters from Pakistan, 1975, Xander De Bruyne from South Africa, and 1977, Terry McGregor. And also one of the famous things that happened in 1973, exactly on 5th of July, was Dickie Bird made his test debut at Headingley as an umpire. And it was the third test between England and New Zealand. 23 years later, he retired. Oh, some extra bounce. The batter not comfortable with that line and length. Oh my goodness. It would have been a run out. Patel, what was he trying to do there? Because hey, there you look. He just went for that single, but when the throw came in, he jumped. Oh my goodness, you don't want to do that. I have seen that happen. Back in 2008, if you go to YouTube and click Misbah Luck run out, the same thing happened. It was India versus Pakistan, and Misbah did the same. And he was run out. So you don't need to jump. You have to first drag your bat. And if the bat hits the ball, and we all know, Rob Thompson will tell us, when the ball hits the bat and it goes to the boundary, and it's 2019, Lords, England versus New Zealand World Cup final. We don't want to upset Rob Thompson here. Great man. That's a perfect stroke. Just use the pace of the bowler. Crest away through the offside for 4. The flow of the bat was something different. And that's how you should end another over. So we're halfway done. They've lost 3 wickets. It's going to be 86 for 3 after 10. I've never been to Portugal, but this looks beautiful as well. It's cloudy, as I mentioned. Cows are having a lot of fun here. I want to visit Lisbon and also Porto. That's where our producer lives. Mr. Paulo. Yeah, so big game. Very big game for Lisbon Capitals. They don't need to relax here. They can just go for the attack because they need to score runs against this top-heavy LSG side. Can he be the rhythm breaker here? But even though he bowled that wide, 5 runs, was given as extras, he has come back in good fashion. And we can definitely see he's trying to create an angle which is very awkward. Then here Huda needs to be a little bit careful when he's going for that cut shots. The keeper is in a pretty important position here. He might not get an LBW from this angle. That's beautifully played. The fielder will come across and they will go for the second run. In fact, they're going for 3. Brilliant running between wickets. Positive running. In terms of, if we talk about matchup these days in the modern T20s, that's where the right-handers come into play when an off-spinner is bowling. You would rarely see in international cricket off-spinner bowling to the right-handers. It's a specific matchup that the off-spinners don't like. How good is their timing? Yes, it's good for a single. But here we can clear aggression from Patel. He's trying to rotate strike with a lot of confidence. No. far away. In fact, he's missed the bat. So let me know who will win this. We have got the World Cup final of T20 Women's. England facing Australia. That's chipped. And it's nicely timed, but there is protection, as I mentioned. The long off and also the deep cover are in place. But I get a feeling that England will be quite a tough opposition. Because the way the openers are playing, it'll be pretty hard for Australia to stop them. Especially the home crowd will be supporting English side. That's flicked away for one more single. Australia will depend a lot on Lisa Piri as well. Good morning from San Francisco, my ECN friends. Welcome Zahid, how are you doing? The San Francisco Unicorns, how are they doing? You guys watched Ravi Ashwin's vlog yesterday. As neatly played, a lot of wrist, dexterous from Huda. Pratap will be regretting why did he bowl that line. It's 11 overs, 95 for 3. So watching this vlog from San Francisco where Ashwin was mentioning about the use of AI and technology in cricket. Also looking at the fixtures, the games upcoming will be also important. This will go towards the 24th of October 2026. So a lot of action for sure lined up for all the ECN cricket lovers. So we have Singh for the very first time, left arm spinner. His name is Harjinder Singh. He's just pushing the man back. Long off and long on are going back. And he's just making the fielders are in the right position. The point. Cover point as well. Patel, who has looked to be in some authority at the center. It'll be important how he plays this matchup. This matchup is clearly against him. Singh is holding most of his cards here. Oh, that's a short delivery. He missed out there for sure. So there's a clear indication here, Patel. Anything that is outside the off stump and not affecting his stumps, he will go for the big shots. That's for sure. So that's why he's just staying low and waiting for that hit me ball. Oh, I've been mentioning he was looking for that delivery and Singh couldn't manage it. That is a very good shot from the right-hander Patel. He was staying low and waiting anything in his arc. He wanted to hit it out. And it's a high full toss. Actually a perfect delivery for a right-hander to put away. And he puts it away in style. Less than just one run short of that 100 figure. Talking about the Capitals who are languishing at the bottom of the table. It's very important for them to make a statement here. That's sent wide. The pressure. That's the 100. 100 coming up for the Capitals. For the fans, it'll be a huge relief. His last couple of batting performances haven't been the top standard. So Zahid is mentioning this FIFA World Cup has been a huge success in the US. Every game drew large crowds and full stadiums. Yeah, big support for the FIFA World Cup. It's driven away straight. It'll be a tough chase for the fielder and he does well at long off. So Patel clearly using all his shots. The previous one, he just played toward the offside, and here, using the full face of the bat. But there been a lot of controversy when it talks about that's slammed away through the offside. That is a ferocious shot from the right-hander Huda. Little bit short, and his eyes must have been lit up. And he just puts it away in style. That's why slightly short. Eyes like a hawk. Yeah, there's a lot, absolutely, Chris Smith. There's a lot of controversy when it talk about the visa immigration, and also the ticket prices are pretty high. Gently pushed away. And also not all the fans able to afford, oh, there's slight collision here, but they take the second run. They manage. The fielder was slightly on his heels, and they've made most of it. And not all the fans able to get in. A lot of restrictions, who can enter US and who cannot. That's cut. Straight to the man. Yeah, Singh will be lucky that it didn't get to the boundary. 12 overs done. It's 107 for 3. I was also listening to a podcast today morning. A Somalian umpire, a very good umpire, has also been denied visa for the FIFA World Cup games at the very last moment. He became a national news in Somalia. Maybe for that reason, some of the fans here have not liked the approach, but Mexican immigration and Canadian have been quite welcoming. Zaid also mentions that you are right, Chris. They did the same thing when they hosted the T20 World Cup. The ticket prices were outrageous. I guess it's more expensive to host an event in the US. Yeah, I remember. Even there was visa issues when you talk about the leg spinner. Nepal's leg spinner, Sandeep Lamichhane. Look, Nepal played the first game. I guess it was, I don't remember. It was against Ireland, I guess. So Sandeep Lamichhane, it's an interesting case. He didn't play the first couple of games for Nepal. He was in that original 15-man squad. So when Nepal traveled to West Indies to play South Africa, he played. The timing is not good enough, but still they were able to get a couple of runs. Ahmed has to be a little bit worried that Patel is a very good flicker of the ball, and you don't want to bowl that line to him, and he hasn't got plenty of protection in that squarish region in the leg side. Thickest, and that's the line he's just trying to maybe bowl here. Ahmed is bowling and targeting the stumps, and that will go to the boundary. A lucky, streaky one for Patel. He was trying to hit it much more square, got a thickest inside edge. Once again, wouldn't say it's a French cut, but he gets a boundary. So there's a very good bowling starts here. Matches 31 in the division. So it's 113 for 3. We had some internet issues, but we are back. Also, it's time to take some drinks at Santarum. It's been a blistering pace so far, and the players will welcome this moment to catch their breath. Also, we took a break ourselves, and we're back in a flash. So it's 113 for 3 after 12.2. Yeah, we're mentioning that 40% dot deliveries. That is absolutely, like, I'm really surprised that so many dot deliveries. I'm pretty sure it's mostly between that 7th to 14th mark. Outside edge. And now Patel has his clear signs that he will go for the big shots because the time is ticking. And I would say the Giants have done a good job so far. After the start, the Capitals caught in the power play. They have been able to bring it down. So welcome viewers, you're watching this Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 2026. Caught away in some style. That's another glorious shot from the right-hander Huda. He moves to 15 of 9. He's just keeping all his weight on the back foot and then just side to away for 4. Yeah, Chris Smith mentioning that T20 started in England, but crowds are dwindling in a big way. I think the 100 concept is pretty interesting because in hundreds you also get big crowds, isn't it? And now I just get a feeling that maybe after a couple of years, the 100 might turn to a normal T20 contest. But even though they have a NatWest T20 Blast, that's chipped away quite a safe shot. They will get a couple of runs for it. I don't know, just let me know. Do you want this 100 competition just to keep running, or you want to have it like a proper T20 like they all over the world they have? Yeah, you can see Patel really gasping for breath. So I'll also mention that in 2022, exactly on this day, England pulled off their highest ever 4th innings chase to retain the Patodi Trophy, winning the final test of the previous year's series that was postponed on the account of COVID. So they came into the game having successfully chased the targets of 277, 299 and 296 against New Zealand. So they were chasing 378 and they did it quite comfortably. The unstoppable Johnny Bairstow was a front and center. He also made his 3rd Test 100 in the 3 matches. The first innings, then adding up in the chase with Root. So it was 2-all. And this has been quite a productive shot when you talk about Huda's batting prowess so far. The bulk of the runs are scoring in that mid-wicket region. They have to be careful here. They played really nicely, the spinners, and now the fast bowlers are even struggling. Like Ahmed, 2 overs, none for 28. It's 13 overs done. It's 121 for 3. Capitals looking very confident at the centre. We have mentioned that this is a very important game when you talk about the luck and life of the Capitals, who are at the bottom of the table. Players are enjoying their time. Yeah, the fielders patrolling the boundary, constant changes on the field. There's also a game of patience, isn't it, for bowlers? I've seen, like, the last 3 overs, even though the bowlers have bowled really well, they're not been patient. They're not holding on to a line and length. And that's what the captain is, again, rotating their bowlers frequently. just prevents the batters from getting settled, but that also can go in a different direction. He's changing bowlers every over. That's driven away for a single. A very good comment there from Chris Smith. He's mentioned you have Orcas versus Super Kings at 22:30 my time at Knight Riders Cricket Field. So Seattle Orcas and Super Kings. Honestly, I haven't followed so far the MLC, but I'm pretty sure that something great is happening there. Watched Steve Smith taking on to some cliffhangers and also batting really well. He's pushing for that spot, isn't it? To play 2028 Olympics. Well, cricket has been introduced after a long time. I hope it just pans out in a great fashion. So actually yesterday in New York, scoring 168 and defeating the LA Knight Riders 165 for 6 by 6 wickets, were Kyron Pollard and Corey Anderson sailing it for the MI New York. It's getting that shape. That's very important in the middle overs. If you can just get a little bit of movement off the track, it really helps. Because the batters are not settled. So yeah, as Chris was mentioning, is absolutely right. Seattle Orcas, match number 21, playing against Texas Super Kings. And then after that, the San Francisco Unicorns playing against MI New York. At 6:30 US time, driven away handsomely for a single. So the games will go on. The Texas Super Kings, yeah. But Texas Super Kings are pretty, I would say, and have become an average side. Is not able to. They've got rid of Devon Conway, Mitchell Santner, but that hasn't helped. And Stephen Fleming is definitely facing a lot of heat when you talk about franchisee cricket, because Chennai Super Kings haven't done well, and Joburg Super Kings as well. They haven't been up to the mark. So for Stephen Fleming's career as a coach, it's very important to win something, because he had been like this iconic franchise. Chennai have won like 5 titles in the IPL. Let's drag towards the leg side. A lot of bottom hand into play. We'll get a single for it. A very interesting stats. Fours and maximos in the Division 1. So boundary count has been 710. We'll get back to that. Good running between wickets. Yeah, and MI New York are also leading when you talk about the MLC with 4 matches. Washington Freedom, they're at 4 as well. Couple of 8 points, in fact, for New York and Washington Freedom. Seattle Orcas at 6. San Francisco Unicorns as well, stuck at 6. And oh, there you go. That's the problem with Texas Super Kings. 7 matches, 3 wins and 4 losses. They're languishing at the bottom of the table, like the Capitals. But they have a chance still. But yeah, if you see the top 4 sides, they're just running away with the show. And also, not so many big scores. That's 14 overs done. It's 125 for 3. The last delivery was a couple of runs. Terry Richmond trivia. Who are the current Olympic champions in cricket? I guess that's a very tricky one. Is it US? Maybe. Is it US? It just falls in no man's land. We'll get a single for it. It was between Great Britain and France in 1900. So probably Great Britain. Okay. GB. That's quite surprising. So they've won something then. That's a direct hit. Rocket arm from the fielder. The run rate 8.9. You can see that has fallen down. That has been the problem for Patel as well. Not able to find the boundaries that he needs. It's not so easy. Not so easy to dance down the track. And Gondal is not a medium pacer. In fact, it's not a military medium. It's actually a proper medium pacer. And that's how just going over the stumps, and also the batter has a smile on his face that he knows that he's lucky. So it was a 12-a-side game and was not classed as first class. Oh, once again, perilously close to that off stump. Oh dear. Couple of lives for the batter, I would say. Huda has been trying to slog everything out of the park, but we'll be thanking the heavens. And Patel mentioning that go straight, don't play with a horizontal bat, play with a vertical bat. USA versus Canada was the first ever test match. Absolutely right, Chris. There is fielder, straight to him. Huda, it was always on the cards. Huda was trying to up the ante by playing some rash strokes in the middle. This time around, it was up, and he wanted to take it away, but the fielder just settled and took quite a safe catch. And a welcoming wicket for the Super Giants. 126 for 4 at Huda, trying to up the ante, has to depart. Also, Sumi Brawlsters ask any hype about the ETPL. Actually, I was quite interested in that in the tournament, but I haven't heard so much. I just know that who are the teams, who are the owners and the coaches, but still, I think there is big work in progress. Has to reball that. Gondal. Gondal has been quite impressive, isn't it? With his pace and variations. He's just not able to. The batters haven't been able to put him away because he has got that extra velocity. Johnny, he says, just feels like my family have all gone into one place. Last couple of deliveries. Oh yes, we just mentioned how impressive this Gondal is. And clear signs, indication that if you just bang that length, you can get some extra purchase of the wicket. That's what he has done. Batter, even though he has just come new to the crease, any other bowler, if you would have bowled that, it would have been an easy cut shot. But with Gondal's pace and bounce, it's not so easy for Khan. Shanto Khan. Shanto just squared up. So that's the end of the 15 overs. It has been a great time for me here in the commentary box. And yeah, it's absolutely pleasure to join everyone. It's been quite a high energy start here at the ground, but for now it's time for me to take a breather. Vinny Sandhu will be taking over the mic to guide you through the rest of the day's play. Vinny, it's all yours.
Thanks very much, Shobha. Vinny Sandhu back with you. Last few overs of this first innings of the day. Handy wickets for the middle innings. The Capitals a bit, including the two half century makers. And last week, going for 8 and good at pulling a moment ago for 25. Looking to get things moving. He's a little bit of fluency so far. Great. And the bat, has it got enough? It does. Maximal, badly needed for Lisbon Cats. And kind of cramped him for a little bit, seemed back towards him, but he was able to free the hands and get a good swing on it. Hey, big thanks to Shogun. Always great to hear him on the mic and sharing some of his experiences as well. I didn't know it was John Wright's birthday today. He's a player I grew up watching. the New Zealand touring Australia in 89-90. Time's gone pretty well through the outside circle. A lot of information there. Also, a bit of chat about MLC, Major League Cricket in the US. There's some controversy about ticket prices and underscheduling, obviously, being during the FIFA World Cup. Although I suppose if you were to avoid the FIFA World Cup window completely, that's going to be problematic because it is quite a long tournament. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Nice to be back. Slashed away and finds the gaps. Good hands, actually. Really good hands to get that where he got it in the end. Shanto Khan finally off the mark. Manipulates that one well. Gets a good swing on it. The timing has to be precise to get that to go at pace. Rata not happy about it, but really, that was just good batsmanship in the end. Yeah, so, the question, for example, Major League Cricket, the real question is this. Is it for Americans or is it for the subcontinent audience? Ponder that for a second. Goes for this. This is going to be straight down the throat of Giri, though, and he'll do the rest. So it's going to be a 4 and out for Shanto. Atta Usman finally has his first wicket of the morning. It's the 5th to fall for the Caps. 1-3-8 for 5. He just kind of fell off that shot a little bit. And fast hands, but it's a bit of a slice job, really. And Giri, he judged that one to perfection. We saw one earlier. Kamal Ahmed kind of misjudged one running in from a regular mid-off position. But that time, I think, back on the boundary, Giri got a good look at it and does the rest. So, Shanto out just for that 4. 138 for 5. New batter coming to the crease is Sunil Kumar Patel. Yeah. So, MLC, is what makes it commercially viable the interest from the subcontinent, and they're not too worried about American spectators. I know that's, in theory, it sounds like a good sell. Sunil gets off the mark with the single. But yeah, here's the other thing about it. Ticket pricing is real difficult because as we get to the end of the 16th over here, 139 for 5. On one hand, you want to keep the tickets really cheap or even free for non-cricketing people to get an interest in cricket. On the other hand, there are some people that are willing to pay quite a lot for the experience of going, right? So balancing those two types of potential spectator is really tough. Because, often people say, here's the thing. Even if you made the tickets free, if you went to the average American, they'd say, why am I watching? Right? This is a reality, I think, that we always face in countries where cricket isn't as well known. Even if you paid people to go, they might not really have the motivation. So, Zahid, I know what you're saying. You're keen to go. We're happy to have you here, though, Zahid, as always. Into the last 4 overs now. They shouldn't run out of wickets here. The Caps. Fun fact about Lisbon Capitals. Their former team name was Wild Panthers. We saw the BSCU Panthers yesterday in Bulgaria. Runners up in that European cricket series. Oh, geez. Got plenty of bat on that. And that'll run away for 4. That's a very good piece of batting to catch up with this because it really took off. Sunil was kind of ready for takeoff, though. Look how he sets up for this. And he's almost, if you actually freeze frame where he hits it, he's probably 2 feet off the ground. And found a little gap in the outfield as well. Love a little cameo 30 here. Sunil Kumar Patel. Jeez. Almost ran for two. This outfield's so fast. Ewan Geary always gives you a solid effort, doesn't he? Oh, the Lisbon Supergiants fans around the world appreciate his commitment to the team. Yeah, Abdul Qayyum. Nice to see your comment as well, saying, yeah, large population of people having roots from the subcontinent. Slower ball this time. Tamath punches it out for a single. I won't say a single, but it wasn't really attacked, and that's good running to push for two. Geary's incensed about it, understandably so. Fielder saying, hey, but I stopped the boundary. Yeah, but you took your time and you allowed a second run. Hey, so, yeah, here's, I suppose, again, MLC fascinates me, and US cricket fascinates me in general, because I think one of the issues they run into, good fielding there, and I've commentated the USA national team as well, is USA is so big, and you've got 50 states, and 30-something would have cricket competitions, maybe more. And trying to unify all them under one national body is problematic. Up in the air this time, Samath will get the two again on the fumble. And, well, if Geary wasn't happy with Huntington before, he'll be less happy now. End of the 17th over 148 for 5. Yeah, so trying to unify all those state cricket bodies under a national body is tough. And yeah, a lot of internal politics comes into play. But the other thing is MLC, which is, again, separate again, Major League Cricket. They would have made certain, let's just say maybe ambitious promises to potential sponsors from a non-cricket background. Say, hey, look, these are the demographics in USA. These are the amount of people who are interested in cricket. So, you know, we're going to sell these stadiums out, right? That would have been the pitch. I'm telling you, that would have been the pitch to potential sponsors. Look how big cricket is. Zadnan Gondal switching ends. He's going to get a wicket first up. And you get Sunil Kumar Patel to chop on. Just follow him a little bit. If you look at the footwork here from Sunil, he's backing away. Gondal bangs it in and gets a little bit of inseam, I think. Comes back towards him. Bottom edge onto the stumps. Good night, Charlene. So Sunil will go for just a cameo. Ends up being bowled, playing on for 6. And that's 6 wicket down. 148 for 6. Yeah, so, yeah, Zahid saying trying hard to promote cricket in the US, but it's an uphill battle. Americans so involved in NBA, NFL, and MLB. So that's, you know, basketball, American football, and baseball. A typical American doesn't want to leave those for cricket. And I think it's a very valid point. It's, and I suppose this is really hard for people who've grown up with cricket, and cricket's kind of in their blood, if you like. New batter out there is Mittal Patel. Well, in the air, and he'll go, oh, he won't go. Thought for a second, Siva had pulled that off. Gets 2 hands, so it spills out, and Mitchell survives his first ball. Oh no, really could have been on a hat trick here. Just gets bad on it, but chips it up. Actually went too far. The ball kind of crashes into his wrists almost. Straight through the gap. Above his hands. More of a swing on this one from Samath Patel. Again, good running. They'll come back for 2. 150 up now for the Capitals. Yeah, so I often just try and think of a random sport, and let's say, I don't know, korfball. Well, actually, I'll give you one. Pavel always talks about oina, which is like a traditional Romanian sport that's quite big there. It's like if I went to Australia and said, hey, you want to go watch an oina game? He'd be like, huh? Oh, it's high. Not sure if he's going to go all the way to the field. It will. Geary makes good ground. Jeez, he's a good player, isn't he? Geary, he's going to remove the dangerous Samath Patel. Another good outfield catch. So when he hit this, it's coming down in front of the outfielder, but Geary just was off like the clappers, wasn't he? Came across, judged it to perfection. Excellent technique there as well. So, Capitals falling away at the end of this innings. 150 comes up at the cost of the set batter, Samarth Patel out for 38. And it's 151 for 7. So, I mean, pick a random sport or pick a sport that's really regional. And imagine going to Australia or England or India or Pakistan or anywhere else that's a big cricket playing country and say, hey, do you want to go watch a European handball game? Which, you know, European handball's probably a good example as well because it is big in certain places. And they'd say, okay, that's fine. But, like, getting that organic traction is tough. You can kind of, you will get a handful of people that will get into it. And I know a lot of them, right? Shada Rahman comes out to have a hit. Misses the first ball, half an appeal. Gondal's now got 4 for 16. Also had a catch dropped earlier in this over. 5 for here. And then Gondal, player I first saw playing for Marlow. Back in the European Cricket Series. Now, staple in the Lisbon Super Giants attack. Lisbon Super Giants have been improving every single year since I've seen them emerge on the Portuguese cricket scene. Last ball for Gondal, last chance for his fifer. He really likes it this time. Umpire has more of a think, but still turns it down. Rahman somehow survives his first 2 at the end of 18 overs. It's 151 for 7. There's a more confident shout this time. And you can never really tell. Maybe one day when Snicko is more affordable, we'll be able to give you that as well. And we'll go to the last couple of overs. Yeah, so Terry said it here. He doesn't mind watching handball. Me neither. But if you don't have that kind of, what's the word? If you don't get a bit obsessed about it, you're not going to go out of your way to watch it. And that's what we're talking about with MLC. You know, you're trying to tap into a zeitgeist that's got other things on. Work, other sports, not going out in boiling temperatures. You know, so you need that kind of, it needs to be an organic machine that fuels itself rather than always putting all this output and getting very little input and traction. Because then, if you're not getting the spectators, you're not going to have the infrastructure, you're not going to have the food at the ground, the toilets at the ground, the facilities. So it's a very hard thing to spark. Yeah, so Zahid, compare it with MLS as well, says Chris. Wahid comes back, switching up to the Castle end. It's a really good game, this. I think it could go either way. I mentioned 159's par in Division 1 this year. Hello, Scotty. Nice to see you. Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. So there's no real easy answer. And it kind of mirrors Europe as well in a way. I suppose European cricket's had so much coverage over the last few years that we're kind of used to it the way it is. And I think, although everyone's always trying to attempt to get more native participation, and you see, places like Prague with the academy there, it's quite amazing what's happening with some of the young Czech talent. Serbia as well, have some good young native players. Croatia, likewise. We're talking about kind of excluding the British Isles and Jersey and Guernsey and Isle of Man, where there is kind of a bit more of a history of cricket, and even excluding the Netherlands, where there's a bit of a history of cricket as well. But I think in Europe, this is how I feel anyway, we're a bit more okay with the fact that, okay, it's at the moment an immigrant sport, 90% at least. Up in the air, Mitchell hasn't got this one at all, and he should be gone. He will be gone. Wahid with his first wicket of the day. Well taken by the fielder there. It looked like maybe slight change of pace, but a well-judged catch. And so it's Siva will hold on to it. And the 8th wicket falls 155 for 8. Well, I said they shouldn't run out of wickets. Probably shouldn't have run out of wickets, but maybe they will here. Capitals still 9 balls to face. It's the number 10 that comes out, Amarullah. And he's a player we know pretty well. Originally saw him in Croatia for the first time. He's also played a fair bit of cricket here in Portugal. Based here now, I believe. Yeah, so I think you have to have a bit more of a long-term outlook and saying that rather than try and push the game and be a bit unrealistic with expectations about native participation, you'd say with the demographics, it will naturally become a more mainstream sport in 20 or 30 years. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, there's no other sport quite like cricket. I know we made those comparisons to other, I suppose, big sports in other locations, but cricket is the second most watched sport in the world. That is a fact. And it's also more or less unknown, or very little known, in 90% of the countries in the world. What a combination. Nice little flick away from Shaider Rahman here. He's going to get a boundary. That's a really nice piece of batting. And compared to some of the other batters who've kind of stayed leg side, he's willing to basically get inside the line of the ball, little skip to off, and clipped away off the stumps. Really good batting. Handy late runs here for the Capitals.
That's for Butchie. Butchie's only a year away from it.
Yeah, so I mean, I know too much about this probably with my experience, and I suppose you just got to be okay with where it's at. Think about how much cricket has grown over the last 10 years in these other countries. Steps across, we'll get a wide here for down the leg side. Rahman, by the way, once took 4 wickets and 4 balls on ECN. A few players to do that. We get for Portugal against Spain and Barcelona. Yeah, so I think it's great that it's expanding, but I think a lot of people think that I have an unrealistic view of how quickly it'll become in the mainstream. He's gone. He just tries to hit across this. Change of pace does him here, Waheed. Slowed it down. Rahman again trying to get across and clip. But the risk of that, of course, you're playing across the line of the ball, and I think he knows he's a dead duck here. 19 overs down. Lisbon Capitals down to their last batter, 161 for 9. Just gets in a bit of a mess, gets that back pad across right in front of the stumps. Probably a fair enough option at this stage with so few balls remaining. But Waheed will finish with 2 for 30.
I got distracted.
Yeah, so I think over time I've become a little bit more okay with the fact that it's not necessarily in the consciousness of the native population of these countries where cricket is not a thing, or not traditionally a thing. But it's slow burn. But it is burning.
Yeah. Oh, number 25. Oh, put your hat on properly. Yeah, but still, I noticed it.
20th over. Down the last man, though. Amadullah faces up and gets his first run. Oh, we're taking a dodgy 2 here. They get there. Wasn't a very good throw back to the middle. Akshar Patel is the non-striker. Took one of the best catches ever. By the best, I mean one of the most unusual European cricket series when another fielder dropped it, went behind his back, knocked it up, and actually took it. All right, Amadullah goes to the skies. Again, it won't carry, so they should be able to get back for 2. They'll get it pretty easily. Johnny could hear somebody around the ground doing a bit of Sunday morning gardening. Luckily, it was only for a second. Well, potentially it was a screed. I'm not quite sure. Couldn't see. Did hear it, though. Yeah, run hard. We want 2 here as well. Good throw to the bowler might be trouble. It wasn't a good throw. It was wide, basically. Another 2. It's a good hustle here from the Caps. 9 down. Saw a pretty good 10th wicket partnership yesterday. 27. That didn't help on that occasion. I think the 170 here. Amadula, there's no starts with the bat. It's going to go again. In fact, he's going to totally fool the fielder. Oh, Partap completely misjudged that. Crept in thinking he could turn it into a catch, but in the end, Amadula hit it better than he thought. This is good late hitting. Amadula batting 10. Well, Pratap was left in no man's land. There is the 170 with 2 balls remaining. Yeah, so yeah, give us your thoughts in the chat. This is just my personal thoughts. Yeah, good question from Zahid. And I'll leave that for people to answer in the break. But yeah, when they have one cricket match in London or Germany or even Spain, stadiums are packed. I think the NFL does have a bit of a broader reach. Got him. That'll do it. So all out, 171. Good little cameo, though, from Amadula. 10 handy runs at the back of the innings. Lisbon Capitals, what do you know? They do run out of wickets in the end. On inside edge, Giri gets that final breakthrough. And the target will be 172 for Lisbon Supergiants in a pretty evenly poised game in match 31. Yeah, just finally touching on that. My thoughts, NFL still has a bit of a niche following in these countries, and so not so sure you'd fill a stadium every week, but you will once a year or twice a year. And I suppose cricket has that same effect. If you had just one game, then it has enough of a niche following in US to probably fill a stadium. And we've seen that before. You know, we've seen that with some of these All-Stars games and everything. But yeah, let us know your thoughts. It's a very interesting debate. Right here, though, Capitals sent in first game of the day. And they have put on 171. Nobody reaches 40, actually. Top score, Samath Patel with 38. Ahmed Dar opening up with 37. And Rahul Huda, 25. And bowling-wise, Gondal was a superstar. Such a consistent performer. 4 for 16 off his 4 overs. Johan Giri finishes with 3 wickets, 3 for 35. 2 for Umar Waheed and Atta Ussamad, the captain, with the other wicket. So, I mean, near enough if they're good enough here. Lisbon Supergiants after the break will be chasing 172 for victory. Keep the chatter coming. Enjoying the interactions in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I'll take a quick break. Back in about 15 minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. You're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 on ECN.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Portugal and our coverage of the Portugal Liga Grizzly 2026. Division 1 action, of course, being a Sunday, and we're halfway through match number 31 between the Lisbon Supergiants and the Lisbon Capitals. Capitals sent in to bat. They managed 171 all out, leaving one ball on the table, bowled out off the second last ball. And funnily enough, it's the second time that LSG have captured all 10 wickets against the Capitals, although back on opening day, the Capitals only managed 103 all out, and it was a pretty easy task for Lisbon Supergiant chasing it down in 12 and a half overs. Umpires heading out to the middle. Looks like Andrew Winter and Krup Patel taking control of proceedings. I want to welcome back everyone in the chat as well. Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and yeah, really excited to see the second innings, because I suppose one thing we haven't had too many of in our coverage of the PLG so far is the idea of some close contests. And I think this is that kind of target that could be a close game. We have a dozen above par if you go on the numbers this season, but Lisbon Supergiants with the bat, they have a high of 196. That was actually against Marlow back on the 17th of May. Oh, as a field intruder. Don't believe it's one of the Capitals fielders. Four-legged friend on the field. But look at the Supergiants batting. Okay, last time out, they were pretty good, chasing 126 last weekend against the Werewolves with 2.5 overs to spare. They're averaging 153 with the bat, and this is a good 19 above that. Good start's important, of course. Welcome back, and we'll talk a little bit about the challenges of making cricket a mainstream sport and making some comparisons with other sports as well. And yeah, it's certainly an interesting time to be involved in cricket. Never anything quite like it. Also, it's coincided with the fact that so much cricket can be broadcast. Zahid thinking, was that a streaker? I can tell you the dog was not wearing any clothes. Right, Harjinder. He was pretty good last week, actually, for the Supergiants. Made 40 not out. Kind of acted as a bit of a, let's say anchor, but he did score it slightly less than run a ball, 40 off 45 with 6 fours. Made it up later in his innings, but the main thing was they were only chasing a target of 126 against those Werewolves. And so he was unable to be moved. Johangiri at the other end. It's interesting that he's got a promotion up the order as he batted number 7 last week and actually appeared for a 6 and out, and that was that. Yeah, so Supergiants not having Amandeep, who was their opener last week, in the side. Surya Patat batted 3, so obviously want to keep him there. Shahidul Rahman will be the opening bowler. Dangerous left arm. I mentioned he's a guy who's taken a lot of wickets on ECN, including that famous double hat-trick in Barcelona. But anyway, here we go. 172 for LSG to get the win against the Caps. Let's get started with no ball off pitch. They actually swung, to be fair to Shahidul Rahman. I don't think he should have started that wide anyway, but it swung a lot out of the hand. And, maybe they're going off. Enough's enough. No, that's a replay of the last dismissal of the first innings. Yeah, I saw that incident you're talking about, Chris, in the chat. I talked about it earlier, actually. Collingwood versus Gold Coast in Australian football. Old school argy-bargy. Oh, that's going to be a wide. The free hit will remain in play. Shahidul Rahman getting good movement, but has to change his angle of approach here, I think. How much that's swinging. Harjinder, he'll be enjoying this because he knows he can't get out this ball. Except for run out, I suppose. Yeah, a bit of incidental umpire contact in that AFL incident as well. What do you think of that, Terry? Free hit. He misses out. So for all of his sins, first ball, and he goes for 2 for Shahidul. I think got to be looking to try and hit that over the offside when you're an opening batter. There you go. Shadow batting is always much easier than actual batting. That was a free hit, so maybe it was just a bad habit, but the bowler loves it, I think, if you're trying to hit everything to leg. Another wide. Got to sort this out pretty quickly, Rahman. So I think the key here is he should be running in from wider and then don't change a thing. Typically what you'll see is he'll now aim with his arm but keeping his angle of approach the same. And it'll just go down the leg side. It won't swing because he loses his swing if he changes his arm mechanics. Another wide. So yeah, what I was taught, and this is still a big piece of advice that sticks with me, is the ball swinging, that's good. Swing's a dark art that no one really understands. So sometimes it swings, sometimes it doesn't. Change the angle that you're running in so that you're facing a bit more towards where you want the ball to start. So for Rahman, he should be starting a little bit wider and then he should be facing a bit more leg side and he should keep his swing. But if he just kind of aims, I feel like there'll be one ball this over that just doesn't swing at all because he aims more at the stumps. That one actually stays good. Pops a bit off the pitch. There's something a bit disconcerting as well. That's not that last ball, that was one before. There's something disconcerting about a bowler that doesn't really know what he's doing in certain cases. When they're a talented bowler, when they've got a new ball, it's actually probably harder to face something like this than someone who is consistently swinging it in the same manner, putting in the same kind of area, because it's just so unpredictable. Now, this is the one that doesn't swing, and Harjinder clips it away. And that'll be the first boundary of the second innings. Very long first over here from Shahid Rahman. That's the one I think that he does. Can make a conscious effort to try and bowl straight, but he loses that movement, like I said. I was fortunate enough to get some really good, high-quality swing bowling coaching when I was a teen. That was my main skill back then. Pockets out for Shahid Rahman here. Halfway through this first over. It's better. Harjinder plays inside the line. Shahid Rahman last week. 4 overs, 1 for 27. I don't think he really plays at that one in the end, Harjinder. Thing is, this week, I suppose Harjinder can't afford to go too slowly. They were chasing just 127 victory last week. This week, it's 45 more. Fraction short. Harjinder pulls it and he'll get a second boundary of the over. So Rahman has been all over the shop here. Already 12 off this over and 2 balls to come. Not great for the new ball either, to disappear over the ropes a couple of times in the first over. Yeah, thanks for the update, Chris. I wasn't sure how that all turned out with that Collingwood Gold Coast incident. I've got to admit that when you watch the FIFA World Cup after watching AFL, you just keep yelling at them to get up. I know there can be serious injuries in the round ball football as well. Now, he's going to go up over the top. Good effort to prevent the boundary, but it gets away. Love to see the players getting down and dirty, but Harjinder will get his 3rd boundary of the over. Not a good one from Rahman. Did not have his radar. Harjinder uses the pace to perfection. A bit of a right turn at Albuquerque there for the Grizzly and runs away over the rope. So, end of the first over. 16 without loss. What a great start that is for LSG. Samarth Patel to bowl over number 2. Let's have a look at Geary, who's been thrown up the order. Bit of cow watch. I'm starting to think that might be like a picture on the wall or something, because those cows never seem to move and they seem asleep pretty much all day. What a life. Lisbon Capitals have had a fair bit of airtime on ECN this year, taking part in the Premier Division of the ECS here in Portugal. Also, they were participants in the ECS in Engadine in Switzerland, which was for teams that wanted to travel for the event. Would have been a great experience for them as well.
Are you going Kaza? If you see Emma, just ask her to leave Butchie's awareness bag in the car.
Geary faces up for the first time. Samarth Patel bowls for the first time in match 31. Geary typically likes to get on with it, but his first one stays low on the keeper. Amir Dar, he can't deal with it. Luckily for him, it's only one by. The field will change to the left-hander. Pretty handy left-hand, right-hand combination. It's always tough to know exactly where you want to stand, I think, on this ground. Some balls keep low and those second bounces are really tough to deal with. Ajinda gets a bit more airtime. Samarth's going to go round the wicket to him. Good area. Just beaten for a bit of bounce there. You can see the ball go over the blade. Zahid with a very good question. Oh, good ball as well. Goes a bit fuller this time. Samarth, Hutchinder's beaten again. Yeah, Zahid from the USA saying T20 cricket is fantastic entertainment, but it's disheartening to see Test cricket slowly losing prominence. What impact do you think T20 cricket has had on the traditional Test format? Okay, let me try and flesh out my thoughts a little bit. Thick outside edge this time. It's going to fly away. Tough one to catch up to. And he does well. Shanto. Somehow keep it to a long single. Excellent chase. My question would be this. Would Test cricket be better off or worse off right now if it was never for limited overs cricket? And I actually think it'd probably be worse off. Right? I think if you think of Test cricket as the predominant form or the only form of international cricket until 50 years ago, 55 years ago. Here's Patel. Geary wants to get on with it, but he could be in trouble here. Top edge, just balloons out of the grasp of Samarth. Hands on hips time. And Geary gets lucky, gets off the mark. Yeah, so I think that limited overs cricket has introduced a lot of people to Test cricket. And I don't necessarily think it's cannibalised the Test cricket audience. I think that would be quite a predictable decline, given that people just have more options of what to do these days and more options of what to watch and what to do with their lives. So I think that's... The other thing that kind of gets me about Test cricket, end of the second over, by the way, it's 19 without loss. Much better over for the Lisbon Capitals. The other thing is, people say they love Test cricket, but often what they mean when I ask them follow-up questions is they love the big series. India, England, England, Australia. These kind of series, India, Australia. But they're not necessarily clearing their schedule to watch, New Zealand, Bangladesh, or, Afghanistan, Ireland. So I think a lot of Test cricket, it comes from anticipation and kind of the history of the rivalries, not necessarily the actual gameplay. That's kind of my analysis of it at the moment. And whereas people used to maybe have the ability to sit through a whole day of Test cricket, now with work and your phone and everything being so so immediate and available. Got him. Well, finally, Rahman gets it right and loves to have a crack at the right hand, and Giri is going to go for just that single. Rahman couldn't hit a barn door in that first over to the left-hander, but he gets it spot on to G1 Giri. Not the greatest footwork from G1 there really as well. Cleared that front leg, left the stumps exposed. And they get rattled by Shahida Rahman, and it's 19 for 1 in the third over. So next time someone says, oh yeah, Test cricket is my favourite format, I'll say, well, which Test cricket do you follow? Is it all of it, or is it just certain series? So yeah, I don't think it's T20 that's pulled people away from Test cricket. If anything, I think it's probably grown the Test cricket audience. But we'll never know where Test cricket would be if it wasn't for these short formats. That's the plain truth of it. And some people just want to watch T10 or T20. And I think you have to be fine with that. Some will pick up an interest in the longer format, but some won't. And I think that's fine, especially in these developing countries. And let's be honest, in these developing cricket playing countries, Test cricket's not really on the table for any of these countries anyway. So how do you expect them to be interested in something that they can't be a part of? Well, Pratap comes out and he's pretty confident first ball. He just punches it down the ground in the air, beats the mid off. Doesn't have what it takes to get all the way to the boundary though. Bit of a conversation between the two batters. Yeah, England, West Indies. Look, there's a lot of series I've got time for. I just think also it's a cluttered calendar as well. I normally come back to this though. There's nothing to be fearful of. You know, people say, oh, you know, the 100 this or the T20 or T10 or 50 over cricket's dead or what. Everything has a certain survival of the fittest about it. So if people watch it, it'll stay. If people don't watch it and don't enjoy it, it won't stay. In the end, the kind of natural market forces determine. Keeps down a bit, Hachinder. Keeps down. Generally got a good technique. Hasn't always played down the right line today. Yeah, Zahid kind of, I think some of what I said resonated with him. But I mean, I'm the same. And look, even, I've got to be honest, with my schedule, and I know I don't really have a normal life, but there are times that, you know, I love my Test cricket, but, you know, I'll watch a 7-minute highlights package at the end of the day, not really getting the nuances. Bowled by Rahman, seems to have the radar right. Maybe he's happy the ball's a bit banged up and it's not doing as much. Having said that, because I had the, let's say, unplanned 6.5-month layoff from August last year, I actually got to watch the Ashes and watch long sessions and long days of it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's the first time in a few years I've been able to do that. Chinder getting a bit itchy to hit a boundary for Rahman, showing his intent. Like I said, reasonably slow last week, but it was a lower target. I often say that every form of the game has something to offer in between kind of strategy, different strategies. You know, concentration is more important in the longer form, concentration for long periods. In the shorter form, you know, innovation is a bit more important. Jinder has this one come back on him. Mid-on's back though, so get a single. Might have been in trouble if mid-on was up. Yeah, so 100 is a good example. A lot of people say, yeah, I love the 100. And then other people say, oh, no, you should be watching county cricket, 4-day cricket. And they might say, well, I don't want it. And that's fine. And the third over, 21 for 1, particularly youngsters. I mean, 100's a chance for them to get into the game. I think the whole point of it being 100 competition is because they didn't want to have another T20 domestic competition in in England, in Australia, we had the previous Big Bash, pre-BBL, which was the states playing, just like England has the Vitality Blast, which is the counties playing. And in Australia, the BBL replaced that previous state T20 competition. In England, they didn't want to replace it. So I think that's the real reason. I don't think it's about saving whatever it is, 30 or 40 minutes a game. You know, I think it's about trying to differentiate, which they have done. Let's be honest, whether you like it or you don't. Chris obviously doesn't. This is turned around the corner by Harjinder. It's right into his hitting zone. And he'll help it on its way to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. I think it's also an interesting debate about, you know, trying to create franchises and create a following, which is really tough. If you look at, you know, take football in England. England's a good example. Yeah, you've got clubs that are 100, 150 years old with, you know, your parents followed them, your grandparents followed them, so you followed them. There's that organic following. Half an appeal, but umpire not too interested. And when you're trying to create essentially plastic franchises and get that same kind of emotional buy-in, you're just not going to be able to do it. Nobody's grandfather grew up watching the Manchester Supergiants. But that's not to say it can't work. It's just to say it's a different question. That's beautifully carved away. Well stopped, only a single. Johnny Heasom saying his favourite player was Hoggy from Perth. I used to play against him, actually. Happy to say that we were able to beat his club, Willerton, in my last season of first grade cricket. I think Willerton had Brad Hogg. Cameron Bancroft was in that team as well. Very young Cameron Bancroft back then. We were able to beat them to the first grade title in WA in 2010-11. Anyway, Pratap could be in trouble here. Straight down the throat of the fielder. And Narindarana makes no mistake. So his second wicket falls. Samarth Patel tests out Pratap on the pull. Get a bit technical here. Watch Pratap's footwork and where his head is when he tries to pull this away. And he mentions a few times today, he doesn't really get that back foot back and across. He just swivels on it. And it just makes it more likely that there'll be a misjudgment. And once that really took off, either from Samarth Patel, the top edge safely nestles in the hands of Narinder at mid-wicket. So the second wicket falls and it's 26 for 2. Yeah, Brad Hogg, he's a different kind of cat. Met him a few times. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean he's a different kind of a dude, like even off the field. Really hyperactive. Like, you know how some people grow out of that? He never did, and I'm sure still hasn't. But that's not a bad thing. He's just got that infectious energy, Brad. And don't you love a wrist spinner? I know we don't see it too much in Europe because it's hard. Enjoyed watching Biswas yesterday in Division 2. So much easier just to bowl off spin. But we've seen the emergence of some good wrist spinners in Europe. I'd say someone like Sakib Zulfikar, Krishan Kalagamage has been doing some good things for Italy as well. But yeah, trying to get people excited about teams that are new. I suppose you never know with all the cricket competitions around the world if they can stick around or not. You might, you want some sort of guarantees that might not be there. And Big Bash is an interesting one at the moment because Cricket Australia will put 15 years into developing these brands and identities of teams, and they seem a little bit unsure about how to proceed. I'm talking about just tearing up the Renegades and all the fans that have been following them and saying, hey, what are you doing? End of the fourth over, 28 for 2. Yeah, you can't imagine doing that. For example, Australian football has the same kind of tradition in the timeline of the English Premier League or the English football pyramid, let's say. And so you wouldn't take a team and just go, all right, we're going to rip this up and we're going to make it something else. Yeah, so it's a really interesting time to be involved in cricket. And one thing that cricket has that's different from football is that players can play for multiple teams in the year. Typically in football, you're owned by a club, and then that club basically dictates what you can do. You might go out on loan now and then, but you're not basically playing for 30 different teams a year for a couple of weeks each, or a week each. Just doesn't happen. Here's Mitchell Patel getting a bowl on over number 5. Ahmad Kumar has come out at number 4. A couple of dangerous players removed by Lisbon Capitals already. Arjinder, though, like I said last week, he batted through and got them all the way to the target, but this week a more challenging target. Got him. That's a wild shot, really, from Kumar. Went for broke, but came up broke. So, Mitchell Patel keeping it pretty simple. He goes full at the stumps. Wild swipe to the leg side. Hits middle and leg in the end, I think. Bang. Stumps Akimbo. And the third wicket falls. It's 28 for 3. Probably one other point I'd make is that all the different forms of cricket have affected all the other different forms of cricket. So 50 over scores have gone up since 20 over cricket's been around because batters have learnt what they can get away with. Test cricket scoring rates have gone up since batters have been practicing more attacking shots from a younger age. So all the formats have a kind of interrelation. I think that's what makes cricket so fascinating, because there's no other sport I can think of that changing the duration of the game changes the tactics and the fundamentals so dramatically. You could have a 10-minute aside football game, but it would still seem like a football game. But yeah, the allocation of resources in cricket makes it quite interesting. New batters, keeper Shahan Khan. 3 early wickets, 3 wickets in the power play. Yeah, I think when you think about Test cricket back in the day, where maybe there were 4 channels on TV and one of them would have the cricket on, versus now with almost infinite choices. And that's lifted up by Shahan, and he's going to get the result. He's going to get the boundary. Got really low there, Shahan, and used the length of Mitchell Patel. Took a bit of a risk. It's a long way across. The ball was going over the stumps anyway, but that's a very good shot. It's almost a kind of crouch down sweep off the medium pacer. Yeah, so, I mean, even this morning, I was greeted on YouTube with many, many cricket broadcasts, live broadcasts I could watch. Terry already in bed? Good night, Terry. Thanks again for joining us. Hey, when you wake up, might still be here. And tune in, let me know when you're up. Oh, well, this is in the air. A bit lucky to get away with this, to be honest. This is something also I've noticed with a lot of players that have grown up in the subcontinent, is they're not natural cutters. Now, this is a classic ball to cut, and there's rarely any fielder back at deep backward point. They seem like they really want to pull across that short, wide one outside off. Yeah, Crystal Ward. Nice to see you, Chris. Saying, yeah, you watched the BBC on Channel 4 in 1999, yeah. But the point was, he had limited options, and Test cricket was a big proportion of those options. End of the 5th over here. Lisbon Super Giants, 34 for 3. But now, almost unlimited options. Even for the one game, you've got multiple options of how to watch. I know all these commentary streams pop up. So I think people are very quick to say, oh, something's gone wrong with cricket, or, you know, cricket hasn't handled it well. But I don't think you can make a really clear comparison, because I think it's actually the world has changed a lot, how people consume media. Even now, for example, when people are watching Test cricket, they might be on their phone scrolling at the same time. So the style of commentary is different, the style of coverage is different. Obviously, the technology's changed, so it can be a lot more in-depth. And it's changed so much in the last generation. And Christopher remembers the annoyance when they switched to the racing. I remember that too. We're going to go to race 5 and then we'll be back at the cricket shortly. Used to have to go to the 6 o'clock news, I remember. So I think we're at such a rapid pace of technological change. And we're kind of lucky to live at this time. Who knows where we'll be in 20 years? But you can only really deal with where you are now. Like I said, there's a lot of passionate cricket lovers around the world have different opinions on which formats they like and what's best for the game. But I suppose one thing you've got with cricket is you've got a lot of people on planet Earth that are interested in it. And you can actually make the same arguments with a bunch of different sports. Harjinder laces this one through the offside, and he's going to get another boundary. Sunil Kumar Patel coming on, changing the pace slightly. But this is a really good shot. Like I said, seems to be going a little bit quicker than he was at this time last week. And the other thing is, there's so many ways to watch things simultaneously today as well. We were talking about multi-screening last week. We had 3 broadcasts on. Fraction short this time. Harjinder goes back and pulls for a single. And yeah, Chris, the old Wide World of Sports intro music, if you're talking about the Channel 9 one, I loved them all. There's the cricket-specific one, and there was the kind of more general Channel 9 Wide World of Sports. And that's the sound of my childhood. I love Zahid's comparisons here as well, as it's going to be big keeper bat Shahan Khan facing up. I thought he'd have no patience for Sunil, and I was right. Tries to launch him over long on for 6, but comes up with fresh air. Zahid says, watching a test match for him feels like visiting a museum, slow, rich, and full of depth. Love that. Once again, Shahan wants to attack, tests the fielder, does well. Come back for 2. Good throw might have had him in trouble, but the throw drew the bowler away from the stumps. He'll get back for 2. Good running. Yeah, so test match more like a museum. A T20 match feels like going to the zoo. It's lively, chaotic, and constantly entertaining. I think you've really captured the different, I suppose, flavours of cricket there. There's something... It's not straight off the bat. There's something interesting about cricket. I'll make the ice cream analogy. A lot of people like ice cream. They don't all like the same type of ice cream. But everyone can get around ice cream. A bit of an edge, but not really a genuine chance. Behind the stumps for Amir Dar. Took a big deflection, maybe flicked off the end of his fingers, but it will be the end of the power play. Again, very evenly poised at the moment. I mean, LSG losing 3 wickets, but still in the hunt at 42 for 3. And I often say, I've got a favourite food, but I don't want to eat it all day, every day. Christopher Ward talking about the Cricket Gold channel on YouTube. I've got to admit, I love watching the Cricket Gold channel in my spare time because, again, these are the games I grew up watching. And it's heavily influenced how I see the game, how I call the game. But also, I look at those games and I realise how much the cricket media landscape has changed since then. Great discussions here on a Sunday morning. Until Patel comes back, bowls into the wheelhouse of Harjinder. Well fielded out there. Just a single. I'm very, very lucky to have had quite a long relationship with cricket. And like I said, it's very, very different to when I first fell in love with the game as a 7-year-old. Here I am almost 40 years later. Slower ball. And it's baseballed by Shahan. And timed around the bases. Maximo gets it completely wrong here, Mitchell. Thinks it's not a very well disguised slower ball. And Shahan, even though he has to check his swing slightly, he says, all right, that's going to have to go. With mid-on up in the circle, it made it even easier. A bit of a pressure reliever. The Lisbon Supergiants, 6 carreras. I love the really old games. I started watching 88, 89, and I love watching games before then. It's just kind of, there's a rawness about the coverage, but also the Channel 9 coverage of World Series cricket, and then, following on from that through the 80s. Shahan, this time over the offside, slightly inside out, should get back for 2. But that changed the way, not only cricket, but sport was broadcast around the world. David Hill, who was head of that kind of department, ended up going to America, transforming how NFL was broadcast. Chris Ford asking, is this Santarém? It sure is. Shahan's not going to die wondering, is he? Wants to attack at every opportunity. Yep, this is Europe's very own SCG. Gets across, wants that leg side again. Forced to just push. Shahan, keen for 2, but he's holding his bat around the wrong way. It probably wasn't quite there. And let me just tell you what's coming up on ECN. Like I said, if you're in the Spanish squad, you'll be very familiar with the schedule because we go through it every week. But you do have a few days off from here. End of the 7th over then. And the score is 52 for 3. Yeah, every week in the Spanish squad, we go through the ECN schedule, the news behind the scenes. There's also a bit of, how would you say it, insider info there for what's going on. And the 7th over, they're going to take a drink at 52 for 3.
You have a cigarette?
But yeah, we also get together for a weekly behind the scenes call.
The keys for the kit bag is here with Butchie. Where's Naeem?
Yeah, so at the moment, I can tell you we'll have 4 days without cricket after this. And on Friday, we'll be back in Poland for our first ever internationals from Poland, unofficial T20s, quadrangular series through the weekend. And then next weekend, of course, like every weekend until late October, we'll be showing Portuguese domestic cricket. I'll have a quick drink as well. Back in just a moment, LSG, 52 for 3 after 7. Needing 120 off the last 13 overs of this one.
Buddy! 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 Welcome back.
Right, back into the action then, over number 8. It just leaves Shahan. Sunil Kumar Patel continuing in the 8th over. This one, though, not the best ball, but it might bring the wickets up in the air. It's going to be a tough one. Sunil can't quite get there. think it was a full toss. He felt he should be smashing it, but it does drift a little bit away from Shahan, and he's just very lucky there was no mid-wicket in the circle. Bowler had to go search for it himself. Before the break, I put in the Spanish squad link. Yeah. A lot of people love to ask me what's happening week to week, what's going on with this series or that series, or just to give a bit of context that you probably wouldn't get if you're just a regular viewer. So we've got a great community there that we keep in touch. And also there's still some quite top secret plans that aren't public yet about what's happening in the background in European cricket. And so we're able to give weekly updates with that as well. It's very exciting. I can't wait for it to go public actually, but right now it's only an exclusive group of people that know about it. Also, a lot of people trying to message me on social media, and I do tend to miss a lot of those. I get a lot of messages, but in the Spanish squad, yeah, you can send me a direct message anytime. You should get a fairly quick reply. It's good bowling from Sunil. And just drops in, and Shahan trying to be a little bit careful. The required rate in the 9s, I think they're reasonably happy with it there. If they can keep wickets in hands. Shahan, though, this time goes with the hands and gets plenty of this. That's a really good shot. Maximo. The thing about this one is he doesn't try and hit too hard. He does have a lot behind that shot. And did not even think about running. 3 fielders back from the leg side, but not worried at all about it. Shahan Khan. Still a very even game, I think. Maybe you'd slightly favour the Capitals with runs on the board, but this is a dangerous partnership, and they're each playing their role, aren't they? Harjinder more about kind of protecting his wicket, letting others bat around him, a little bit like we saw last week in that 126 chase. Found a new ball for Sunil Kumar Patel. I feel like you're a good chance this ball if you toss one up. Maybe Shahan tries to go to well again and skies one. Let's see if he's brave enough to do that. Goes a bit faster, and guess what? Change of hat, but same result for Shahan Khan. That's a monster. Maximo. Well, that ball came out and probably is only get used for one ball. I still think I would have loved to see him use a bit of flight here. Sunil. That one went even further than the last one. That's a giant hit. And Shahan right now single-handedly turning this game back-to-back Maximos. Right now down in the 8s. Oh, well, there's a bit of preparation going on for the Awaris game. That'll be a really good game coming up. We've got Awaris versus Gorka 11 in the second game of the day. Then Werewolves taking on Punjab CC Amadora. Haven't seen Awaris yet on ECN in the Liga Grizzly. Of course, we saw him in the European Cricket League. Awaris and Gorka weren't on the park last week. They had the bye. So 8 overs down, 66 for 3. Shanto Khan to come on with his left arm spin. Bowled really well last week, Shanto. Took 3 for 14 off 3.5 overs, but he comes on a really tough time. The game kind of at the crossroads here. The other thing with the Spanish squad, I should mention, is we need about 20 more members to get to the level where we're actually going to create baggy caps with everyone's individual number on them. So excited for when that happens. Slightly different proposition here for Shahan, because now you have the ball turning away from the right-hander. It won't be that easy to go leg side the way he generally likes to. All right, well, this time it's leading edge. It's popped up in the air. Should be caught. Dropped. Oh, Shida Rahman's good fielder. There's a real chance to jump ahead in the game. See this happening a mile away. Wants to go leg side, leading edge. It's good location from Shanto. Shida Rahman did everything but catch it. Just never seemed quite settled under that. And a life for the Burley LSG keeper bat, Shahan. Gets dropped on 30. Now, Harjinder's better matchup for the left-arm spinner. He's coming into his kind of power zone. Knocks it for a single. Definitely feels like this is the closest game that we've been able to broadcast so far in the PLG. Trigger bowling. And that's where you got to be, I think. Against Shahan. You know he's probably going to want to take you over the leg side, so don't get greedy, don't get at the stumps. Make him fetch it. Quicker one snuck in this time.
Rupu, make sure everyone's here in the tent by 11:30 because Bochi needs to talk to everyone. Numbers, t-shirt numbers.
So, Amadullah will grab the ball. Number 10. Wilson's very sharp at full toss, and Shahan has shown he's able to feel. He does once again. Maximo. Amadullah converted medium pace. He does it pretty well, but that first one, not a good ball. Brings it out of here. Facing strong Kumar Patel. Good ball. I like that ball is just really trying to get some revs on the ball. He's not kind of picking out into giving a spin. He's trying to get a lot of rotations on the ball. He's actually getting that ball to spin, which is a revolutionary tactic. Look at him bring that back from outside the tram line. You can see the angle, and to be honest, it's not an easy ball to hit over the leg side. And it was pretty close to nicking off there. Shahan living dangerously. That's the way he plays. But yeah, he's certainly able to get that ball turning off the straight. Just getting a bit too leg side conscious here. Kind of leading edge this time, lucky enough on the ground. Was sending off here.
This way, bro.
That was interesting there. The keeper ball before Amir Dar motioning to Ahmed where he wants the ball. It's a good ball. Again, I think it's going to be a dangerous proposition for left-hander. But you can actually see what Amir Dar's doing behind the stumps is creating a bit of a target and motioning where Ahmed should be bowling. Probably shouldn't be walking straight down the middle of the pitch after he bowls. Ahmed, if he wants to get any sort of decision in his favour. It's good bowling, though. Probably going to get a word from the umpire about where he follows through. But as far as the ball, it's a good one. Good couple, actually, to close out the 10th over. 77 for 3 after 10. So 95 required off the last 10 overs of this one. Crew saying, hey, where are you going? Because we're not having drinks after 10 today. We're having 2 drinks breaks after 6 and 13. We got a walk off. This isn't Zoolander. Finally, everyone will come back. They can handle another 3 overs out there. Zahid asking, where is Rico? Well, Rico is on the way back from Bulgaria today. He did the whole European Cricket Series in Bulgaria, including actually the internationals last weekend. Good night to you, Chris. Thanks for joining us once again. Chris Addison off. So, yeah, so Rico on the way back from Bulgaria. Rico's got a little bit of a mini break, a little bit of a summer break, but he will be back, don't worry. Next time Rico's back will be for the Hornchurch series starting on the 27th, so starting in 3 weeks. So Rico gets to enjoy a bit of a summer holiday. Another outside edge from Shahan Khan. Shanto back with his left arm spin. Yeah, so good thing about Rico, they just have to go anywhere for a summer holiday. He lives in the south coast of Spain on the Costa Blanca. So he can just stay home and have a summer holiday. And he will be in England from the 27th of July. 2-week series in Hornchurch in East London. Shanto, first time he's really gone at the stumps. So Shahan probably just trying to sneak one through. So Zahid, hopefully you caught a bit of Rico during the week. Rico just doing the old 9-day stint in pretty warm conditions there in Sofia, Bulgaria. Ajinder goes with the movement, likes it off the bat as well. Gets it into the gap. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximal. Ajinder has shown the longer he bats, the more comfortable he is. He survived that early period where played and missed a fair bit. But I think it's clear that Shanto, the left arm, was more comfortable bowling to the right hand batter, and vice versa at the other end. Ahmedullah is more comfortable bowling to left-hander. So this matchup suits Lisbon Super Giants at the moment. And now he tosses up, and geez, that's a really good-looking shot from Ajinder, but he doesn't quite have the power to get it all the way. Have to settle for one. I know, Zahid, you've got a pretty busy work schedule, so I know maybe you can't tune in every day, but always happy to see you. Yeah, Rico's certainly earned his break. Fascinating game this. Like I said, probably the closest contest we've been able to broadcast so far. It's a crazy shot, really. Premeditated sweep. It's never there for it. I'm trying to hit this to the leg side. Just going to get yourself in all kinds of trouble. Almost drags the foot here as well. Look. Just gets it back down in time. So, look ahead. Whereas taking on Gorka in the second game of the day. 86 for 3 here. Ahmadullah getting ready to come back. One to start the new over. Then nasty one for the keeper to try and deal with.
Amandip.
Look at that again.
Shega, brah.
Yeah, other foot's in. It appears it from here, but it's very hard to tell. Come at that end. Done something quite pretty amazing there. By virtue of being in the right position, Dart. He's going to have to not disappointed. In his head, that was a crazy bit of cricket. Keep on to the stump. He was creating that. Yeah, we couldn't quite see that back foot, but potentially could be now. If I had a better view, though. Get limelight here. Should enjoy it. Falling to the left-hander. He's putting the way down and falling around. Looks working for him. That angle in and getting away. Doesn't come down in time, though, but it might bring a wicket. It will. Oh, well. Shahan Khan will be kicking himself. Because that was there to hit. But again, if you're going to play this game of hitting across the line, even off full tosses, you're going to miss them occasionally. Odds aren't in your favour. And he was lucky a few times earlier. That time, as Narinder Rana comes in, takes a simple catch. And a wasteful one, really. Shahan goes for 42. Highest score of the game so far. But again, that's a ball. I think if you served it up, you're just so much better off hitting it through the offside. You can probably keep it on the ground, still get a 4, the way the field is. New batter coming out there, Kamal Ahmed. But yeah, big moment in the game there. Ahmadullah, again, flighting it. I always thought that was a good idea. I know he didn't play on a full toss. This suits Ahmadullah as well because new batter coming out, also left-handed, so 2 left-handers at the crease. good bit of bowling again with flight, although it turned out to be a low full toss. Come out. Gets off the mark with a couple, or does he? Oh, he balks the second run. He'll retain the strike, though. Successful over for the Capitals. Ulla. Yeah, good job. 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. After 12, it's 89 for 4.
Out yard. Lots of outing yard.
Last over before drinks coming up then.
Outing yard. What's happening? New dropping yard.
Time for more spin. This time it's Rahul Uda getting a bowl. Rahul just bowled 1 over last week, 1 for 3. The game was well and truly in the bag by then. Fighters ending up getting bowled out for 93. It's a pretty spin heavy middle. Yes, Zahid saying he's had it pretty easy over the last few weeks. Middle of the night, not a lot going on. He's parked his police car on the side of the road, using the phone's hotspot to watch ECN on his laptop. Well, I won't tell if you won't, Zahid. I'm happy you're having a quiet night. That's probably always a good sign when you're in your profession. In the end, gone. Again, trying to sweep that ball from well outside the off stump, and not a lot of infielders, but he finds one here. Gets down, premeditates, I think. This ball you can easily hit through cover, but Harjinder decided to take on the sweep. I think he regrets it, and to be honest, this little exchange over the last 10 minutes or so has heavily put the game in the Capitals' grasp, looking to make it 3 in a row after 5 losses to start the season. Super Giants will chase him 2 wins in a row for the first time in season 2026. It's not looking good. They're 90 for 5. Umar Wahid, the new batter, comes out basically 11 and over. Required. Wickets down. Bottom order's going to have to try and step up here. An easy time to come to the crease. 2 new batters. Really. Capitals game to lose here. Slips in now for Huda. the 13th over. And it's 93 for 5. Time for a drink then, 93 for 5, 79 required off the last 7 overs. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, back in a few moments after a cold one. Vinny Sandy for ECN, and you're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly, Division 1. Back to the action then, 7 overs to decide this one. It's Amadullah getting that prodigious spin from off the leg. This time Wahid goes with it. Not quite enough to get it to the boundary, but he'll get an easy 2. I'm pretty impressed with Amadullah's off spin because he hasn't been doing it too long, 2 or 3 years now, coming from being a faster bowler. But he really does make an effort, like I said, to really get some revs on that ball. More than your average off spinner. And he gets good bounce out of this surface as well. This time Wahid goes with that spin. He takes on the boundary and he wins. Maximo. Maybe Wahid can be a difference maker. That rate required up in the 11s now. That'll help. Fraction fuller, I think, that Amadullah wanted, and Marinda Rana had no chance. Well over his head. 6 runs scored. A slight delay here while a slight technical issue happening in the background, but we'll catch up as soon as we can. So you just want to make sure everything's in tip-top shape before we carry on. A 2 and a 6. There we go, back up to date now. Now, fraction short again. Wahid goes offside this time to settle for 1. So yeah, basically 11 and over needed. So it's already 9 off the first half of this over. Most of the top bowlers in the last month. Sunil Kumar Patel right up the top with 17 wickets. suppose that includes their journey to Switzerland. Nazem Khalil for Anchor Sports. And, of course, Albi Zalmi featuring on that list as well. Former Swedish player. Ooh, that looked like the leg spinner from Ahmadullah. I want to see a replay of how he bowls this. That was very interesting bowling. I don't see him bowling this one very often. And he pitched it perfectly. Little outside edge sneaks away for a single. I think he goes back to the off spin. I'd like to see him around the wicket though. To the lefty. Kamal takes it on, and he goes large, going, and gone. Maximo! LSG not gone yet. They needed a partnership. They got the beginnings of one here as Kamal comes to the table. End of the 14th over. It was an expensive one. 17 coming off that, and the game changes again. 110 for 5. Six overs to go. Great required rate in the 10s once again. Oh, top edge. Anyone there? And it will be taken. Surul Kumar Patel, just mentioned him. He helps out Huda, his skipper. Again, full toss. How many wickets have been taken off full tosses in this innings? Too many. If you're an LSG fan. Ten for 6, squandered, and kind of all that momentum taken out of the game. Kick himself there, Waheed. Again, how many wickets have we seen from these middle order players trying to cross bat straight balls rather than hit them straight? Huda 2 for 4 off 7, continuing on his good form from his one over last week. Gondal, not worst. More for his bowling though. Just wants to get out the way, and he does. In fact, he might get 2 here. And will. Caught snoozing, and one of the worst throws I've ever seen. Comes in. Shanto almost blows his toe off with this one. Blames on a potential shoulder dislocation. Still a chance here, and that rate's achievable, but who's going to get the runs for the Super Giants? Well, Siva has certainly had a word about it, and Gondal has said, yeah, I'll be the man. Fetches this one, Adnan Gondal. It's a slog sweep, just gets over the fielder. Took a big chance there. And it goes all the way. Maximal 6 runs. Like I said, Gondal not the worst with the bat. Oh, bit of a shocker. This one gets past the keeper as well. So suddenly, seeming a bit more possible. It's going to be a tough one to stop. He will stop it. Should get another one. So that'll be 4 wides. 1 for the actual wide and 3 that were run. Game still alive. This one actually Doozra's back and beats Amir Dar. Actually went too far. That's quite a difficult take. He was completely blinded, plus the ball did something unexpected. Not that he saw it. Kamal completes the left-hand, right-hand combination. And with that 6 and then the 4 free runs, basically 10 off a ball, suddenly that required rate is back in the 9s and the low 9s at that. Could have a thriller loading. Gondal won't beat the field here. Pressure's on here. It could turn at a moment's notice this game. Gondal wants a piece of this one, but he's found the fielder and he'll have to go. Went for one shot too many to undone Gondal. 6 earlier in the over. And the game changes once again. A 7th wicket falls and the task becomes a lot more difficult for Lisbon Super Giants. Nice catch down there. Danish Siddiqui makes no mistake. He gets down to his knees, gets his head a bit closer to the height of the ball. That's entering his grasp. As Gondal falls for 8, end of the 15th over. A 3rd wicket for Huda to finish it off as well. 123 for 7 LSG. 49 required off the last 5 overs. Basically 10 and over. But with 7 wickets down, new batter out there, Hardik Kumar Patel. Won't be facing Hardik. It's a change of over. Shanto Khan with his left arm is going to come on here. So I don't know if I would have bowled him straight away to the left-hander. Probably would have been tempted to stick with an off-spinning option. But I suppose Ahmedullah was a bit expensive last over. They thought, right, time to give him a spell. So over the wicket. Again, by strike, and the non-strike striker didn't get the memo, and now Hardik's going to be asked to move across. Saw that coming a mile away. Actually, Andrew Winter did as well. Maybe he wasn't informed by Shanto, and that's why he had to inform the batter. Now it's all been done. Crisis averted. Big over this, isn't it? Who can win this battle? I feel like at the moment it's probably 70% Capitals, 30% Lisbon Super Giants. And that could all change very quickly. He's got a leg by if he makes it, he will. Can Hardik Kumar Patel make a difference out there? Batting number 9. Good chance for him to prove himself. Got left arm around the wicket here, Shanto. His left arm orthodox. You can see the keeper there, Amir, just kind of motioning, hey, I want it out here. I think he wanted it even a bit wider than that. Saying, look, Hardik, we know he's going to try and heave to the leg side. Let's make him reach for the ball. It's early in his innings. Don't get too straight, because if you do, you might disappear. Although it's going to work out. No, it's not going to work out. Narendra Rana drops it. You wouldn't have put stolen money on it, really. Rana's got such a good pair of hands. Let it get low on him, and Hardik gets super lucky. I suppose just a single scored. But every wicket they take here cements their dominance in the game. Lisbon Caps. Now too short. Kamal takes on the fielder again. And he's going to win. Just sneaks away, in fact. It's gone all the way. Maximo and another twist in the tail. What's been a really topsy-turvy contest to start the day in Portugal. Too short. Gives him a good look. He was a bit worried because he thought maybe he'd pulled it straight to the fielder, but the fielder had to go to his left. Wasn't able to get there in time. Akshay Patel. Now, charges for no apparent reason. He's going to be gone. Well, wasn't the option, was it? I think he tips his hand a little bit early here, Kamal Ahmed, and Shanto's ready for him. He senses he's coming. He throws in the quicker ball, and he's just late on it. His leading edge pops up. Danish Siddiqui did really well. In fact, it's Ahmedullah that takes the catch, pardon me. He was very quick to spot it, Amadullah. Anticipated, came in quickly, made it look easy. So 8 wickets down now. Still 41 to get. It's a tough old road. Another wicket to finish an over. 16 overs down, 131 for 8. New batter coming out. The captain, Ata Samad. We could be looking at all 20 wickets falling in the game as well, potentially. Remember, LSG beat the Capitals on the opening day of the season. Capitals looking to square things up with their crosstown rivals. So, Hardik on strike. Again, bit of a blind spot outside the off stump. I think Hood is going to try and prey on that. So you can't play scared here, even though you're 8 down. 11 and over is what you need. You've only got 4 overs to go. Crute with the loudest not out I've heard in a while. And, getting a bit of a laugh from Hood, who probably knew it wasn't out. That was in Hardik Patel's wheelhouse. Couldn't get it. 3 wickets for Huda. Drags it just out of the grasp of the fielder. I suppose probably not too many twos out there with these two at the crease as well. Ata Samad batting 10, the captain. Can he be a difference maker? 3.5 overs to go. Time running out. Still 40 to get. Tall order for the tail of Lisbon Super Giants. They're kicking themselves. They're chasing this many as well. You see off-speed bowling. Never easy to come out to first up. Almost like you've got too much time. You're quite jumpy. You're quite kind of eager when you first come to the crease. Sometimes the lack of pace is difficult to adjust to. It's definitely a wide. Zahid asking, is there one more match after this? Not twice as nice, Zahid, because there's 2 matches after this. That's a junior helicopter down the ground. I'll get 2 now because of the fielders were super eager to get it in, but they kind of sport each other there. Yeah, so we have another match starting in around about 35 minutes time, and then 4 hours after that as well. So yeah, 3 matches a day in Portugal. Field moving would probably be bothering me. Doesn't really bother Ata Samad, who takes it on, and looks like an amazing stop. Or is it? Let's have a look at this, because I couldn't see his feet because the other little picture was in the way. I think it's a good stop from Amadullah. Probably worth a second look though. Looks like they've just credited 1, in which case it's 136 for 8 after 17. Fielder, who was still coming back from his previous chase. I would have been pulling out if I was the batter. And they said it's all good. So, 2 a ball required, 3 overs left. Remember that first innings. Handy runs, 10 runs for the last wicket. Tail wagged a bit for the Capitals. They're still in the box seat. Samarth Patel's going to come back. But Ata Samad, not like he can't hold the bat at all. Probably at a stage where you need 2 boundaries and over to make this competitive. Let's see if he can conjure them along with Hardik. 18th over. Bowled him. Really good bowling. Really, really good bowling from Samarth Patel. Keeps it very, very simple. And he knows Ata Samad is desperate to find boundaries, but that's not an easy ball to hit for any. Never mind to the boundary or over. Full, straight, Yorker length. And that's the 9th wicket down. So 19 wickets have fallen in the first game of the day. It's a bit of a death knell, isn't it, for the Lisbon Supergiants. 136 for 9. As the number 11, Sivaraj, comes to the crease. Well, we've seen some good 10th wicket partnerships lately. Did see one of 27 last night. That was good, but 36 is even better. That's what they need to win the game. The thing is, they only got 17 balls to do it. Any ball could be the last now. Siva finds the fielder first up. So you've got two ways to win this, don't you, if you're the Capitals? You've got the quick way, which is knock them over, or just prevent the runs, and that run rate required is going to balloon out of a realistic figure pretty quickly. Another dot. Half attempted to run out there. The Capitals, the way things are looking, looks like they'll have 3 wins in a row. Not sure if they hit the stumps or not. Tight. Capitals, after losing their first 5 of the season, look like they'll win 3 in a row and take them to a 3-5 record. For Lisbon Supergiants, again, cannot string 2 wins together. They'll also have a 3-5 record after this game. Unless we see some sort of miracle here. Hardik wants to make it happen, but again, it'll only be a single, so no 10th wicket, but no real damage on the scoreboard this over for the Capitals. Just the 2 runs off it. So yeah, Supergiants have gone win, loss, loss, win, loss, loss, win, loss. If you include them going down here. Well, Siva, for a number 11, that's a pretty good shot. And it's going to disappear for 4. Mid-off up in the circle. Still just 6 runs off it. Makes it a tough task. 30 required off the last 2 over. But for a number 11, that's a brilliant shot. In fact, a few of the batters up the order might want to take a look at that. Hitting beautifully through the line of the ball. Right smile from Samarth. 142 for 9 after 18. So Heat, if you are unable to watch, of course you can watch us any time. You know, you don't have to be at work. You can just pop on for a few minutes, but we'll have plenty of cricket when you are able to. 25 July, the date you mentioned, actually, we'll have the finals day in Cossonay, Switzerland. That day also have ECS Gibraltar. She announced a couple of days ago. Rahul bowling out. Had so many spin options they could have gone to here. It's kind of spin to win here. I think that's where they've won the game. They're brigade of spinners, different types of spinners. Hardik's just hoping he can crack a couple out of the middle here and keep this contest going to the last over. Skating on thin ice. This is helping. Yeah, so next cricket after today on ECN will be on Friday. Polish Euro T20 Cup. First time I've been in Poland. Excited for it. That isn't the Hardik zone, isn't it? And he's going to crack it away for 4. So basically 7 off that ball. What's realistic in last over? Maybe 15? That makes it 23 off 10. Another boundary. And lack of dot balls might make it interesting. Hardik has found it hard to get going. No pun intended. Again, every ball could be the last at the moment. Driven, solid contact. Wants a fumble, gets one. Oh, he's got to go. Oh, they decide against it. Obviously, Hardik feels he's the man, but I mean, Siva just hit a 4 as well. Got to be looking for the second Yeah, Siva, I think it's probably on him. He should have been coming back looking for the fumble. Now in the air, it could be the end of the game, and it will be. So that tactical misstep cost them straight away. Cost them any chance of challenging as Lisbon Supergiants are bowled out for 150. Both teams losing all 10 wickets in this contest. But again, Siva needed to be looking for that second run the ball before on the fumble. He wraps the bat around this, and Huda fittingly finishes things off. Another good outing from him with the ball, finishing with 4 for 30. So the margin is 21 runs between the two teams. And Lisbon Capitals, they get some revenge after LSG beat them on opening day, running out winners here in match 31. No 50s in the game. Shahan Khan, the top scorer, with 42 in the middle order. Harjinder with 36. No one else passing 16 for LSG. And a disappointing response. They were certainly in that contest if they batted better. But bowling-wise, well, Rahman had some early issues, but eventually got it right. 1 for 18 off his 2 overs. Rahul Huda, obviously the star with 4 for 30, but 2 wickets also for Samarth Patel. Singles for Mittal Patel, as well as Shanto Khan and Ahmed Ullah. And the Caps make it 3 in a row, up to a 3-5 record after starting the season with 5 losses. LSG, like I said, still can't string 2 Ws in a row. They have that same 3-5 record, so very competitive in that part of the table. We'll take a break then. We'll be back in around about half an hour's time to take you into the next game, which should be a really interesting one with Oeris top of the table at the moment. They've got a 6-1 record taking on Gorka 11, who are now finding themselves at the bottom of the table with 2.5 wins out of 7 games. But I expect that to be a pretty spicy contest, as it always is between those two teams. Toss news and team information on the ECN website, europeancricket.com. Big thanks to everyone for joining us this morning. And if you are leaving us, make sure you join us again soon on ECN. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Back in half an hour, as it'll be the Swans taking on Gorka 11 when we return to Santarém for more Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 action.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Portugal. Now coverage of the Portugal Liga Grizzly. Great to have you company on ECN on this Super Sunday of action. Hot day in Portugal. With some cloud cover bringing some temporary relief as we get ready for match number 32 of Division 1. And this one will see Oeiras taking on Gorka 11. Gorka winning the toss, selecting to bowl, so Oeiras will get the opportunity to open up with the bat. Well, you've actually got top versus bottom now, with Oeiras 6-1 taking on Gorka 11 2-4, but with a tie. We'll say that Gorka do have a couple of games in hand on fighters who are above them, but only 1 point ahead of them at the moment. And don't be fooled by the top versus bottom, because Gorka are a very, very talented side with a lot of good players. Like I said, they do have games in hand. Having said that, they have not won a game since the 3rd of May in the league. It actually started with back-to-back wins. Win over Fighters and then a win over LSG. But since then, they have had 5 winless matches, although they did tie it with Marlow just 2 rounds ago. Back in the 14th of June, they tied 116 all with Marlow, and there is no super over in the league. The teams just split the points here in the Liga Grizzly. Last time out, 21st of June, Gorka went down to Fighters, only scoring 139, and Fighters getting the win in the 17th over. So yeah, Gorka haven't actually been able to chase successfully this season. They conceded 203 to Werewolves, couldn't chase it down. Conceded 248 to Punjab, couldn't chase that down, although they made 206. And yeah, really hasn't been the sort of season Gorka would have wanted. Having said that, of course, things can change very, very quickly in European cricket, and Gorka know that. Whereas they just have 1 loss, and that loss was by the barest of margins, going down to Werewolves on the 7th of June, 160 to 159. But apart from that, they've won all other of their 6 matches. That's why they're top of the table. Been in good form last time out. Whereas 189 batting first, defeated Punjab CC Amadora 152. So I don't think they're too worried whether they bat first or second. But having said that, their only loss was batting first, that game where they posted 159 against Werewolves. Werewolves got it. Whereas 1 run short in the chase. So, almost ready to go. Welcome back to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. Always a pleasure to have your company. And we're away with Ankit Kumar to get us going. So yeah, expect this to be a pretty spicy contest between 2 teams that are very, very talented. Got the captain of Oeiras out there, Mohamed Ashraful Rupu, Conrad Greenshields at the other end. Oh, almost trying to pull out of that one. Rupu gets away with it. Yeah, expect this one to have a little bit of spice, as they always do between these 2 teams. So Conrad Greenshields, very experienced player, one of the top 6 hitters ever on the European Cricket Network, although principally that's in the T10 form of the game. Flirts at the first one, misses out. Yeah, it wasn't far away at all. Welcome back to all our viewers Hopefully you had a nice little break there, but we're back in action. Hello, Johnny Heath. Hello to Paolo Campini as well. So, whereas, again, 6 over power play in play. Rupu, not the greatest shot there. Trying to work it to leg. Wasn't there for it. Gets a handy bowler. You can see he's in good spots early. This time it is there for it. Rupu works it away nicely for the first boundary of the contest. It's a really good lesson in just picking the right shot for the right ball. I think there's an element of premeditation in the previous little attempted clip from Rupu. That time he gets it right. So into the first over, 6 without loss. Kieran Kandel to take up the attack from the clubhouse end. That's shocker first ball. And no ball. Greenshield's just kind of pulling out of the shot. Trying to make it pretty clear to everyone that's no ball. Couldn't get a full swing on it. And you can see it actually is kind of eye high for a while. Probably passes him chest tight. Bit of self-preservation for Conrad there. Free hit then. Doesn't really get it. With a hanging top edge, but such is the power of Greenshield, still gets over the top. 1 bounce 4. Conrad out from behind the camera into the middle of the action. Now it goes up in the air, doesn't really time it. Just gets away from the fielder though. Rayhan there, disappointed. He wasn't able to hold on to that opportunity. Just stopped in the pitch a bit on Greenshields. Knew he was in some sort of trouble. He's off the fingertips of Rayhan. Early life for Greenshields. Early narrative. Rupu still hasn't quite found his touch. Genuine nick, and Greenshield's quick to back up and get Rupu out of the line of fire. Mentioned earlier the average score in this series, this league, Division 1, 159 per 20 overs. The earlier game today, we saw 171 being the winning score. Conrad just done by the angle of Kandel there. Seems to have got it right in the second half of the over. Slipped away for a single. That'll finish the second over. Candell goes for 8 in over number 2. And it's 14 without loss. Plenty of cricket happening today, of course. Women's T20 World Cup final coming on. Obviously, we've still got the FIFA World Cup going on. Round to 16 action. We've got quite a few English viewers that love to tune in. Are you going to stay up for the game tonight? 1 a.m. start in London for that one. And Portugal for that matter. I certainly am pretty happy. I have the night off on Monday. I'm catching Portugal versus Spain, which I think is an absolute cracker of a game. 2 high-quality sides. Do have Monday to Thursday off before I'll be back on the mic on Friday. In fact, yeah, 4 ECN free days. What are you going to do with them? Here's Ankit back again. Committing onto the front foot there, Green Shields. It's more bad on it on the way back. I think, just look, he's wanting to get forward and little skip steps a giveaway that he wants to be driving this delivery. Maybe a little bit less premeditation required from Conrad. Samson delivers this time, but hasn't quite been able to find his touch. Neither of these two really have so far. Like I said, technically might be top versus bottom, but I think there's not too much between these two sides. They say winning's a habit. Warriors won every game except for one game that they lost by a single run to the Werewolves. A little bit high, I think, with the bounce that Ankit's getting. Maybe was there some bat in that? I think regardless, this is going over for me. It's hard length. He's jumping. Gets him just above the knee. Rupu is after him. Finally gets it more or less out of the middle of the bat. In fact, that's gone all the way. Maximal. First one of the contest. And it comes off the bat of the Swan skipper. Made that into a half volley and made an early move. Didn't really adjust his length there, considering I think he saw the batter coming at him. Arms aloft. Breaks a bit of a malaise, doesn't it, through the first half of this power play. And maybe just the angle there. It's a tight run as well. Now Conrad's going to take the opportunity to come through for another one. It'll be 2-leg buys. But again, I get reasonably wide of the crease. Breeze is always pushing this down as well. Hits him on the front pad. He's already got a bit of a step in, so it's probably a fair enough decision. Nice bit of bowling from Ankit. It's been a good contest early. Rupu thinks better than to flirt with that. That will take us to the end of the third over. So 23 without loss after 3. Looking at the numbers this year in Division 1, Awareas, on top of the table, having only lost the one game, you expect them to have pretty good numbers, averaging 171 with the bat and 138 against. And then you've got Gorka, who, to be honest, not terrible numbers for a team that find themselves at the foot of the ladder. Like I said, they do have 1 or 2 matches in hand. Most of the teams above them, averaging 154 with the bats, only 5 less than the league average, and conceding 164. Again, only 5 more than the league average. So, yeah, Gorka always competitive. Candell. It's thick outside edge off Green Shields. Escapes the infield. Conrad obviously recently retired for, I think, the third or fourth time from international duty, concentrating on a few other pursuits, and obviously his playing commitments with the Oera Swans remain. Interesting to see how they approach the back end of this power play, Oeris, whether they're kind of thinking of keeping these wickets in hand, or whether they're really going to try and take the opportunity to attack and maybe manufacture a few boundaries. Rupu, 12 off 9. Once again, the front foot again. Made the charge. Just gets away with it. Sadamat Bori there. This is an example of the bowler that actually does adjust his length, given that Rupu tips his hand early and says, I'm coming down the wicket at you. So he bangs it in shorter, and to be honest, gets an uncontrolled top edge out of Rupu that could have gone anywhere. Akbari couldn't quite get back in time to turn it into an opportunity. This time, Rupu stays at home and clips it away nicely behind square. That'll be 4. So Rupu's obviously doing his best to try and disrupt the bowler. He charges one, stays at home another. He's been quite proactive. Looking at the Swans batting lineup today, we got Azhar Andani at 3. Well, Andani back at the Swans again. He's had more homes than a stray cat over the last few years in the Portuguese competition. Thickheads this time. Doesn't carry to the field. He's just gone back a touch. So you've got Andani at 3. Naim Rahman listed at 4. Khalid Usman at 5. And Junaid Khan listed at 6. Josh Winter, who we saw playing in the 2s last week, has got the call up for Oeris this week. Edged and gone. There's the first wicket. And Rupu's going to have to go. Just left the face open on that one. Kanda with that angle across the right-hander. Not sure if it was a deliberate cutter where he pulls his hand down the left of the ball, but it definitely left Rupu off the pitch. He committed on the front foot and couldn't make the adjustment. Nice catch behind the stumps as well by Padam. So Rupu, the first to go in this contest, out for 18. And Oeris are 32 for 1. Not a bad innings from Rupu. I suppose you can't get 50 plus every time you come to the crease. Here is Azhar Andani coming out to bat at first drop. Pretty even opening. 8 and over is pretty much the par run rate in this competition. Into 4 overs, 32 for 1. Green Shields has invested a little bit in his innings. 10 off 12. He's the kind of guy, though, the longer he's there, the better he'll be batting, you'd imagine. Also, once the field goes back, he's a bit of the master manipulator of keeping the score ticking. 1s and 2s with occasional boundary. Ankit Kumar is going to come back for a 3rd over. And they're quite at the field yet, so Conrad within his rights to back away and wait for it to get set. That one's hit very, very well. Hit on the up. Conrad is going to blast that for 4. Gets on the front foot here, but it's not really a premeditated jump. Just gets the length he wants. Knew straight away off the blade that was going to rocket to the boundary. Maybe that gets Conrad going. Whispering Red, as he's known to the ECN viewers. And gets a fuller one on the pads, turns it away. Going to be looking for two. Sides against it, even with the fumble. And Paulo Campini saying, yeah, Portugal, Spain on Monday night. He thinks extra time and penalties. I'm just going to throw one out there. A penalty shootout's good. I mean, I come from a background of watching baseball games that used to go sometimes for 6 or 7 hours. What if they just kept playing 15 minutes each way until there was a goal? What do you think? And if you want to get extreme about it, maybe you can start taking players off. So maybe 10 on 10, 9 on 9, 8 on 8, 7 on 7 after every 30 minutes of extra time. I don't know. I'd love to see a goal sorted out. I know penalties have their own kind of tradition, but I mean, in a World Cup, you tell me what you think. Randani horribly misjudged this one. He's going to get away with it, leading edge down the ground. The only thing that saved him was it was equidistant between mid-on and mid-off. It fell to the turf safely. Got to say, thanks to Path, who's covering the camera while Conrad's out there in the middle. Path Challenger, well-known player on ECN. Also be doing a bit of work pressing the buttons for us next weekend, I think. Dani, it's a better shot from him. Clips it away for one. The ball before was a little bit shorter. When Dani turned the face too early, and that's why he got that leading edge. Conrad this time wants to get on that front foot. He's looking for something to drive up and over the top. I also think it has something to do with the fact that the power play is running out. And he's so often a barometer for the Whereas batting unit. So by getting on the front foot like this and jumping down the pitch, he's trying to make more lengths drivable over the top. Didn't quite get to that one. So puts his sensible hat on here and works it for a single. And Dani's a guy that we have seen a fair bit of in the club scene in Portugal, and of course in a Portuguese shirt in years gone by. He's an explosive player on his day. End of the fifth over here, whereas 41 for 1. Kumar 21 conceded off 3 overs. I wonder if they might just hold him back and keep an over in the tank. I'll stick with Candell from this clubhouse end. Last over the power play. Then we'll have the drinks break. Actually, I've got a treat for you as well because Phil G is standing by to take you through the middle overs of this innings. Again, Phil has covered a lot of cricket in Portugal for us. It's great to have him as part of the commentary team for this Liga Grizzly. And it'll be Phil and Shoban that'll be taking you through the games next week domestically in Portugal as I'm away on international duty in Poland. That one down the pitch, and once again, Greenshaw's looking to get drivable. Midoff was up in the circle. Once he beat him, it was running away for 4. Again, I will say it wasn't the best timing I've ever seen, but it's good enough. On this lightning outfield and a hot day, it's always going to make it to the boundary. 36 degrees currently in Santarém, heading for 40. Probably still around about 4 hours off the peak of the temperature as predicted. Now gets down the pitch and against the old 3-card trick, Greenshields gets on the front foot, and you feel like his instinct said that Kandel was going to react and bang it in short. I suppose it's not a bad tactic from Kandel, but it wasn't a well-directed shorter delivery. It was outside the hip. And so Conrad could just kind of wave the hands at it and dismiss it away to the backward square leg boundary. Green Shields getting going with back-to-back fours. Yeah, Phil, good to see you in the chat already. I know you'll be on the mic shortly. I'll get out of the chair. Off cutter this time from Candle. Green Shields spots it. He's had a few hairy moments in his innings, but I think the field's going to go back at the end of this over and he'll probably enter a new kind of mindset of accumulation with the odd boundary that's begging for it. And Darnie's still fairly new to the crease. You look at Candle for the first time. John Gray, good to see you in the chat. You'll be hearing from Phil as well soon, not just seeing him in the chat. Pitched up and Darnie whips it. Fast hands there, gets it over. Long on, or mid on I should say. Long on wasn't back. It'll be the third boundary of the over. The 50's come up as well on the over for the Swans. After a bit of a duplicitous opening, seem to be pulling away back into this power play. Best over so far now of the innings. 13 runs off this one and counting. Still 2 to come. Green Shields becomes a bit of a pest at the non-strikers end, but no harm, no foul. Drink coming at the end of the over. Conrad wants a bit of personal service. Pitched up and Darnie goes for it. Could be trouble, will be trouble. And so Rehan takes the catch. And Darnie's stay is a brief one. Again, disappointing shot. Kind of turns the bat inside out in his hand. And that will be the second wicket. And it falls on the stroke of the 6th over. So it's 54 for 2. Time for a drink when I return. When you return, it'll be Phil G taking you through the middle overs.
Aksar. Hey.
Good afternoon from yeah, joining you here at June 32. Wonderful to have your company. Thanks very much, Penny Sanders, for the introduction. And, well, a wicket falling at the end of the previous over as well. That's a huge change up there. Holding out. People watching around Europe, around the world. So welcome. A great weekend. Hope you've had a wonderful weekend so far. Obviously, a really wonderful Sunday. Very warm Sunday over there in Santarem. As umpire signals, that's the end of the power play. We're starting the 7th now. Joining Green Shield. Green Shield's pretty good there. 25 from 19 pace. A lot of talent in this squad. A lot of talent at that group. Important breakthrough there at the end of that previous over. Dismissing a very dangerous Kuhar and Darnie. And taking a great catch off Kendall. Here we go. Starting proceedings now. Kicking off now with the 7th. on this way. Run this one square of the wicket for a quick single, or a jog to single, probably more accurate there. Hello to everyone in the chat. Johnny He's already said hello to me, hello to you, and really good to see Welcome Heaney and John Gray. Wonderful to see you, John. And thanks again to Vinny and Winnie. You often have a lovely drinks break yourself here from a bit of a cloudy sort of centre M. Warm though, very warm out in the centre. Wide. It is that one, just for that. Covers no run. Wide for troubles at Haydar, but look forward to get off the mark he is. Johnny Heave asking, well, only need Danny later and we've got the trifecta. True, very true. Well, Showband is the trifecta, right? So we've had Showband, Vinny and Phil. So there you go, there's the trifecta. Bit of confusion here. The ball was going nowhere. Haydar desperate to get off the mark. The ball's hit the fingertips of the bowler and also hit the pad of the batter. Bit of confusion there. So this one more time. Good delivery. Full. Digs out the Yorker. Not sure if that would have been a bump ball or would have been a catch. Decide for yourself. And again. If that's all coming through nice and clear. Again, lovely to get a chance to jump on and have a chat with everybody and give Vinny a well-deserved break. Doing all the heavy lifting this weekend here in the Portuguese Division 1 and Division 2. Division 2 yesterday, Division 1 here today. Still can't get off the mark. Straight to the player who's just hunting around in that square on the offside, sort of point extra cover region. Sumangi Miro there looking to shy the stumps down if it goes anywhere near him, and he's a good throw. Wouldn't want to chance his arm in that close. In the air and comfortably taken by a keeper. Well, that's just a little bit too easy there. Haydar goes desperate to get off the mark, looking to work the ball everywhere, ends up getting a skied edge. And that's another catch for Pandam, the wicket keeper. And Haydar has to go for a duck, escorted off the ground in style by a very distraught and upset wiki there. There he is again. Come with me, he says. Let's go and have some drink and get into the shade. Have a look at this. Just gets on him in a hurry. Goes to play the hook shot. Not wearing a helmet either, so I don't want to see anything come off that and ricochet into the head. But a nicely judged catch by the keeper, who is wearing a helmet. So it's another catch to the keeper. And Gorka making inroads here into Oarish. The Swans just suddenly their middle order's getting exposed now. End of the over as well, so another wicket falling at the end of another over. 7 overs down, 55 for 3 on the board. Irish is sort of just got stuck in the mud a little bit here. 1 run and 1 wicket off that very good over from Amninder Singh. Looks like that's Naeem Rahman who's going to come on now and have a bowl. Very big talent, that man there. No, that's Rana Rayhan, actually. Sorry, Naeem Rahman is the new batter in. He'll have to wait for a moment. He's at non-striker's end. Green Shields currently with 26 out of the 55 on the board. Doing quite well. 26 off 20 deliveries. Looking very comfortable. Got a bit of work to do, though. Still got 13 overs to come. And Gorka searching for another big wicket. Through deep mid-wicket. Maybe squarish deep mid-wicket, though. Actually more of a deep square. You can see the square leg umpire there, just keeping an eye on proceedings. Krit Patel is the man on your screen there. The boys in the pink and the black doing a sensational job, as they always do there in Portugal. Krit Patel, and he's a good mate of mine, and it's great to see him out there in the centre. Oh, gets a bit of a leading edge. Not too sure about that one. Didn't look convincing, not one bit. And Conrad just says absolutely no run there. Have a look at some of the top performers here in this Division 1 league. 31 matches. Look at 17 maximos hit by Parveen Singh. That's a nice little record there for playing for Punjab Sisi Amadora. And of course the ton there for Mohamed Usama from Marlow against the Fighters. Great individual score, that 100 not out. Shouts to catch it as it gets punched into the covers and through the covers. Races on towards the boundary line. Fielder is going to get to that one as it gets knocked out square. Good throw and a good take from the bowler too. Nice little bit of athleticism there from Rehan. Would have been spectacular if he'd taken that grab on the boundary line. Watch this again. Slip in place. It was hit into the turf, but there was a shout to catch it. I could see the hands on the head of the slip fielder as he realises it's gotten through the infield. Nicely played. And they'll get back for a couple. So, Roman off the mark. Goes defensive on this occasion. So, Irish just steadying the ship here a bit. Lost a couple of wickets in those past few overs. Lost a wicket at the end of the 5th and at the end of the 7th. And here we are. 2 to come in the 8th. Backs away. Shouts to catch it again. Nothing doing there. Good field placement though. Gorka's starting to get a little bit on top here, and looks to me like Irish are getting a little bit bogged down. That run rate's dropped off quite a bit now, down to 7.4. It was around about 8.5 just before I came on. And again, frustration and a wry smile on the batter's face there. It gives his bat a little bit of a knock as well and says, yeah, I should have found the gap on that one. And no doubt Conrad's going to say exactly the same thing to him. It's 58 for 3 after 8. Wonderful ground, Centre M cricket ground. I was saying this yesterday when I jumped on for a few overs as well. Lovely ground to watch cricket from. Great viewing deck and great facilities there. And it's the kind of place where if you had a team, you're looking for a tour, you want to go somewhere for a nice long weekend and play a few matches, I'd say Centre M cricket ground would be the first place I'd recommend. Starting the 9th now at 58 for 3. Red punches this one into the covers. Good bit of fielding there. Desperate bit of fielding. Stops that one getting through. Armandeep does well. Can't stop the single. Kind of really leaned into this one. And good work from Parth there. Our roving cameraman doing the job for the European Cricket Network. Thanks very much, Parth. Good to have you with us. And nice bit of work. Have a look at the maximo right there. Irish right down near the bottom. And yet they're sitting top of the table in this league. Rahman pushes this one out towards the boundary rope. The boundary rider gets around to that one. Just the single. Yeah, so in this league at the moment, Irish is sitting top of the table with having played 7 matches. Marlow, Punjab Sisi Amadora, 2nd and 3rd on the table, played 8 matches. With a good chance to solidify that position of theirs on top of the table with a good win here against Gorka, who are sadly for them languishing down towards the bottom of that Division 1 table. As Vinny alluded to, very warm conditions there in Centre M, about 34, 35 degrees. That's what the weather forecast says at the moment it is, but out in the centre it's probably closer to 37. Still quite a few degrees to go. Well, it keeps a bit low. See very clear there. Rahman's blade goes right across the top of the ball. Well collected by the keeper, who's having a good game, is Padam. I'm impressed with him, taking a couple of catches. Doing very well behind the stumps. 61 for 3. A couple more to come in the over. Just beaten for pace. Or beaten for lack of pace, probably a bit more accurate there. Kept down a little bit as well. Tried to adjust his shot though. Had definitely had time for it. But again, just that cross bat, maybe not the right selection of choice. Bowler happy. Bowling very well. Oh, finds an edge and it skitters away there. That has come off a very thick edge. Batter wants two. Rahman gets on his bike and calls Green Shields through. That's excellent running and good early call as well. Green Shields gives him a thumbs up. Watch this. Off the edge. Sets off immediately. Head down. Watch this. Well, you're not probably going to see it, but the touchdown and turnaround very quickly and a very big scream of yes. Well run. Well run for a couple there. 63 for 3. And that is the end of the ninth. That run rate is right on 7. So the bowlers are starting to get on top here in these middle overs. One more to come to get us through to the halfway stage. Looks like it's going to be Rehan is going to come back to bowl his second. Only went for 3 runs off his first. Great first over from him. Green Shields 29 from 23. Rahman looking like in good touch now. He's got off the mark. Just a few nervy moments while he was still had the 0 beside his name. Bajul Haidar was the last wicket that fell. He went for a 5-ball duck. Caught behind of Singh. And still just moving fielders around out there. So hello once again to everyone in the chat watching from around the world. Hope you're enjoying the best of the domestic competition here in Portugal. Division 1 action. Swings hard at this one, over towards the leg side. Banji Rider has no problem with that one. And even underarmed it back to the bowler. Yeah, interesting stat, the Maximos. Obviously, Irish not dealing heavily in Maximos, neither are the Fighters or the Lisbon Capitals. Punjab, Sissi, Amadora and Marlow, as you'd expect, with the Werewolves right at the top of that stat. It's kind of how I remember, I'm sure how you all probably remember those teams. Big hitters in those top 3 teams on that list there. Punjab, Sissi, Amadora, Marlow and the Werewolves. Big hitters. Gorka making a really good competition here. Dragging that run rate down now below 7. Again, just dealing in singles here at the moment. Field placing is good. The bowling is full. And it's causing issues. Batters can't seem to find a way to get under it and get above or get over the infield. There's one of the crew. Only saying because his hat says crew. Left armour, Rayan. Got a lot of time for that man. I think he's a great bowler. He really impressed us in the last ECS, picking up wickets. Good character too. He's standing tall here for Gorka. He's bowled 10 legal deliveries and he's only gone for 5 runs, doing the job. Oh, a bit of a miss hit there from Conrad. He just pulls back on the follow through of the shot and it almost could have gone straight to the hands of a regulation mid-off who's not there. Long off instead is down there. Even Connie's just looking at what he's done there and thought, well, am I playing the shot or am I pulling out of the shot? What am I doing there? Ends up almost spooning it just over the head of the bowler. Gets a couple for his trouble though. 67 for 3, last ball before the end of the 10th. Crunches this one in towards the midfield. Cannot get through that infield though. I've had a lot of work to do there, the cover fielders. So far since I've been on here talking, a lot of work to do there. And into Singh, I'm looking at you. You're doing a great job out there for your team. So well done. It's 67 for 3 after 10. That run rate now at 6.74 runs off that previous over. Projected score has tumbled down from the 160s down to the 130s. I still feel there's more to go on in this story. And if Whispering Red is still there in about 5 overs time, you might find that projected score well and truly elevating. Still got a lot of talent to come if needed. Khalid Usman still to come. Junaid Khan, of course, Vicky Chowan also to come. So some really good hitters. And of course, Joshua Winter as well to come. So still got a fair bit to do there, the batters. They're halfway through their allotted overs though, with 67 on the board. I would expect that to twist and turn and pick up nicely in the next few overs. Remember, we'll have a drinks break at the end of the 13th. And then I will jump out of the hot seat and hand back to Mr. Maximo. And thanks again, Vinny, for give me a chance to jump on and, well, firstly, make sure the equipment's all good and tested, and also just a chance to exercise the old larynx. Hello there to Chris Smith, who also joins us. Good to see you, Chris. I know what you're going to talk about in just a moment. Well bowled. Manjeet Singh is on to bowl now. He's got his first one straight past the flailing blade. Once again, I've got to give a shout out to Hannon's keeping. I think his keeping's been fantastic. Manjeet in again. Gets hold of this one, does Rahman. It's got a lot of airtime as well as it gets blasted down the ground. And the expression will tell you the story. Watching the bowl there in the middle of your screen, the way he just cocked his head in reference to a fielder making a bit of a blue on the boundary line here. Watch the bowler. There it is. Oh dear. Cannot believe it's found the boundary, but it has indeed. So, a bit of a drought of boundaries broken there with that shot. Nice bit of elevation, had a lot of airtime. And over the rope. Nicely done. Oh, I definitely heard a double edge. I'm sure you did as well. And instantly the finger is raised. So revenge for the bowler there. Manjeet Singh gets his man. Rahman, having just hit that boundary, has to go for only 10 from, what's that, 15 deliveries faced. No, that is 14 deliveries, Phil. That is 10 from 14. So another wicket fall. So just at that point where Awarish just start to, settle down, solidify things, and just start to get a few runs on the board, bang, wicket falls. Brings Joshua Winter to the crease. Had the pleasure of working with Joshua during the last ECS. Obviously, it's son of umpire Andrew Winter, and he is top bloke, as we say in Australia. Really enjoyed his work, his efforts with the scorebook, and also with some umpiring as well. Had a good chance to have a good catch up with him too during the games. So looking forward to see what he could do here for Awarish, getting the call up to Division 1. And without trying to sound like a record that's skipping and going around again and again, you need to give wicketkeeper Param a shout out there. Takes a very well-judged catch. Can you believe it's his third catch of the game? Manjeet pushes this one wide. Nicely done. Off the mark straight away. That'll boost Joshua's confidence there. Turn strike over. Gives Conrad a chance. He's been watching the carnage at the non-striker's end for a few overs. I know there'll be a few people in the chat cheering Conrad on, looking for him to make a bit of a score here. Manjeet, he'll be looking to not have that happen. Pushes that one a bit wide. Try to put a little bit of extra hot sauce on that one. Manjeet in again. Better. Just looks to guide it back with a point. Quick single, very fast between the wickets is Joshua Winter. He's looking up to the sky, maybe to say, well, that's testing me out a little bit there, but does scamper through. It was his call. Watch him at the non-striker's end. Yep, sets off straight away, head down. Wanted that single, wanted that scoreboard ticking over. Well run. And it's something that, Vinny talked about last weekend during the CE Cup about the running. There's always one person who should be calling, and also it's the other person having confidence. Confidence in your batting partner. That's a lovely strike down the ground from Josh. And they'll get back for a couple there. Yeah, one of the key things in running, and I know Vinny has his playbook of how to run and the do's and don'ts of running between the wickets. And I think one of the big ones for me is always that confidence in your batting partner, that when they call, if they call, go. If they call and they say don't go, then don't go. It's just about having that confidence and that knowledge and understanding of the person you're out there in the middle with. It just make a massive difference. That was the end of a very good over there from Manjit Singh. He 1 for 9. There was a boundary in that one which upset him quite a fair bit, but he did pick up an important wicket on the next delivery. And the score is 76 for 4, 11 overs gone. That run rate still just a tad under 7. Again, soft hands from Green Shields. Happy to play it in for the quick single. They're going to get another one here. Unfortunately, the bowler didn't have a backup. Doesn't take it cleanly. And now Conrad, I think, has a shoelace-related situation he's asking Padam to help him with. Yeah, Mr. Maxon in the chat. Thanks for that, Vinny. Yeah, Josh promoted from the seconds after his 45 not out of 32 and a couple of wickets as well against Gamblers in Division 2. So quite rightly gets the call up here. So getting an opportunity in Division 1, and that is exactly what all players will look for, the chance to get a call up. So let's see how he goes. Let's wish him well too for Awarish. Obviously for the Gorka fans watching, they'll be thinking, no, we need to get his wicket pretty quickly. Well, you've got to work on that. Runs are starting to sort of pick up now. That expected score now pushing back up into the 140s, and that run rate now at 7. Good delivery from Rayhan. Dots up. Chris Smith talking about the Sunday roast. You and your Sunday roast. Tell you what, if I get over the UK, I'm coming to yours on a Sunday. I'm going to have that Sunday roast with you. Crashed through the point region, and that is going to go all the way for 4 runs. Absolutely muscled that one. There's just a bit too much width there from Rayhan. Yep. On the full as well, which doesn't help. A couple of bounces away from the fielders as well. Well placed. Nice strike. Green Shield's marching along here pretty much on his own. 39 off 31 now with 5 boundaries. Makes it space and sweeps that lovely. Chases on. Good work there from the fielder to get around. Very good work indeed. Just one. Conrad giving us a... Well, he's down on his haunches, which is his way of saying, just need a little bit of a drink, please. A little bit of respite. It is very, very warm. It's oppressively warm out there. Really is. And there's still probably a few degrees to go if if the weather gods deem it appropriate. And we saw this last weekend during the Central Europe Cup for men and women is multiple drinks breaks just because the conditions were so oppressive. Hit down the ground by Winter. Probably wanted to hit that one a bit more square. It was quite wide. Ends up just pushing it down towards the mid-off area. Expected score still in the 140s, but I would expect that expected score, if that makes sense, I would expect that expected score to pick up quite nicely. Slower. Nice delivery, that one. Honing in towards the off stump. Just pushed down the ground for another single. Up and coming events, ECN Poland, Euro T20 Cup. That's going to be huge. That's going to be next weekend. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo will be in the comms box for that one. And myself and Shobahan will be taking you through the Portuguese League. It's going to be our pleasure to do that. There's a lot of cricket coming up this summer on the European Cricket Network. So don't forget, you go to ecn.cricket, check out all of our schedules, have a look and see what's coming up and what may suit you as well. Manjit Singh, skipper extraordinaire Manjit Singh from the Gorka team, going to come on to bowl again. His first over went for 9, picked up a very important wicket as well. He's looking to bring himself back on and really try. Put the brakes on Green Shields, or even try to dismiss him. Let's see how he goes. Green Shields, 41 from 33, looking very confident. Hit this uppishly off the pads, past square leg. There should be a boundary rider out there to keep that to just a couple. Indeed, there is. Kieran Kandel does the cleaning up. Yeah, nice shot that from Conrad. You'll be looking forward to the drinks break at the end of the over. Good question from Paolo Campini, asking in the chat, when are we going to see GeForce in action, Phil? Well, I wish I had the exact answer for that, because I think that's something that Tina and I would love to do, is to get back onto the comms together again. I think we're ready for a... what a great throw. From just watching that throw from the boundary rope, that was an excellent throw, and that's why a second run would have been really, really calamitous there. You see the batters running easily for that first one. And the throw from way downtown. And Joshua Winter gets back, and it's right on top of the stumps. What an excellent bit of fielding that was. Brilliant stuff. Dots up, Manjeet. Good competition being shown here by Gorka. Really is. And I said before that in terms of where they're on the table, they're currently languishing right down towards the bottom. They're in 7th place, having... played 7, won 2, lost 4, and they tied a game. So they haven't had the best of the time so far in this division, but they're really standing up here to a team that's top of the table. That is Awara. So well done, Gorka. Yeah, PK, haven't forgotten your question. I don't have the exact answer, but it's something that I'm definitely definitely keen, and I know Tina's very keen for us to get back on the park and get on the microphones together. And we'd love to regale you with a bit of GeForce commentary. And this is punched nicely, but straight to the boundary right at square of the wicket. For 4, 13 overs gone, and the players going to take a well-deserved drinks break, and I think that is a good idea and a good chance for everyone else to take a drinks break as well. I might do the same. Go refresh this little cuppa I've got here in front of me. Umpires also going to have themselves a well-deserved break as well. Let's not forget the men out there in the centre staring skyward towards that big orb in the sky. They are doing a fantastic job under oppressive conditions as well. And it's all very well to talk about the players. And we do, obviously, we worry about the player fatigue, and the players make sure that they're okay too. But it's the umpires who are out there for a longer period of time, and they do a cracking good job. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the pause button as well for myself. Going to go and grab myself something nice and cool and refreshing. You do the same, and I'll be back here in about, probably about 30 seconds. Don't go too far. And I'm back. Players are still just off to the side, enjoying a refreshing break here with the score at 90 for 4 after 13. Still 7 overs to come. That run rate is currently at 6.9. Expected score on your screen there, the 138. And for me, I think Gorka wouldn't mind if someone said to them, look, we should take a 138 chase. They probably would say, you know what, we probably would, because it's only going to get a little bit warmer. A few degrees still to come. I was checking the old weather app, and it was suggesting that things are still going to get a few degrees warmer. Currently out there, it's 35 degrees in Santarem right now. The feels like, that old feels like, or the real feel is 38 degrees. So still got actually a few degrees to go. Got a feel for the players playing in these conditions. Anyway, players are back. The pill has been handed over to Rana Rehan. who is going to start things off with the 14th over in a moment. Hope everyone in the chat has managed to rehydrate themselves as well. Chris Smith, I know you have. You got yourself a brewski. Good for you, ski. I'm sure the rest of you out there are all ready to go as well. Settle down, settle in for the next 7 overs as I'll bring you the action here. Just ask Vinny if that was okay, if I can take you through to the end of the innings. He gave me a big, massive thumbs up. So, you're with Phil G to take you through to the end of this innings. Irish looking for a score on the board that they can hopefully protect in the second innings here. Sent back immediately. Joshua Winter is very keen between the wickets. Very, very keen. But a good early call there from Connie to send him back. Said, no. Even gave the old point with the bat, which I thought was pretty full of expression. Gives up a bit of room and he's laced this one into the gap on the offside and across the cover boundary rope there. Deep extra cover, and deep cover cannot get around to cut that one off. That's a lovely place shot as he gets within touching distance of a well-deserved half century. Makes a bit of room. The ball wasn't wide enough. Rayhan saw him stepping back, but he just didn't push it out wide enough there, and that's a lovely strike across the deck. Green Shields, 49 from 39 deliveries. Moving around to the crease now. And he takes this one off the pads, and he's going to get himself his 50 there with jogging through for a single. Being hit out towards backward square leg. Raises the bat, says, thank you very much, folks. That's a well-deserved half century. 50 off 40 deliveries. Striking the ball beautifully, looking very comfortable and confident. Hasn't had one of those scary innings where you sort of feel like, oh, he's looking a bit nervy, given a few chances, nothing like that. It's been pretty chanceless, to be honest. Joshua Winter now with a bit to do. Well, he goes straight upstairs with this shot. Who wants it? It's going to land safe. Well, can you believe it? All the fielders who are behind the bowler, they're all deep. And no one was anywhere close to that. Amazing. 96 for 4 now. Run rate still at 7. Green Shields waits on this one and with soft hands works himself a single. Good running again from Joshua. He's very fast between the stumps. He loses his bat in the process. Might have just got plugged there. Yeah, I think it's what happened. He was already across the line, got a bit plugged there. Good, desperate dive. Good fielding here from Gorka and very, very oppressive conditions here. Really, really impressed with them in the field and with the bowl. Joshua Winter, pretty much he's a tip and run player as he just doesn't quite middle this one and he gets on his skates very quickly and gets a single to finish that 14th over. 98 for 4 with 14 gone, 6 overs to come. Irish looking to post a score of a 140 minimum and set a target for their bowlers to work with. Chris Smith, it landed in the SCG triangle. It did indeed. It did indeed. Nice call, that one. Got a smile on my face when I read that one out. Thanks, Chris. So, not a bad over for Irish. 8 runs from it. Haven't had a lot of big overs. Had a couple of overs earlier when Oman was out there with Green Shields. And obviously it started well as well with Mohammad Ashraf Rupu, who started things off really, really well with Green Shields. But since the loss of Captain Mohammad Ashraful and Azayan Dani he almost went first ball when he got a leading edge, went straight up in the air. But since then, Haydar goes for a duck, a 5-ball duck. Naeem Rahman hits a 4 out of his 10 runs and then gets out. So 4 wickets down, still a lot of work to do and still a lot of runs to get. Could be a very good challenging run chase coming up for the Gorka 11. Manjit Singh continues. And the left-hander, Joshua Winter, misses on that punch through the covers. Manjit starts his run up just behind the umpire. And that's definitely wide. Doesn't sort of manage to curl that ball in with the natural sort of right arm swing. Doesn't quite manage to keep this one inside the tram lines. You can see there where the wicketkeeper takes it well away from that wide line. Remember, the ball has to ball can pass over that. Now, I think there's bowler and umpire just have a conversation about the ball. Maybe just saying, do you think that's still round enough for you? Is the stitching okay? Umpire says, indeed. Let's keep going. 99 on the board. Gets hit in the air. Had a fair bit of hang time. And Manjeet himself runs across to where mid-on should be to try to field that one. And that single will bring up the 100. It's 100 for 4 in the 15th over. Awarish looking to get a score of 140 plus on the board against the Gorka team. Gorka looking to make sure it doesn't go any further than a potential 140. Anything under 140 for me, I think that's well and truly within Gorka's range. It could cause an upset here, but Awarish have got an incredibly strong team and a very strong bowling attack. Smashes this one over the infield towards the boundary rope, and that goes across despite some close attention there from Saman Gamire, who cannot manage to sort of get a fingertip on this one. It went lightning fast. Had a bit of airtime too, right across the top of the infield, and a couple of bounces and 4 runs. Have a look at this. Lovely strike. Attempted bit of foot fielding there. Gamire just tried to put out the big size 11 and trap the ball. Probably would have ricocheted off and actually gone across the line anyway, had it even connected with that one. Greenshields marches up to 55. Next ball, he just punches down the ground nonchalantly, almost like a defensive push. They're going to come back for 2. Winter running to the danger end. No, not the danger end, because the ball actually gets thrown to the keeper. That's so good thinking there by the fielder, just to make sure that Greenshields gets on his skates.
It says 90 after 4 wickets.
And I suspect he's just gone out of shot. I think maybe he might have another shoelace issue there. Well, Joshua has a shoelace situation. Velcro, people. Velcro. It's a wonderful invention. Actually, I used to have a bit of trivia about the invention of Velcro. I can't remember his name. His name wasn't Velcro, but it was invented by someone who took his dog for a walk. And after he went for a walk, he got all these brambles and all these things stuck to his trousers. Shot. Another good shot there. Fielder standing still, just watching that ball getting absolutely laced towards the boundary line. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Greenshields is in a commanding mood right now and really taking control of this innings. Show him a bit of width and you put it in the slot, that's what's going to happen. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Or 2 bounces, actually, 4 runs. Manjeet, hands on heads, knows exactly what he's done wrong there. Let's see if he can correct himself here, because he's gone for a couple of boundaries now. This over, worth 12 runs. 1 more to finish it. Goes aerial this time. It doesn't go where he wanted to, but he gets it across the top of the point fielder, who's running backward a point. No one can catch that, and it goes for, well, it probably wasn't by design, but they'll take the runs by accident. No problem whatsoever. Chris Smith, thank you very much. That's the gentleman I was talking about. George de Mestral. Yeah, the burrs that got stuck to his trousers. That's what he noticed. Just the plant life, how it got stuck. And he thought, well, hang on, we could manufacture something that could replicate that kind of thing. And I got to tell you, Velcro is quite amazing. 114 for 4, 15 overs gone. Still 5 to come. Very healthy over there for Awarish. And that is going to push the projected score up, and a little bit more. And a couple more overs like that, and suddenly Gorka could be chasing a 170. So a big push here needed by the Swans batters. And Gorka, look, they've done so well in these middle overs to keep the runs down. And that over just is... It's only 1 over that got away from them. 16 runs from it. Rahul Kumar getting the duties now to bowl the 16th. Joshua Winter and Conrad Greenshields looking very comfortable at the moment. Loving their work in the centre. It's good partnership from these two. Came together when the score was on 71 for 4. So they've put on 43 runs in pretty good time. 43 runs in 4.5 overs. That's acceleration. And that last over was really put paid to that. So excellent partnership between these two. If these two are still here at the end, I would suspect you could have a score around about the 170, 180 on the board. That could be very tough for Gorka. Kumar in now to bowl. And he starts us with leg side wide. That's a bit of a shocking warm-up, that one. As acknowledged there by umpire Patel. But thanks for that, Chris. Thanks for the Velcro stuff. I knew it was I couldn't remember the name, but yeah, as soon as you typed it up there, I instantly just went, come on, Phil, you got to remember that sort of stuff. Might even put that in my quiz, maybe, for next Tuesday. Why not? Greenshields with a slog sweep, and he has absolutely muscled that one. It's a flat 6. Crash right square of the wicket. That is an excellent shot taken from middle stump and put out of the park. And this is going to start to get a bit scary for Gorka if this keeps happening, because what looked like a score around about the 140, 145 mark is now going to get ballooned out. Expected score now up to the 160s. And Greenshields just helping himself to a flat 6 there, as easy as you like. So suddenly, have a look at those last 6 deliveries. A lot of runs coming. Goes to the covers now and down the ground. Cover boundary rider just to keep that to 1. So far this over, 9 runs scored to go with the 16 off the previous over. So it's been a good bit of acceleration here from the Swans. Oh, and Joshua misses that one. He'll be a bit disappointed. It was just a good straight ball. List of recent centurions there on the right-hand side of your screen. Oh, Joshua really, he wanted the single there. It was going nowhere. Basically fielded by the bowler, and he was still keen for a single, but nothing doing. Nothing too short on the bowling map there. Good to see from Gorka. Very disciplined. A lot of full deliveries. A lot of good length deliveries. Another wide down leg side. This time it ricochets off Padam's pads. And that's going to be another extra to the score. Wide +1. All good runs. All good runs for Owarish. They'll be happy with that. Still 2 to come in the over. It's been expensive this over so far in the context of the rest of the bowlers. Rahul Kumar's gone for a few more runs than maybe his skipper would have wanted. Completely misses that one. Goes for the big smash, the big hoik towards leg side, and completely misses one. This one does Conrad. Straightens as well. Good bit of bowling there from the left arm. He has that left arm round, sort of like this looping, sort of curving delivery, but it straightened nicely. And the last ball of the 16th is played with soft hands by Greenshields just for a quick single. It's going to be 126 for 4 on the board with 4 overs still to come. The projected score is still around the high 150s, potentially 160s now. That run rate has picked up. It was languishing just below 7 for a few overs. Only a couple of overs ago. These two have done well. 12 runs from that over and 16 from the previous over. So last 2 overs were 28 runs. Pick things up nicely for Owarish at the right time. Johnny here in the chat thanking Chris for the history lesson, the Velcro lesson. It's an interesting story about the creation of Velcro. Very interesting story. Just about how someone going for a walk with his dog can suddenly come away from that and create something that is, you know, just had such an impact on the world. I only brought it up because both Conrad and Joshua had to have their shoelaces tied up a couple of times. I think Velcro. I know in Australia, Velcro is a bit of a joke. It's sort of like it's along the lines of having shoes with zippers on it. Yeah, something that maybe the older people might enjoy. Less complicated, that sort of thing. Backs away, crashes this one. Got to get on your skates. Oh, the throw was wild. They're going to get a buzzer here. Bowler is absolutely furious. Amninda is beside himself. It's crashed nicely, hit down to the ground. Watch this, picked up, and the throw was really wild. Manjeet Singh almost takes the head off Joshua, who may have to put his helmet back on again. And not for the bowling, just because of the fielding. And Ninja is looking to his skipper and saying, "What was that? Skipper, come on." Have a look at the runs being scored per over there. So 3 good overs there into double digits. The rest have been, well, pretty consistent. There's been a number of overs that have gone for about 9 runs. A few good tight overs as well. 128 for 4. We've just started the 17th. Still a score of about 160 is surely what Owarish are thinking. Conrad steps right across to make a bit of space there. He knew where the gap was. He knew what he wanted. Backward a square, and he's absolutely spanked that one out of the ground. Lovely shot. I want to say out of the ground. One bounce out of the ground, of course. That was a lovely strike. Early movement as well. Knew exactly where he wanted to hit it. Just had to make the room. He obviously in his head he was saying, "Look, enough of this offside stuff. I want to go on the onside."
17 or 16? 17.
And Ninda's bowling figure has been ruined with these last 2 balls. Started this over with 2 overs, 1 for 6. He's now up to, well, he's now double days up to now 12. He'll be unhappy. Conrad just completely misses that one. A rare miss. Halfway through the 17th, 132 on the board. Warris looking to cement their place on top of the table in this Division 1 of this league. Field is still moving around. Quite within your rights as a batter to step back like that and say, "Nope, no." I think Captain Manjeet Singh was just off shot there. You can't quite see him. He's out of shot there in the covers. And he was still sort of moving the fielders around on the offside. And Conrad quite within his rights to step back and say, "No, not till you're set." Goes aerial towards the extra cover boundary rider. Going to turn for 2. Ends up being a pretty straightforward 2. Had a bit of air time, but landed safely. Suman Gamire out there has had a lot of work to do. He's got a very strong arm too. Have a look at the recent best bowling. Have a look at that 6 for 18 for Marlow by Hardeep Khutan. He's a talent, absolute talent. Had a great chance to watch him play during the ECS a few months ago. The first time I'd seen him play actually on the European Cricket Network. Absolute bags of talent with both bat and ball. Nice little bit of byplay there between batter and bowler. And maybe the bowler was saying, "Come on, Connie, it wasn't too wide for you, surely." Steps across his stumps, trying to throw the bowler off. He goes with a slow ball, and it has deceived a little bit. There's smiles all around there, and that's a nice bit of byplay between batter and bowler again. There, just a bit of a smile, and yeah, bit of a joke as well. Nothing in that. Just a nice bit of play between 2 people who know each other really well. Good change up of pace there too. Just gives a looping sort of moonball. Big smile on the face of the bowler, and kind of gives him a little fist bump as well. Says, "Yeah, all right, you win that delivery. That's all right. The war's still to be won though. Still a long way to go." It's 135 for 4 after 17. We've got 3 overs still to come. 9 runs off that over, and it is Owarish looking to accelerate with the next 3 overs to come. Kieran Candell's going to come back onto bowl as well. He's done pretty well. He's got 3 overs already under his belt. He's got 2 wickets, but he's been a little bit expensive of all the bowlers. Gone for 30 runs from his 3 overs. But has been a wicket taker, and that's key. I mentioned before about the sharp partnership between Greenshields and Winter. Dominated quite heavily by the blade of Conrad Greenshields. Came together to score on 71. Driven uppishly through the vacant mid-off area, and long off does the cleaning up, just the single, as the field has to switch over for the left-hander. So 65 runs is what this partnership's been worth. 65 runs off, what's that, just slightly under 7 overs. Been a good recovery in the middle order. Doesn't go exactly where Joshua wants it to. Ends up going a lot straighter, but it's going to land safely. Pretty much again in no man's land, or as Chris Smith called it, the SCG Bermuda Triangle, or the SCG Triangle, sorry. $138 for 4 on the board. Couple of runs there. Going to be going for everything now, these two. Nicely pushed, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. As you can see, just in the graphic on your right-hand side of the page, after that big over, that was the 6th over, which went for, 13 runs. Just things got a little bit sort of slow there, and that's where a couple of wickets were tumbling. Things got a little bit complicated, and Irish had to just sort of go back into their shells a little bit and just rebuild. And that's exactly what that graph tells the story of. It tells the story of a good rebuild. And these two have done very, very well. Came together at the halfway through the 10th over. It's been a nice rebuild for them. Good delivery, just worked off the pads though. Goes fine, but straight to the fielder who's down on the boundary up there at fine leg. Just the single. 141. So the 140 is on the board. The expected score was a 140, but that was about 10 overs ago when things were getting bogged down. But now they expect to score into the 150s. I would suspect a bigger score than 150 on the cards, maybe a 160. Greenshields facing last ball of the over. Goes to power this one towards leg side. One bounce. Oh no, poor old Suman Gamire. He gets completely bamboozled by the ball there. It bounces over him for 4 runs. I think Conrad, when he hit it, he probably thought, I've hit it straight down his throat. Watch Conrad's head. He just drops his head right there and he thinks, yep, I've holed out here. In the end, 1 bounce and poor old Gamire. I think we all know how that feels. And 4 runs. 145 for 4, 18 overs gone. Conrad himself is 88 not out from 58 deliveries. He's playing a brilliant innings here. Well supported by Joshua Winter, who's got 12 from 14. And these two have put on a very good partnership indeed. Taking the score from 71 for 4 to 145. That's a 74-run partnership in about, 7.5 overs. Johnny here in the chat saying, come on. Conrad, the ton is up for grabs. It is indeed. See how Joshua plays this. 12 balls to come. Gorka looking to put the brakes on these last 2 overs. And Ninder Singh is going to bowl his 4th. He's been, for me, the pick of the bowlers. I think he's been absolutely terrific. Bowling to Joshua Winter. Hits down the ground. Intentionally with a bit of air as well. And that is going to find the boundary rope. Well, that is actually a really clever shot. He hasn't tried to hit the cover off the ball. The placement was perfect between long off and long on. Finds the boundary. So another 4 to the score. 149 for 4 in the 19th. Does it all happen in the 19th? We'll see. Yeah, it doesn't try to overhit it at all. And I think that was a very clever shot from Joshua. Finds the boundary. Gives a little nod there to the bowler. I think maybe the bowler just said, yep, fair enough. It was a slot delivery and you put it away. Tries again. This time it goes a bit more to the offside. Going to look and turn for 2. They'll come back for a couple. In the end, it's a pretty easy 2. Bowler in again. Turning the strike over with a hit down the ground straight to the lone fielder down there in that long off position. Gives Greenshields a chance to, well, maybe to eye off a very important century here. But I think more importantly, and I know he'll probably be thinking this as well, he'll be more thinking, just want to get the maximum amount of runs off the next 9 deliveries that we've got here. Bowler in again. Slams this one towards, well, doesn't get through the infield. Great bit of fielding there. It went pretty quick. And they don't get a run there. Question in the chat from Lisbon Darker. Is Rattle playing today for Owarish? And yeah, Chris Smith has jumped in before I could to say, no, he's not playing. And thank you, Chris, for putting up the address that people can go to. You can click on that. You can find all the team details there, who's playing in the squad. So thank you very much for that, Chris. 2 to come in the over, and then 1 more over after that. Well, doesn't not hit this one properly. Mishits it. Bottom edge, and nice bit of quick fielding of his own bowling. Amninda seeing his quality. He's bowled his heart out today for Gorka. He's got 1 for 22 and 1 more ball to come. Like I said, just at the top of this over, definitely my pick of the bowlers. Last ball, the 19th. Well, that's confused everybody because that's a wide. It's also hit something and gone off at an angle. So the keeper had no look on that. Oh, no. And it's a bit of an effort there on the boundary up that that fielder will want to forget and lets it get through for a whole bundle of them. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, there's a few people with smiles on their faces out there in the centre. And there's a few people sort of with hands on heads and hips. And that's just a bit of bad luck. It does go for 5 wides. Funny old delivery, that one. It was already going leg side for the wide. It's hit something after it's passed the bat. I think it's hit the edge of the pitch. And poor old Padam, who's had a fantastic match with the gloves, has just completely missed that. He had no chance, absolutely no chance of stopping that one. And it shoots through him. And of course, those wides will be assigned to the bowler. Sadly for the bowler. Let's try it again. 1 more to come. Oh, Conrad goes to play the a bit of a scoop shot. Almost scoops it straight into the hands of the keeper. And that's going to finish the 19th over. Have a look at this one more time. How easily could he have just scooped this straight into Padam's hands? Could have easily just got a little touch on that one. And there you go. So 157 for 4 is the score on the board after 19th. So as I said a couple of overs ago, I was predicting the score around about the 170 mark, and I wouldn't be surprised if we hit that 170 mark. Still got a bit to do. See how we go. Shout out to John Gray and Chris in the chat. Yep, I agree with what you're saying there, just about the comment there by one of the other people watching. But yes, you never know the choices for who's selected in the squad. We're not privy to those choices. Well, we're privy to the choice, but we're not privy to the reason behind the choice. And the teams will put the captain and the selectors will put the team on the field who they feel is the best of the people who are available to play. And they've got their reasons, and we are not here to judge their reasons. And I don't think it's right that people should judge reasons without having the full understanding. When you think about it, Irish top of the table versus Gorka, who are around the bottom of the table, it's a great chance to give a player like Joshua Winter a call up from second division. Great opportunity for him. As he clips this one away, it's going to get to the boundary rope. It does indeed. Well, it was a bit of a tease there for Armandeep, who cannot get across to it quick enough. And it's going to be another 4. So Joshua Winter repaying the selectors here with a very good innings, digging deep here in this innings. Really impressed with him. Giving good support to established batter Conrad Greenshields, but he himself is no slouch. He's 23 from 18 with a couple of boundaries, giving great support to Connie, who's 88 from 61. And the score, that's the important thing for Irish, is the team score is now 161 for 4. Goes downtown, gets a lot of hang time here. And it goes all the way for a big 6. I thought for a moment there the long off might be in with a chance, but no, he's absolutely middled that one. Goes downtown, and that is a capital Gorne. Gone. That is out of here. Right in the slot and punished. And Kikuma just doesn't put that in the right place. Well, I call it the right place if you're a Warish fan, but otherwise, that is a massive strike. 167 now on the board. Tries it a bit shorter and defends it away for just a single. Gives Conrad a chance to maybe find a bit of a miracle here. Let's see what he can do. Mathematically, he can still pick himself up a ton here, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough. Green Shields, 88 from 61 deliveries faced. 3 balls to go. Oh, gets a bottom edge. Could have easily smacked on the stumps. It's going to run away down the hill. That's just a single. And that should close the chapter on Conrad's attempt at getting a ton here. I'm not sure he'll be able to do it now. Mathematically, I guess it could still be done, but I think for him, knowing Conrad the way I do, he'll be thinking about the team score. Nice follow-up from the bowler. Good short delivery there. Good rising ball. Joshua Winter just not wearing a helmet either. Just has to sort of like not be quite steady, sort of turn the head away a little bit, and he ends up missing this one by quite a bit. Always get a bit nervy when there's a batter out there without a lid on. So 169 for 4. Last ball of the innings coming up. Flashes at this one. It's going to get an edge. Go straight to the fielder who's down there at third. The run there, and it's going to be just a single to finish things off. 170 for 4 after 20 overs. Awaresh, who got bogged down there in those middle overs, and I thought that they were looking to score around about the 140 mark. In the end, they muscled their way up to a 170 for 4 after their 20 overs. Outstanding partnership between these two in the centre there. It's a 99-run partnership of 9.5 overs between these two, and I think that Greenshields and Winter can be very happy with the effort that they've played here. Conrad ends up 89 not out of 62 deliveries with 11 boundaries and a big maximo in there as well. Joshua Winter, good support from him, 31 of 22 with 2 boundaries and also a 6, which he hit at the second ball of that last over. Really good innings from him as well. Mohammad Asharupu contributed with a 18 of 13 and Naim Rahman with 10. And poor old, well, Azar and Dani and Haydar didn't really contribute too much in the top order there. But Awarish get the score on the board, thrown down the gauntlet to Gorka and said, there you go, 171 if you want to try and pick up the points here. It's going to be a very, very tough run chase as we just have a quick look there at the... Well, you can see there where things got bogged down. It would have been, what's that? That's the 7th, 8th, 9th over, just where things got a little bit slow. But the rebuild there, after that 4th wicket fell and the score on 71 halfway through the 11th over, and that's why I'm giving a bit of praise to both Joshua Winter and Conrad Greenshields for an excellent 99-run partnership to finish off that innings. 170 for 4 on
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back here in Portugal. It's a hot one once again. Division 1 action being a Sunday at the Portuguese SCG, whereas the Swans taking on Gorka 11, whereas have batted, and they scored 170 off their 20 overs for the loss of 4 wickets. A pretty good partnership at the back end of the innings between Josh Winter and Conrad Greenshields, with 99 taking them through the second half of the innings and getting them to that score of 170, which is about 10 over par if you look at the numbers in Division 1 this season. Big thanks to Phil G for taking us through the second part of that innings, and Conrad Greenshields holding the innings together with 89 not out of 62. Seemed to be running out of gas a little bit towards the end. Looked on for a century for a little while. I think he'll be happy to see his side to that 170 figure. Having said that, we have seen some pretty big chases in Division 1 this year in Portugal. I don't think we've quite seen the 200 chased in Division 1, but I remember Marlow were able to pull off a big chase last month. Pulled off 197 chase. That was, now it's about 6 weeks ago now, 17th of May, Marlow versus LSG. Interesting, out of 30 matches that have had winners, 18 have been won by teams batting first. Only 12 have been won by chasing teams. Looks like the tearaway, Taj Muhammad, is going to open up for Awaris from the castle end. Rupu with the gloves. And Linda Singh is facing up for Gorka. Here we go, 171 for the win. Good one first up. Stays low. Second bounce gets away from Rupu to go for 4 byes. So it's a bit unlucky for the keeper. If it's not the first, he won't be the last to deal with one of these second bounces. Definitely swung and kept a little bit low. And once it bounces in that, you know what you call it, wasteland in front of the keeper, it's really anyone's guess. It's actually another reason, I don't know if you do it all the time, but think about it. Keeping the helmet, you can kind of square up to that and actually try and cover it, even if you're using your head. But if you're not wearing the helmet, you have to kind of turn your head away from it and hope for the best. You're just off of the side of your body and the leg. Takes a step forward now, Rupu. Next one gets past the outside edge. Whereas do pride themselves as a pretty good bowling team. Certainly the numbers support that this season. They're conceding only 138 per 20 overs, and that is kind of light years ahead of the next best. Marlow conceding 145. Next best defending team. So there's Josh Winter. Wasn't he a real important cog in that first innings? Ended up with 31 out of 22 with a couple of big hits. He kind of took over as Greenshields was running out of petrol. 31 of 22 with 2 fours and 6 for Josh, promoted from the seconds this week. Welcome back to everyone in the chat as well. Hello, Johnny. Nice to have you back with us. Taj getting that ball to swing away from the right-hander. So Suman Gamire will be facing up for the first time, the other opener for Gorka. And Suman's a really talented cricketer. He can kind of do anything. He's actually a brilliant wicketkeeper, but also a really useful spin bowler when he's called on. Very good in the field. Most people, though, love the way he handles the willow, and he'll get his chance here. Really good test for Gorka to know where they're at. Yes, they're at the bottom of the ladder. If you go by kind of percentage wins, they're second bottom, but they'll feel like this is a real opportunity to knock off the top team. Bit of extra bounce from Taj. And you just wonder how Gorka will approach this power play. They won't want to fall too far behind the rate. So 8.5 and over is basically the rate from the get-go. And want to keep that under 10. Ideally with wickets in hand. Oh. That's the question on the stumping. Amire wasn't really paying attention, was trusting that his back foot was in. First, it's a bit of a reckless shot from Suman. Must have just had his toenail behind the line. Umpire had a good look at it because the foot never moved even after the stumps had been broken by Rupu. End of the first over, 4 byes and a single off that one. And Gorka 5 without loss. So Vicky Chowan is going to take over at the other end. Say, have you enjoyed these little vignettes of the players? So you get to see them kind of, I wouldn't say in the flesh, but kind of in the face. Quite often they're a long way away on the camera and they might be under a helmet or a hat. Chowan, again, he's a dangerous customer with the new ball. Chowan. We'll try and push the ball across right hand and then we try and bring one back. Early wickets make this defence a lot easier for the Swans. Make things a lot tougher for Gorka. Here we go with the second. It does angle across, but it's a nice bit of hitting from Amninda. Catches up with it, but outfielder does his job. Only 2 outfielders, of course, in the power play in the first 6 overs. Taking drinks today as well after the power play and also after 13 overs, given that it is very hot. And by very hot, I mean currently the temperature is 39 degrees. Conrad batting through the 20. You could see he was pretty exhausted by the end of his innings. Amire knocks it away for his first run. John looks to be bowling with good rhythm here. Way too short though. It would have been a wide on Shaquille O'Neal. Probably not that necessary at this stage. Just a little high. It's good bounce and carrying this pitch though. ECN player ratings telling you that this is a pretty good matchup. A 98 bowler against a 98 batter. Pitches up this time, that's better. And the pushes for a single. Not a boundary hit so far. We'd start with 4 byes. Amire faces up. Going down, but again, Amire looks itchy to get going. He's the kind of player that gets better the longer he bats, and you see him just trying to just make something out of nothing here. Generic kind of footwork. Clears that front leg. Can't catch up with it. Bowling from Chowan, asking the right kind of question there. A little bit of movement into the right-hander. Got some bit of length to work with, and Suman gets what he wants, gets that pressure relieving boundary, the first hit of the innings. Fraction too short, and neutralises any movement, so it's just the angle across, and Mure, such fast hands, able to swashbuckle that one away behind point for a boundary. Hello, Christopher. Vinny back here now. Maybe watching from the end of the last innings where Phil did a great job talking us through the first innings where Werris ended up with 170 runs. Mire charges and then one hands this one out to the leg side. It'll run away and it will be back-to-back boundaries for Gamire. Really making his intentions clear in this power play. Chowan kind of follows him here. It's quite an extraordinary shot. Have a look. He's forced to just kind of waft the bat at it in front of the front pad, but he gets that timing right and gets just enough to get it to the rope. Greenshields was also a little bit dicey early on and survived that awkward period to go on and, I suppose, dictate terms for the rest of the innings. Miro will be hoping to do the same. End of the second over. And it's 17 without loss. It's interesting for me that they don't open with Junaid, who I think has taken more wickets in the first over than anyone else on ECN. He has over 100 ECN T10 wickets. I think they're tending to use him a bit more now in the middle or at the end of innings. They do have Taj Muhammad, who's a classic tearaway bowler. They obviously like the left armour at the other end. It must be a hard one not to at least give Junaid one and see if he can remove an early bat. Good ball. Good ball. Wind's kind of died down a little bit, and so Taj's getting that outswing going. Normally the wind is right to left. I'm really tempted to have a slip in as well. Maybe a floating slip for Taj, because I think you're a genuine chance to nick these guys off. Who are you confident about actually catching it? I'm not sure, but it's something I'd be thinking about. Another good ball. He's not going to buy here. Well, they won't. Eventually, wakes up and it's just a very good ball. Draws him forward. Again, he's getting that natural outswing. Taj, when he's in rhythm, he's one of the toughest bowlers in the country to face. I'm really tempted to have a catcher in. Another plain miss. It's very good exhibition of bowling from Taj Muhammad. 3 off 9 obviously doesn't look great. Sometimes the numbers don't tell the whole story. I think they've bowled really well at Amninder so far. He's just trying to play orthodox. Kind of drive through the line strokes, but he's just not able to deal with the outswing of Taj Muhammad at the moment. 3 dots to start the third over. Genuine edge, called it. There it was. Does get cut off. But I think what I've liked about Taj here is he's not getting bored with bowling the ball, which is actually beating the bat. I think so often we'd see a fast bowler here change his length, maybe throw a bouncer in or attempt a Yorker. This is one time I think that your best chance is just keeping doing what you're doing. It just takes one ball to take the edge. It'll sneak through to Rupu and it's good night, nurse. Now a little pop-up here. Fielder goes back and holds it. Vicky Chowan helping out his opening bowling partner. Well, that one was straighter. And Amninda had no real confidence, I think. This little flick's a bit of a nothing shot in the end. Again, he's trying to cover that outswinger. So if you actually watch it, it's a little bit of a sneak across that front foot. Tries to make it whippable. But Chowan was off to the races straight away. Knew he had to back and turn around. A very good piece of fielding. The Swans, of course, they pride themselves on their standards in the field. And after getting a real inquisition, Amninda is going to have to go. He's the first wicket to fall. 17 for 1. And Awaris really showing the defensive skills that have seen them all the way to the top of the ladder this season. New batter out there, Rahul Kumar. And I will say, with Taj Muhammad going so well, I would not hesitate giving him a third or even a fourth over with the ball in this condition. I know there's temptation to save him up for later, but I think by later the game's changed, the ball's changed, situations changed, maybe the fear factor of getting out's changed. So I'd definitely be giving him a third. And like I said, you've got other options at the end of the innings as well. We still haven't used your nade. Left hand is a different proposition though for Taj Muhammad. See if he can make that adjustment. He's a big risk of spraying this down the leg side to the newbie. Last ball of the third. Does get it right. Searching delivery first up. The throw comes whistling in from Chowan. This kills Andani backing up. But a brilliant over from Taj Muhammad. Just that one run, and of course the wicket off the over. Gorka certainly on the back foot early here. 18 for 1 after 3 overs. He's well out, but I suppose once again the stumps aren't 3 metres high, and so I think he knew that he didn't have to strain for the crease there. Once he saw the throw, Rahul Kumar. Chowan didn't get it quite right in the first over, but he'll get a second. Sticking with that plan, his first over went for 12. Yeah, Lisbon Dhaka, I've enjoyed your comments. Let us know where you're watching from. Are you watching from Lisbon or are you watching from Dhaka? And the Johns are in there. John Gray, Johnny Heasom. Always great to see you as well. See if Chow on the left arm can get it right. He's got a left-hander at the other end now. In Rahul Kumar. Fourth over. And rate required's quietly crept into the nines. Remember, it started at 8.5 and over. Even with a slight breeze, I think going across the ground right to left, it's not a big one. And I think the natural movement of Chowan's still going to be away from the lefty. They put a floating slip in now. And I do think you want to try and draw Kumar onto the front foot, but not be too full at this stage. Length was pretty good first up. That for me is a bit too short, even though he gets away with it. New batter gets in a bit of a mess here. Kumar tangles him up, cramps him up. The thing I do like about the T20 contest at this level, it's a bit more strategic, isn't it? Working batters over. I know maybe at the high professional level, T20 is a bit more like our T10, isn't it? But I think here, you're seeing quite a lot of teams struggling to bat out the 20 overs, so wickets do matter. There's a bit more of a 50 over feel to some of these games. Gets him jumping. No confidence to play the horizontal bat shot there. Kumar, the length probably warranted it. Did seam in prodigiously towards him. Ends up wrapping him up towards the hands. Rate required continues to climb. 9.3 now. Back-to-back boundaries to finish the second over, but since then, just one single run in the last 9 balls. I like the Velcro chat before. And I've got to say, it's actually a bit of a miracle, I think, that shoelaces have survived as long as they can. When Velcro, I think, logically is a much smarter choice. Even things like in football, Velcro would give you a non-lace surface to kick off, which seems a lot flatter and more sensible. But something about people thinking Velcro shoes are for maybe people that aren't quite the full deck stops people buying them. Kumar, nice looking shot this time. Works it away to the offside. That'll run away. It'll trickle into the rope. He's got a good technique, Kumar. He's a bit more comfortable, I think, with this kind of delivery. Half volley, so did go a bit full. I probably overdid it slightly, Charlin. I say, Junaid loves bowling left-handers. I would be tempted to bring him on at this end. See if you can get rid of the lefty Kumar. Also got Josh Winter, who took a couple of wickets in the twos last week. Wonder if he'll be used. It's this prod forward that Kumar offers almost every ball. That's kind of got him in trouble with some of those shorter or short of a length balls where he's prodding forward. He's not really in a position to cut or to pull. Interesting contest here. Last ball of the fourth. No ball call. Must have overstepped there, Chow, and offers a free hit. Again, you can see the technique of Kumar. Obviously didn't hear the call, but see, he's got a little back in the crease, but then must have just been over the line. Back foot landing on the line. Back of the front foot landing on the line, I'm trying to say. You see his feet kind of go nowhere on that shorter delivery. Free hit now, chance for Kumar. He's going to try something. Probably a try and ramp here. It's going to be short of a length. You'd think it is. No, he misses it. So does Rupu, though. So that'll be a bye to finish the fourth over. Better one from Chowan. There's a little bit of bat in that, actually. But it wouldn't have been out if it was caught because it was free hit anyway. And so at the end of 4 overs, Gorka, 24 for 1. There's Ross Reed, specialist fielder, I think, in this comp, but adds a lot in the field. His voice there, trying to urge his teammates on. They do keep Taj Muhammad on. Like this move. When you're hot, you're hot. Gorka, pensive at the moment. I will say, despite it being boiling, by boiling, I mean 39 degrees. The fact that the sun's behind a cloud at least is providing a little bit of relief, but it would still feel like you're in an oven. Taj, 5th over. Good start. Really like the way he's adjusted to the left-hander as well. The stop ball is outside off to the right-hander, and there's always that risk that when the lefty comes out, you don't change anything and you lose a bit down the leg side. But this is the right question to ask. Starting that ball and about off stump, you want it pitching on and you want it hitting. And if it hits leg in the middle, the batter's leg, then you should have an LBW. You're really bringing the stumps into play and the bowled and LBW modes of dismissal. If it doesn't swing back, there's always a chance of a caught behind. Got him. Well, sometimes you can see the future, and Taj Muhammad rightly brought back for another over, and he does just that. Pitches on a ball that's hitting the stumps, and then it's in Kumar's court, so to speak. Couldn't get anything on this. Straight through the gate. Every fast bowler's dream. Stups Akimbo. KO time. It's Taj time. And Gorka lose their number 3. Kumar out for 6. It's 24 for 2. Jeez, this is a peach. Yikes. Straight through the gate. Kumar's got a pretty good defence, but he couldn't deal with that one from Taj. Mixture of the raw pace, but also the movement he's been getting. That could be your Rado player of the day. I really was impressed at how Taj made the adjustment for the left-hander there. Now Sandeep Singh's going to come out number 4. And for me, there's no doubt that Taj gets a 4th over as well. He's just red hot. You don't want to leave him on the shelf to cool. You want to get the most out of your spearhead. That's another guy, you know, the way he's bowling. I know Portugal have got a really strong national team now, but not too many guys can bowl and move the ball at pace like Taj can. Push. Oh, could be trouble. He's been turned around. Rupu. Has he done enough? He's done enough. Well, would you believe it? Sandeep is going to walk off for a golden duck. He was itchy to get off the mark. Gamire gave him radio silence and told him to turn the ship around, and awareness on fire in the power play. It's a golden duck. And Gorka 24 for 3, and that's the pressure, isn't it? Pressure created by the bowlers. Check it out in the replay. Basically wanted the run. Josh Winter picks it up on the bounce. And yeah, he's definitely short, isn't he? Step short. Good decision by the umpire. But I'd be curious to see this one again. Whose idea the run was? Well, I think it was. Well, no, it was Sandeep's idea. But Gamire, you could argue, has a bit of an obligation to run there. If they run straight away, they probably get there. If anyone was in trouble, it was probably Sandeep at the bowler's end. But, you know, when you turn your partner around, when you overrule, Phil was talking about my golden rules of running between the wickets. One of them was knowing who's in charge at any given time and just respecting their call. If Suman runs straight away there and gets run out at the keeper's end, he can then complain to his partner and say, hey, you sold me up the river. But most of the time, the person in control of the call makes the right call and assumes that responsibility because they're going to the danger end. New batter, Amandeep Kokar. Team hat-trick ball. Nice shot though. Kokar whips away for a single. Gamire left holding the baby a little bit in this power play. Amandeep Kokar. A bit of trivia about him. And that famous viral moment where Mohammad Shaikat gets hit in the delicate region at this ground a couple of years ago that set Corey off. Amandeep Kokar was at the other end. Playing for Indian Royals back at that time in the European Cricket Series. Clip that always ends up doing the rounds once every year or two. 2 for 3 off 16 balls for Taj Muhammad. What an effort. Like I said, he's in the zone right now. You don't move him anywhere. I know Dan Weston's watching this and enjoying the coverage as well. Thanks for making the magic happen, Daniel. We're here in Portugal bringing you this broadcast because of you. Last ball of the over. Miro knocks it into the offside but can't get a run. Another brilliant over from Taj Muhammad. Just one off that. There were 2 wickets, including a run out. And Gorka in early trouble. 25 for 3 after 5.
I was trying to give wider angle. Hey, no drink, 6 overs. Oh my God.
Last over the power play. We'll make a change here. It'll be Badrul Haider to take over. Didn't have a lot of pace on options for us.
Here we go, men. Here we go.
Run rate required. Slowly creeping towards that 10 and over mark.
Let's go, boys. Good job, lads. Look hungry. Only if it's 4.
Fraction short. First up from Haider. Gets away with it. It's too short. Who can't be kicking himself. He didn't beat the field there.
You want water? I won't. Yeah, see.
Checks his shot. He's a slightly defensive mindset. You can understand that with these 3 wickets in the power play, but you still got to back yourself. In this situation, Kokar, who has opened the batting before, you need to have that mindset. Pretend there's no 3 wickets down. 10 and over is very achievable if you can establish yourself. Plays this one nicely. That'll run away for a boundary. Pressure relieving boundary. Walker in the pressure certainly is on. Will be drinks at the end of this over. I'll be curious to see if Taj comes back for a 4th. I think he has to, given he's got 2 for 3 off 3. Hello to Iti Bashardida, watching from Austria, I assume. How are you, Iti? How lovely to see you. Yeah, we've been back since March. Iti, very talented right arm fast bowler from Austria. I know there's been good things happening in that Austrian setup lately as well. So yeah, stay tuned, Iti, because there's a lot happening in the background. All right, it's the top edge. It's going to fly. Too short again, though, from Haider. Somehow it doesn't go for 4. It will come back for 2. It's just so high. It kind of plugged, didn't it? Not too many balls plug in this outfield.
I got the ball, but I missed Josh.
So that'll be the drinks break and a 6. Gorka in the wars early, being put to the test, particularly by Taj Muhammad of the Swans. End of the 6 over, 31 for 3. We'll have a quick drag back together with middle overs. We return to Portugal. You're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 on ECN.
side. Ontem estava 48, 50. Desculpa. Desculpa, senhor.
Yeah, because of that joke, you are missing the second team game. Because he is always ready. That's why you are not coming for the over a second. I just continued the joke. Keep the joke going. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. You're allowed first. Too long. Let's go, boys. Come on, boys. Go, boys. Go, Junaid. Be ready, Tashi.
So back to the action, and they do make a change. I don't know. If I was Taj Muhammad, you'd have to pry the ball out of my cold dead hand, but you've got a pretty good replacement in Junaid coming on to bowl. 7th over. Field can go back now. So just keeping Taj
Good stuff, Junaid. Good stuff, Junaid.
up
That's your ball. That's it, Junaid.
their sleeve for later on. Required rate 10 and over from here on in. 140 and 14 overs basically. Gamire hasn't had too much to strike so far. Did Kokar batting 5. Oh, he's dropped him. He's dropped him. It's regulation, little edge. Gamire not moving his feet. He's a dangerous player. Hasn't hit his straps yet. Rupu, I just think, hasn't watched this one all the way in. Let me see what happens here. Rupu, it's a bit casual there. He did take a step forward when the first ball of the innings went for 4 byes. It gives him a little bit less reaction time. Gamire, I want to make him pay for that. Winter, very good in the field. Pounces on that. Like I said, the fielding is so often the difference. You can see a real difference, I think, between Division 2 and Division 1 standards in that part of the game as well. Coming deep. Not quite winning the run-and-ball battle at the moment, but he's still there. Really important middle overs here. Corker had to find that balance between scoring at 10 or 11 and over and not losing any more wickets. Junaid's one of these ambidextrous bowlers that can, or not ambidextrous, ambi-swingstrous, that he can get the ball to go in or out, depending on any given day and maybe what he's trying. I always like him bowling a way swing to left-handers and using that angle across. He can get the ball to leave the right hand like you saw on that occasion. With someone like Junaid, you do want to try and play him late. That was pretty well played by Kokar there. So you never know what it's going to do. And runs have dried up, Gorka. Finding it hard going. They have had times during the season, despite where they are on the ladder, where they have put big runs on. They scored 206 against Punjab. And the issue was they were chasing 249 for the win. 454 runs in that game. Kokar goes after this one. Not a bottom hand. Will get away from the fielder and he'll go to the boundary. So he moves into double figures. Hawker needs to start a bit of a golden run here. Stay in the contest. Rupu dropping that catch. You know, he's captaining and keeping. Call me old school, but I do think that when you're trying to captain the side, you're not 100% focused on the wicket-keeping task. You can be thinking of who you want to bowl next and maybe where you want to move some fielders. 7 overs down, 37 for 3. But call me old school. We have seen some players doing it pretty well. Dhoni's an obvious one from India. I also think his keeping sometimes suffered in little ways that maybe if you didn't have an eagle eye for the mechanics of keeping, you might not understand. Did some sensational things, but I think he wasn't obviously 100% focused on that task. But he carried the load pretty well. Tim Payne's another one who I think captained pretty well from behind the stumps. But it does demand a lot of your attention. Haider gets that one past Gamira. It was a seed. Just leaving the right-hander. Yeah, so with Rupu, I just wonder if... Well, I can tell you from the way he attempted the catch, he wasn't completely focused on that. I know he's rushed a little bit, but he should be catching 10 of those out of 10. Mire hasn't quite been himself so far. He's caught between two worlds. That one did leave him off the pitch once again. Badrill's finally sorted his length out. I think it was far too short in that first over. It's the kind of length that's drawing the batter forward, but it's not a comfortable driving length like a half volley or a full toss. Also gives the ball the opportunity to do something sideways off the pitch. You see Gamire's kind of caught in no man's land here. He's also not the kind of guy who tends to get that back foot across. Just have a look at his back foot. Stays put, doesn't it? Toes on leg stump. Kokar's going to have a chat to Suman, but I don't really know what you can say at this stage. The technical thing with Suman, even though we're at the top level of club cricket in Portugal, obviously he's still dealing with amateur cricketers. Some very good amateurs, I should say, but another good ball. Well, Haider's completely found his rhythm. Almost in a heartbeat here. There's a kind of trigger from Suman that he's planting that back foot. It's not going anywhere. He's taking a half step forward. And Haider's got the perfect counter length to that at the moment. 4 dots in the 8th. Now he's going to nick off, and this time Rupu holds on. So Gamire gets the life a little bit earlier, but doesn't cost the Swans at all. Haider with that same sort of length, this time a little bit more width. And Gamire poking at it, little feather through to Rupu. And you have a look, just what I said, the ball before. Back foot planted, going nowhere. Front foot, little premeditated step or habit step away from the line of the ball. And Gamire probably learned a lot from that innings. Certainly work on a few things technically that have brought him undone there, but Haider, well, he gave the Gorka opener a real working over there. Gamire out for 10 off 16 and Gorka 37 for 4. A long way back from here. New batter is Padam, the keeper. Thought he kept pretty well in the first innings, but he's come in a pretty tough position. Haider, bring him in with confidence. It's amazing how just a slight adjustment can change your results. Haider, I thought it was too slow. Wasn't quite getting it right first over, but this over he's been spot on. He's on a wicket maiden here to Padam KC. Wide, and I wonder if that would have been out by Rupu's reaction.
5 wickets down or 4?
There goes the maiden. There goes the ball. Rupu will be happy to see the back of Gamire. Life doesn't always give you second chances, but he got one there and he pouched it. Adam pushes down the ground, doesn't beat mid on. And Gorka stuck in the quicksand at the moment. 8 overs in. They're 38 for 4. Required rate all this time has been creeping. It's up in the 11s now. Junaid will get a second over. Definitely getting that ball to bend away the same way that Taj Muhammad was. And I do wonder with Junaid, sometimes when he swings the ball, even he's surprised at which way it's swinging and how much it's swinging. That was one of those occasions, I think, where he said, wow, that really went. It was probably perfectly pitched if it was an in-swinger to come back in, but it went the other way and missed the tram line. Good lines. That's what Awaris do to you. They suffocate you. Really, next to no bad balls to put away, no obvious hit me balls. It's been almost like an auditive technique so far from the Swans bowlers. The runs have really dried up. Hate to say it, but it's going to get to the point, probably at 10 over mark, where Gorka might as well just go for it. They lose by a lot, they lose by a lot. They've got to hope someone catches fire and keeps this a contest. I think the defensive approach kind of playing into the Swans' hands at the moment. Gorka gets the memo and he nails this one down the ground. Nice shot. Good counter-attack from Amandeep. Slightly fuller than the balls that he's been dead batting. Backs himself to go down the ground and gets the result. Nice shot, Amandeep. He's a talented right-hander. Would love to engineer a turnaround. Like I said, they've got plenty of time still to bat. 11 and a half overs. That required rate, yes, it's challenging, 11 and over. But it's a kind of rate we have seen teams score at through periods this season in the Liga 1. Oh, wow. That's actually quite amazing. You are allowed to stop the ball going on the stumps through any means necessary. It went bat, foot, and the funny thing is, if that hit the stumps, I'm not so sure it would have knocked the bails off. You also have to be very careful. He didn't step on his own stumps there. He will break his stumps with his own bat or body. Survives the ball. This one does kind of go with the angle of Junaid down the leg side. When we do get to this 11 and over required, it's kind of the second boundary you need in the over to keep pace with the required rate. So they have one in the over, that's fine.
Follow your line, come on.
And just 6 off the over. See, he's swinging them both ways here, Junaid. Which is disconcerting for the bowler, but it's probably more disconcerting for the batter. delivery this time, Junaid. Honestly, I don't think he knows which way they're going. There's very few bowlers that can genuinely swing the ball both ways. I call them kind of... I don't really have a word for it. But they're kind of duplicitous. James Anderson's one of them. Pat Cummins is one of them. Junaid's one of them. Amandeep runs out of patience, but he's going to find the fielder. And that's just the pressure of the situation. Junaid, like I said, doing some unpredictable things with the ball. This is off a length, and Amandeep just tries to get his hands through it. Can't quite. And Conrad Greenshields does the rest. So Amandeep becomes the 5th to fall, and Gorka really on a downhill slide at the moment within 9 overs. They are 46 for 5. Junaid Khan with his first wicket of the contest.
Six wickets down.
So after 3 wides, we need to get one online. Amandeep forced into a mistake. New batter out there. His runner Rayhan. Whereas they're probably looking to make this a comprehensive win, not just a win. First time these two teams have played this season. Always like Junaid to left-handers. Seems to get them out quite a lot, especially with the new ball. This one maybe not so new, but it's an old story, isn't it? Junaid picks up a wicket. Gorka, 46 for 5 after 9.
Juni, just grab Rupu's helmet there quick. Anyone.
Change bowling coming up with Khalid Usman to bowl for the first time. Rupu might be going for his helmet. Best bowling of 2 for 19. Was back against Werewolves in that really tight game. Whereas just falling 1 run short back in match 21. Using 160 to 159. Went right down to the last ball. He was over 10. It's a good time to come and bowl as well. You know, as a spinner, the batters are going to have to go after you and try and play some shots. Required rate up in the 11s, 11 and a half now. Not even run a ball through the first 9 overs, Gorka. We're at that stage where they've kind of got to go it to a ball just to keep pace. So anytime it's a 1, or especially a dot, it's a big win for the fielding side. And you can tell from what you see on your screen, they've been able to stack up a few of those little wins into a pretty dominant position in the game. Khalid operating around the weak to the left-hander. Good matchup for him. Rayhan misses out. Gorka. MIA in this chase. 5 batters removed. Top 5 back in the shed. Till ball required. A great ball from Usman this time. Full toss in at leg stump. And that will get away for 4. So badly needed boundary to say the least. Also, they decide to go to spin. You could make an argument that, the seam up was working so well. Maybe just keep going. But I can also understand it's not a bad matchup with the left-hander there. Got your off-spinner available. It just wasn't a very good ball from Khalid Usman. He's not afraid to use flight, though, Khalid. It's a good example. Nice bit of fielding in his follow-through as well. Drops into a kind of toe of the bat zone. So 10 overs down, Gorka. They're going to need 120 off the last 10 overs. 51 for 5 after 10. Conrad Greenshields. Brilliant with the bat in the first innings. Really engineered that total. 89 off 62. He finished with 11 fours and a flat 6. Coming on to bowl now. I was happy to see Conrad bowling again. There was a period 3 or 4 years ago where he had some really serious shoulder issues that took a while to iron out. At that stage, it was looking like he might never bowl again. And he's up and going. He's another genuine swing bowler. At his best, he can get it going both ways. He's bowling over number 11. A little pop over the head of Conrad. By the way, Conrad, I'm not saying he was full Dean Jones 1986 in India, but he was pretty relieved, I think, at the end of the 20 overs in the first innings. He looked cooked. He's had 10 overs to recover in the field. Rayan gets across his stumps, works it. Like I said, at the moment, even the single is just dropping Gorka a little bit further behind. Conrad over pitches outside the off stump. But instead of hitting through the line, he goes across it and only get a single.
Extra players cannot go there. Guri and Amandeep are going towards the tent. The Guri of Bear Wolves. So they are going in.
Left hand, right hand combination at the crease at the moment.
गगन उनको मना करो उधर नहीं जा सकते अभी गुरी को बोला ना ask Guri
Right. The werewolves guys come back.
Well bowled, stump to stump. That's what he's trying to do to Rana. Probably try and test him out, straighten a few down the line. A bit like we saw Taj Muhammad do to Rahul Kumar, the lefty, earlier. Maybe not quite the same pace, but then, of course, that one that holds its line becomes dangerous as well. Might get that little nick behind. He also might get that rash shot with that required rate climbing. There's the old slow one. Slow cutter to finish the over. Green Shields only goes for 3. Gorka trying to crawl when they need to be flying.
How many overs to go?
They're 54 for 5 after 11.
Yeah. It is. What happened to Andani's car?
So, Khalid Usman ready to continue with his off spin. Slapped to the leg side. Well handled out there. Again, they defend so well. Point of difference, I think, with this Aware's side compared to some of the other sides you see, even in Division 1. Willing to kind of get down and
Am I out?
risk the body on those ground balls.
That's for fun.
It seems a long time since the boundary. Nine balls since the last 4. That's top edge high. Takes some catching. In fact, he doesn't even see it. Junaid not willing to risk permanent retina damage. Just has to bail out. And would you believe it? Sun, to be honest, hasn't really come out the whole day. And it happens to come out moments before this ball's hit. And Junaid, well, he's have a beautiful face. He didn't want to risk it. The ball he couldn't see. And Rana gets super lucky.
But my camera shake because of that, because of the laughter. Yeah. Because of the laughter.
Oh, Rayhan. He needs to take out the long handle. That's exactly what he does. And that's gone a long way. Maximal.
Am I on?
Rayhan will be saying, finally.
Did we get it, the 6?
Just a good old-fashioned hoik. Playing it on length. I'm hoping he picks the right line. He did. And that went comfortably over the boundary.
Oh, my phone is there.
Still, worse. I might encourage them that they're potential to force an error and perhaps a 6th wicket here. Last ball the over for Usman. This is under the bat of Rayhan. And so we get to the end of the 12th over and the score 63 for 5. Still look back and I think Taj Muhammad should have been bowled out. And obviously they're so far ahead in the game, but I think the reason they're so far ahead in the game in the first place is because of Taj. Looks like we'll head to a drinks break then. Maybe a touch early, but that's okay. 63 for 5 after 12. Finishes out of here, Mr. Maximo. Back shortly with the conclusion of match 32 in Portugal. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
बदरुल कैसा है ब्रो? बढ़िया बढ़िया, थैंक यू यार। गर्मी लग रहा है शायद। गर्मी तो है यार। Just a minute. What do you wanna see? You can ask the flowers. I check for hours. वो भी जरा आ गया। Ai meu Deus.
किरण 2 मिनट रुक जा ना, ये बोतल बाहर लग जाएगा खाली।
Am I in?
Come guys, let's go.
Back to the action. Welcome back as we get ready for the conclusion of match 32. Some of the thirstier players just getting their final sips in. Green Shields on tied over for 3. Gets another here. I also think, given the game situation, it might be a good time in an over or two to give Josh Winter a bowl. Give an opportunity. Sprays this one. Conrad down the leg side. Welcome back to all of our viewers as well. A reminder of the current temperature in Santarém. We have hit 40 degrees. Yuck. It was hot. There is Josh. We were just talking about him.
Am I out?
John Gray was already reaching for the car keys some time ago. This does seem a bit over as a contest. 13.5 and over required. Whereas we're hoping to rip through the second half of the lineup of Gorka. And that'll help. Pitched up. Can look like a rolling cutter. Just pitched up and I suppose forced Rayhan to try and hit through the ball. And you know, he's got this habit. He wants to hit across this slightly. Head goes up. Stumps go down. And that's the 6th wicket down. 171 the target. Gorka now find themselves 65 for 6. First wicket for Green Shields, who'd be certainly one of the favourites for player of the match for his 89 not out, steering whereas to this total of 170. Having said that, Taj Muhammad's got a pretty good case. He took 2 for 3 of 3 overs. He shut down any hopes of a good power play for Gorka 11. New batter Ankit Kumar comes out. Yeah, we know he can hit the ball cleanly, but just a lot to do here.
Ras is asking, what the fuck happened to the car? Aqui é 30 a 12. Aqui wants to play. This grass is sitting so near, he can't come and watch.
Ankit going off the mid-wicket region. Faces up for the first time. Oh, could he go on? He's gone first ball. Yeah, sometimes I say the eyes never lie. And Conrad Greenshields asks the right question. Ankit looked at that mid-wicket region, then he steps across, tries to flick a straight ball and misses it. And Ankit will have to walk off with the golden duck. As Wiki makes an appearance, 24 carat version. Greenshields on a hat-trick, 65 for 7. I know we're behind, but sometimes you can just tell. That was one of those occasions. Greenshields finally getting one to do what he wanted. But I think you can see there, technical issue there. Maybe not so much technical issue as a choice, conscious choice of Ankit to try and flick across that for a cheap run on the leg side and pays the penalty. So Manjit Singh comes out and he'll be facing a hat-trick ball.
Out.
I know that Conrad's been on many hat-tricks. Just trying to think if I've ever seen him take a hat-trick. There was one time where it might have been Krip Patel and Conrad were on a hat-trick at the same time in the night series back in 2021 against the Miranda Dragons. Famous 14 for 8 that the Dragons made. Okay, here we go. Hat-trick ball. Oh, not a bad one either. Manjit, the Gorka skipper. Edges, but doesn't go to hand.
Fucking missed it. Alright.
Loses this one down the leg side. He has tried that. Almost called like an ephus. Ephus is a pitch in baseball where it's not really disguised, but it's just a surprise factor. It's a lot slower. He holds that back in the palm. It kind of rolls his finger a little bit like an off spinner, but not with a lot of revs on it. Then goes pace on. Oh, Fiddlestick says Conrad has a run's thrown away and Manjit gets off strike. Conrad just saying, but I was working him over.
3 wickets to go. Am I out?
Maybe. Hits he's out. But can't hit the last ball of the over, so another tight one. Just 4 runs off that over. Conrad 2 for 7 off his 2 overs. And Gorka 67 for 7. Not that it's a contest, but maybe those 2 wickets for Greenshields do put him ahead, back ahead of Taj Muhammad in the player of the match stakes. Ross Reed. Well, I called him a specialist fielder, but he's going to get an opportunity with the ball now. Breaking his way into the top team, Ross. Come on, the gunslinger, as you heard in the background. Three wickets to capture for Awaris. Over 100 still needed for Gorka. That's a pretty good start for Ross. But he does have a real, gunsling is a good way to describe his action, actually. Gets this way, but it'll only get a single. Required rate out into the 15s now. Well, it goes through everyone. With his arm angle, his natural movement will be slightly in, but it'll be late. It'll be late tail. Because he doesn't really come fully or even close to the vertical. Slightly angular action, but I like it. He can do it repeatedly. And that's the main thing. Taj with a secret foot fielding technique. Gorka, I'll be disappointed because they would have felt they were in the game at halfway, but whereas just outplayed them in this second half. Outplayed them pretty comprehensively. That's it pretty well by Padam. Fielding's done though, and again, only a single for a pretty good shot. Whereas next week they've got a match against their traditional rivals, Marlow, who they haven't played so far this year. They actually play them back-to-back next 2 weeks. Quirk of the fixtures. Gorka 11 next week will have a game against the Lisbon Super Giants. Of course, Sunday is Division 1 day in Portugal. Gorka, after this, will fall to 2.5 wins off 8 games. Lisbon Super Giants 3 wins off 8 games. So Gorka could still lift themselves off the bottom of the ladder with a win next week. That's a good call. Just doing a little bit too much. You'll get the occasional one to go kind of with his natural arm action, which is away. Depends on the seam position. But Ross does a pretty good job. Concedes just 6 in the over. And after 14, Gorka 73 for 7. Thought Josh Winter might get a bowl. And so it transpires. Hoping the bowling for the twos last week. Going down to Gamblers in Division 2. Gamblers, obviously a very good side to be in Division 2. Good side that we've actually seen go all the way to the ECL. Whereas also have been to the ECL from Portugal. So they have Marlow. 3 sides to get that honour. Winter, left arm over. Oh, good one first up. Some doubt about whether this is off the bat or the glove or something else. And I think in the end, umpire thinks something else, and fair enough. Certainly the reaction of Padam suggests that went around the bat. Let's have a look at it. It takes off, doesn't it? I think it probably just takes the sleeve. It's a really good look at it. It's an excellent umpiring decision. Would have sounded exactly the same as the glove. Yeah, umpires, let's acknowledge their efforts for a moment. 40 degrees for them, and having to keep their concentration. Yeah, Josh Winter picked up 2 for 9. Playing in this Division 1 side. It was against Fighters. Back on the 14th of June. 1 for 18 against Punjab last time out in Division 1 as well. So he's a guy who's played a mixture of Division 1, Division 2 cricket this year. Not quite sure what the rules are surrounding playing in both competitions, but my guess is you can probably have 1 or 2 in a week where Division 1 aren't playing the second side. Josh is that kind of candidate. We've seen his dad, Andrew Winter. He's actually one of the umpires in the league. He also had a storied career for the Coimbra Knights. Call him Mr. Evergreen, because even at an advanced stage of his career, still able to produce some pretty special performances and skillful performances.
How many overs? 14, 13.
So 15 overs down, 78 for 7.
You're solid. Me?
Just the 5 runs off that one from Winter. Winter in the middle of summer, really. Josh Winter putting up a good performance in this game. He's involved in that partnership of 99 that got Whereas to 170. Ross Reed's back, loses the first one down the leg side. I suppose Gawker have never had that kind of stability in this innings at all. It wasn't always kind of crash and bash stuff from the Swans.
That's a great shot. Ne?
Things petering out.
Oh, it shouldn't be out.
Wild swingers. Manchett runs out of patience.
Wicket back.
Russ will be happy if he can sneak a wicket or 2 in. Probably one of those times you can throw the ball around, especially some of the guys that didn't have a bat that do like to bowl. It's not a great delivery from Ross, though. Full toss outside the leg stump and nicely patted with soft hands down to the fine leg region by Padam for 4 runs. Consolation runs. Comeback ball for Ross Reed. Better one. I think who they can possibly bowl here. It's an Andani bowl in a while. You start with the bat. Maybe it's a way to get him into the game. Or do you go for the kill, bring back Taj? Try and skittle these last 3 wickets. Manji goes down the ground, but again, just a single. Life kind of sucked out of this game now. As that'll take us to the end of the 16th over. Gorka never really been ahead of the runner ball pace, have they, in this innings? 88 for 7 after 16. Could hear their Conrad saying, "Rip, with 3 overs behind, let's go." I suppose the 7 wickets taking a bit of extra time out of the game, but also the extra drinks break. Also, it hasn't necessarily been a cracking pace set by either team. As Manjit short arm jabs this one down the ground. Not quite what it takes to get all the way to Winter getting a second over. Just 3 overs to go. Of course, the penalty, having the extra fielder in the circle, probably doesn't make too much of a difference when the batting team's completely out of the game.
So the head should be in the center. Okay. Yeah?
Turned around the corner by the Gorka skipper. And just get one. So in this competition, 8 teams, so they play each other twice during the season. 14 matches total. And it's just the top of the table that wins. There's no postseason in Division 1. So it's quite peculiar because with 8 teams in Division 1 and 14 teams in Division 2, Saturday is a Division 2, Sunday is a Division 1. So in Division 1, 6 of the 8 teams play every Sunday. Of course, there's only room for 3 T20s in the day, which means there's only room for 6 teams to play. It means 2 teams out of 8 are on a bye. Oh, dropped. Rupu put a couple down. This one's not an easy one. It does fly quickly. He's a little bit flat-footed there. I think sometimes with keeping, half of it is expecting a hard one. But also, he doesn't really have what I'd call a power position to kind of spring off and get a proper jump at that ball. Still, not an easy job keeping, especially out here at the SCG. Winter might feel a bit aggrieved that he didn't pick up a wicket there. Geez, that's good fielding in the infield. That'll be the end of the over. So just 4 off that. And a missed opportunity. Gorka spluttering to the end of the innings at 92 for 7. So, yeah, 2 out of 8 teams not playing on any given week in Division 1. Which means, okay, a couple of teams have to wait 2 weeks for a game. But in Division 2, there's 14 teams in the division, and only 6 can play every week. What that means is they're playing at best every 2 weeks, and for a couple of them, they might have to wait 3 weeks for another game. But in that Division 2, all teams will end up playing 13 games because the season runs about 6 weeks longer than the Division 1 season. Khalid Usman, opportunity to get him another over. Now leg side does a bit too much, will be called a wide. Yeah, so the Division 2 season actually goes longer, but the teams kind of play catch-up, don't they? because they're not playing too frequently. But then they end up playing every week because once Division 1 finishes early in September, then Saturday and Sunday is available for Division 2. Fetches this pretty nice sweep shot from Manjit. Great effort out there to stop the boundary. It shows you, even with the situation as it is, heavily in favour of the Swans. Excellent commitment.
Am I out?
Seems okay. I mean, we can't see the rope there. Never saw the rope move. So I assume it's all right. Well, it's been given 4. I guess it wasn't all right. Anyway, probably felt himself touch the rope. Meanwhile, we'll have a wicket. As Hyder will take the catch. It'll be 4 and out for Manjit Singh. Good location from Khalid. Makes him fetch it from outside off. And a safe catch taken by Badrul Haider. New batter coming out there, Sadam Akbari. That's really just batting practice time now. 98 for 8. First wicket for Khalid Usman.
Please, Khalid, relax. How did Portugal play?
Keep going, Cal, keep going.
He takes the pace off this one. Usman Akbari will get off the mark. It'll take us to the end of the 18th over, so 99 for 8. Okay, looking ahead to the last game of the day. We'll start in about 35 minutes time.
Is it hot inside?
Should be running on time, even though this game's running a little bit longer than expected. So last game of the day, Werewolves taking on Punjab CC Amadora. Saw both those teams last week. Both of them were on the losing side, with Werewolves going down to Lisbon Supergiants and Punjab CC Amadora going down to Marlow. So 2 teams keen for a win. Punjab CC Amadora are in the top 3, 5-3 record. Werewolves 3 and 4 are in 4th place, so imagine that'd be a pretty close contest. Chowan gets the 19th over. Almost have a run out first ball. So Werewolves, if you adjust for the fact they played one less game, they're just 1.5 wins behind Punjab CC Amadora. They could close that gap. Looks like that would have been out if it hit. Great work by Lucky pressing the buttons. So that game coming your way.
Got that on camera.
3 o'clock GMT, 4 o'clock in Portugal in the UK, 5 o'clock Central Europe, and 8:30 in India. Hey Johnny, I think you might be right about what happened in the chat. But played a bit of a lone sad hand here as this innings has deteriorated around him. 100's up for Gorka. I suppose that's something. They'll be disappointed. They haven't been able to challenge. Even at the halfway point, they would have felt they were in the game if they batted well. Again, you've just seen the kind of a worse bowling and fielding machine click into gear and not really give them any opportunity to get anywhere near their score. Ambitious appeal. Yeah, so we'll have about a half an hour break at the end of this game. We'll be back to finish things off. And then, of course, 4-day break from ECN cricket. So we'll have a bit of a hiatus. Then back on Friday in Poland. But slaps to leg. Might get 4 here. Oh no, it's a good stop. Naim Rahman basically goes over the fence. But they'll come back for 3. Don't worry about stepping on the ball like that. What I will say as well is not be too far away from the Saddle Women's World Cup final as well. Australia, England, the old rivals. That makes my eyes water as someone who once broke an ankle treading on a cricket ball, but people still try it. If you have broken your ankle before doing that, you wouldn't. Anyway, that's the end of the 19th over. Gorka, 103 for 8, 68 still required, just 1 over to go. Australia winning the toss and electing to bowl in the World Cup final.
What's the time?
Oh, 5 penalty runs. Too slow. So obviously it's not just a extra fielder in the circle. It's a penalty. And Gorka will get those 5 runs. It's going to make a huge difference. I was wondering if Andani would get a bowl. He's gonna get one here. And as a bowl, I'd say Andani is a pretty talented batter. Anyway, let's see how he goes. Well, that's an unbelievable delivery. Bowls off the wrong foot and bowls off the wrong arm, which I didn't think was possible, and then has the indignity of having to go and fetch it. That's quite good. Oh, he's got him. Well, I never would have picked that in a million years. And Dani, after bowling one despite himself, rolled down the pitch. He's gone and fetched it, and he's bowled what looked like about a thigh-high full toss, but it drops. And Padam, after duking it out for the best part of 10 overs, is going to have to go. He's the 9th to fall, 108 for 9, and Dani, unlikely orchestrator of the breakthrough. Well, that's why you get rewarded for watching all the way to the end in a contest which isn't too close. I don't know if you've still got the replay of Andani's first attempt to the ball. You could hear the laughs of everyone around him. But anyway, I think it'll be a chance for sneaky 2 for here. It's number 11 facing up. After watching that first ball, the odds of the second ball hitting the stumps, I would have thought were about 1,000,000 to 1. Anyway, whereas they've earned the right to have a bit of fun here. Oh, that's out. Game over. Thank you very much, Nandani. Well, channeling his inner Shoaib Akhtar. He'll finish with 2 for none off 3 balls, despite one of those balls rolling down the pitch off his wrong arm. It's the number 11, worst batter taking on worst bowler, trying the hardest shot in cricket, and that's the way we'll finish match number 32. Pretty easy decision, really. And Andani claims it. Why not? And the only tragedy, I suppose, will be he'll never get to finish that over. So he finishes with 3 balls, 2 for none. And Gorka bowled out for 108. 3rd time in 4 innings today we've seen all 10 wickets lost before the 20 overs was up. Padam, 23, the top scorer for Gorka off 27 balls with only 1 boundary. Sums it up, really. He went in that last over as the penultimate wicket. Bowling-wise, I think Taj Muhammad was a cut above, wasn't he? 2 for 3 off 3 overs. Could have bowled a 4th in the end. They held him back. And let's be honest, they didn't really need him for the rest of that innings. 2 for 7 Green Shields and a player of the match performance, I think, when you put it with his 89 not out in the first innings. Azarandani with 2 for none. A couple of cheapies late in the piece. And Haider, Junaid and Khalid with a wicket each. Whereas they improve now to a 7-1 record at the top of the table. 3 points clear of Marlow, who've also played 8 games. Gorka, well, they stay at the bottom of the ladder, just 2.5 wins out of 8. They'll get the chance to climb off the bottom when they meet up with the Lisbon Supergiants next week. We'll take a break here. We're back in about 25 minutes with the final game of the day. The Werewolves will be howling for a win against Punjab CC Amadora, 2 teams we saw last week that couldn't get a win. They'll be hoping for one. Join us when we return to Portugal for more Portugal Liga Grizzly. Vinny Sandahu, Mr. Maximo. We'll see you shortly for more action right here on ECN.
Yeah, it's chain up.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Portugal. Now, coverage of the Liga Grizzly Division 1. Last game of the day coming up, match number 33 of the season, between Werewolves Cricket Club and Punjab CC Amadora. News from the toss is that Werewolves have won the toss and elected to bat. Two teams that we did see in action on ECN last Sunday. Neither one of these teams, though, able to get a win. So I'm sure they're very keen to get the W here. Only one of these teams will be able to, though. Werewolves batting first. That's exactly what they did last week. Match number 28 against the Lisbon Supergiants. Only managed 125. It wasn't enough as the Supergiants chased it down in the 18th over. And Punjab CC Amadora tangled with Marlow. And that one, Punjab CC were on the chase. They were chasing 192 for victory after Marlow scored 191 first innings. Punjab CC only able to manage 112. So funnily enough, you've got two teams that, well, neither won last week. They're both doing what they did last week, i.e. Werewolves batting first and Punjab CC batting second. And I suppose one of them will be successful today. Gurpreet Guri out there getting ready to face the first ball. Ranasawa, the Punjab CC Amadora skipper, is going to open the bowling like he did last week. Rohit Sunam at the crease as well. Just a few minutes delay. Just crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Top score of 96 for Gurpreet Guri. That was in the European Cricket Series back in late March. And almost ready to go. Collier up to the stumps. Trying to put the squeeze on Guri early. "20 overs aside. Lights, camera, action." And it does get a lot of swing into the right-hander, particularly with this breeze, which normally helps him. Hey, let's do a temperature check, though. This was meant to be the hottest part of the day. And let me say, it is scorching. 40 degrees currently. Has been 40 for about an hour. I think from here probably will come down a little bit. Starting 4 p.m. local in Santarém. Beats the Banaguri this time. So Guri opened the batting last week, was out for just 2. Sunam batted 3, he made 18. Not a few runs here. That won't be a run off the bat, but there will be a leg by. 5 penalty runs awarded as well. And that, I think, is due to a delay of game. We did see that yesterday, except it was worse for Falcoish. 15 runs they gave up in the 4 p.m. fixture. So that explains the 5 runs that they start with. It's gone. So Sunam doesn't like the call. Hands on hips. It's a little feather through to the keeper, and Collier does the rest. So Ranasawa does the job early. And Punjab strike. Werewolves 6 without loss. It's a golden duck for Sunam. Check out the replay. Expansive drive first up. This kisses the willow. It's one of those ones that, you know, if there's a noise there, it's hard to see what it is if it's not bat, because it's nowhere near the body. Don't think he hits the ground with his bat, so might have been a tiny edge, but one that the umpire picks up. That will bring Gurpreet Mani to the crease. Gurpreet was the second top scorer last week for Werewolves, batting 4. He made 29 of 23 balls. Comes out in the very first over. Oh, stumping chance. Tough one. Probably should be a wide. For some reason isn't. Let's have a look at it. Unless it went between his legs. Golia is pretty good, but it's one of those ones he actually needed to stay lower longer, because he's very capable of pulling that off. He'll be annoyed that he missed that. But it's the end of the first over, 6-4, and it might have been the case that it kind of went through the legs. That's why it wasn't called wide. And Collier holds the record for most stumpings in a European Cricket Series match with 4 stumpings in a 10-over innings, and actually missed a 5th stumping off the last ball that innings. Well, if you're watching last week, you would have noticed the emergence of the Shad. Of course, we've got Chad Potheater. We saw for the Swans in the ECS and currently for the Portuguese national team. But last week, we saw the emergence of the Shad. And he's going to be opening here, coming from the clubhouse end. Two Gurpreets at the crease, Gurpreet Guri and Gurpreet Mani for the Werewolves. Not a good first ball from the Shad. It's going to get turned away for 4. This is the top of the pad, full toss. Guri just had to roll the wrists at the right moment. Good timing. 4 runs to start the over. And if you think these hot conditions were localised to just today in Portugal, or yesterday and today, still some heat to come. Tomorrow 39 degrees, Tuesday 36, Wednesday 36, Thursday 34, so slight relief, but only slight. I suppose this is what you expect in this part of the world when it gets to July, hottest month of the year. Just a little bit wide of the mark. So important how bowlers start, and whether they're on song or not. Batters just love to have the feeling that the bowler might not quite be having the day he wants to have, so they can cash in, feel like they're in charge of the game. That's better bowling from the Shad. Pitches up, gets it to move away from the right-hander, getting a bit of a chat from Croot saying, hey, I need you to get out the way a little bit earlier. Seemed to be a long way down the pitch, but the trajectory of that delivery meant that Croot had to stretch to see it. Glanced away this time to the offside. Just plays it with soft hands. Gurpreet Guri will get a single. Women's World Cup going on right now. Been keeping an eye on that as well. England 44 for 2, lost a couple of early wickets. The opener's going for single figures in that final. Similar kind of shot, played with safe hands. So it comes whistling in, but Guri able to make it through for the single. throw was fairly wide anyway, I think. Good delivery from the Shad. Starting to hit his traps now, isn't he? You see the hands and the blade a long way away from the body, and also open face. You're only ever going to nick that. Lucky he didn't. This one just stays good. Takes off the surface once again into the over. 13 for 1. Probably right in the top left of the zone. I think it's a fair enough call. Johnny Heesom's just dropped in. Went out to make a coffee and already one out. Yeah, we saw an early wicket. Soon I'm going very first ball. Sawa, the successful bowler, coming off a wicket maiden. Drop and run job this time. There were 5 penalty runs for delay of game. Actually, same thing we saw yesterday, unfortunately. Runner. That's the first run off the bat. There was a leg by in his first over. Technically, was made into the bowler. And we'll say, you know, all the players have to organise their own transport to the ground. That sometimes means due to either avoidable or unavoidable circumstances that teams aren't quite there on time. Look, when it comes down to it, it's just about, you know, being fair to the team that is there on time. That's why those penalties are in place for tardiness. Getting this ball to bend a fair bit with that breeze, Rana, which is right to left. Nice bit of fielding down there at long on. Anali down there is able to prevent the boundary. A Gurpreet combination, trying to get this innings back on track. Swings in to Guri, plays it well off the stumps, keeps his bat straight, keeps his elbow high. Played late this time by Gurpreet Mani. Was able to use the pace it was on the ball from Sawa and collects a 2. Worked away with the movement. But Mani will only get a single, but he'll retain the strike. He's 5 and Gurpreet Guri 8. After 3 overs, it's 20 for 1. Oh, there's Andrew Winter, finally cooling off after a pretty long hot day in the sun. It has been a really, really hot day, hot weekend really. I've said it a few times, but it's the truth. heat wave hitting Southern Europe. Kind of their second big heat wave of the year as well, I think. Here's the Shad. And he pushes, meets the infield, and roll downhill. That'll be hard to stop, and he's not going to stop it. Money, just with a push. Again, value there if you can find the gap. We are still in the power play. Nice cricket shot. Highlighted the innings so far for the Werewolves. Chases a wide one here, Marnie. Again, gets a fair bit of wood on it. Field's on that line, though, so they'll have to settle for one. Digs it in this time, and Guri tries to swat it to the leg side. Doesn't really move the feet or get in position for that hook shot. That back foot actually goes away from the line of the ball, slightly back outside leg stump. It's not a technical thing. I've noticed quite a few of these players maybe aren't as used to playing the short ball. Edged and gone. Well, kind of softened him up with the short one, didn't he, the Shad? And Guri then was flat-footed. He just flashes at this ball outside the off stump. Healthy edge and a good reaction catch from Golia as well. Feet going nowhere. Golia's in good position to take it to the right. And as easy as you like. It's the second wicket down. Guri out for 8. Not a happy time at the crease for him today. And Werewolves 25 for 2. New batter coming out there, Shafat Ahmed. Clever bowling though. The Shad digs one in and then a mid-length ball that just leaves the right-hander. Golia actually had really good position there and good body angle. He's slightly open, so kind of chest facing towards cover or mid-off. And that just meant if the edge goes to his right, or our left as we look at him, he's in a good position to go with it. The thing is, most edges that you get behind the stumps are outside edges, so you need to kind of set your body up to have a bit of an advantage going to that side. So if you watch Kuldeep in his setup, you'll see he's not facing kind of square on, chest facing right down the pitch. He's slightly offside, which is what you should be doing. Look at his feet here when he sets up. Slightly towards mid-off. And where he gets even more mid-offish or coverish if the ball lands on the right length to induce that outside edge. So, successful over for Punjab. The Shad breaks through for the first time, and after 4 overs, Werewolves, after winning the toss, electing to bat. They're 26 for 2 after 4. Looks like we'll get the first bowling change as Ananali is going to take over from Ranasawa. Maybe a little surprised. Sawa was getting that ball to swing But he obviously wasn't too happy. He went for 7 in the last over. Would have been tempted to bowl him again, though, because I think this is the best time for him to bowl.
You are enough today when you're playing test cricket. Someone's there to play test cricket, maybe.
Last week we saw Ankush Kumar keeping for Punjab CC. Goliath back behind the stumps them today. Ankush took a bit of a nasty blow on the left hand. Actually stopped him keeping in that game. And Rana was the emergency cover. But with Goliath in the side, he's a natural in that position. Full toss. Jaffa really getting in great position to hit that. Squares up a bit too quickly and loses his shape. Can only bunt it out to mid-off.
Just we need spares.
And with those 2 wickets, they've kind of shut down the scoring as well. Punjab CC. Maybe work this one off the stumps. Once again finds the fielder. Japrakash, good job. Fielding that one cleanly.
Like, not even look at the screen. And just follow my...
4 dots to start Adnan spell with a bit of help from his friends. You can see Shafat's kind of running out of patience here and force the issue and get 1 run here. 2 outfielders there deep in wicket, deep long on. Good over this from Adnan. Can he close it out? Money. Push, he'll only get 1, so just the 2 off the over. Good chase by Adnan to prevent a second run there. And after 5 overs, Werewolves 28 for 2. Hello to Chris Smith, by the way. Good to have you with us. He's watching the F1. He's a lot of sport to choose from right now. Women's World Cup final going on at the moment. 3rd wicket's fallen there as well. England 70 for 3. It's halfway through the 11th over, so Australia with a bit of an advantage there, but it's early days. Japrakash gets the ball. Over number 6 last over of the power play coming up. Marnie with a pretty clean strike here. He's able to get down, turn this into a half volley. Keeps his balance pretty well as well. So Prakash disappears for 4. Breaks the boundary drought as well. 12 balls without a boundary. The 12 balls before that. I mean, 1 wicket for 3 runs. So not very 2020. Around the wicket then. Marnie knocks it into the offside for 1. Let's see if it's a blip or a trend in that boundary. Oh, Crew. A ball magnet, almost wears it. That's a nice shot. Really good shot. Just use that angle across him, and Shafat able to find the gap, finds the boundary. Remember, we're still in the power play here. Does play with a fairly open left shoulder. I mean, sometimes it looks like he's fighting himself when he's trying to play in that region, but he got that one pretty good. Akash stays around the wicket and beats Shafat this time. Just reaching for that delivery. Shafat turns on this one. He's going to get another 4. So back-to-back boundaries. Not quite back-to-back. 4.4. But 3 boundaries break the game open in the 6th over. There's Prakash. We'll end up going for 13. End of the power play. Werewolves trying to mount some kind of a recovery. 41 for 2 after 6. Hot day in Portugal. So we'll have the extra drink break. In fact, we'll have it right now. 41 for 2 after 6. Back with more shortly in Portugal. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
It's okay, 3. Leave him at 3. Leave him at 3. Keeps. Huh? Yeah. We didn't put you on here smoking, don't worry. I was just winding you up. Put him at 3, bro. It's fine.
No problem. I said early we can go. Otherwise, I want to see the Portugal. He said after 4 matches, Portugal come, why I put him. I have no intention like this. I need to say to anyone. I want to do it for the team. Not take, that's why you can say. Like Congress, he not score today, he will also say why.
Yeah, I think he did 6. Just leave it for now. Just keep the peace for a bit.
But I would have been ready number 3.
We're winning games, guys. Look at the result.
Welcome back as we get ready for the middle phase of this first innings of match number 33, where it was 41 for 2. And Anali continues. Pete Money's been nice of his pads. Clips this away for a couple. He's pretty tight. And he's gone. Well, how about that?
What's in front of the camera, right?
I just don't think that Shafat realised the kind of danger he was in. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Funny thing here is Gurpreet, who hit the ball, probably felt that he was going to the danger end. But Punjab, they spotted the opportunity. I think it's a good decision. Ends up hitting the stumps direct. So it's a worst case scenario, really. It's a very good camera shot as well. It shows. Don't think the bowler touches it. If he does, it's only a finger. And the fact that leg bails off means the ball has hit stump. It's not the hands hitting the stump. It's not the greatest camera angle for what we're trying to show. But the umpire was in perfect position. And so Shafat's run out. First ball after drinks at the non-striker's end. Something from nothing for Punjab. And Werewolves 42 for 3. Simranjit Singh with the throw. Fantastic bit of work. New batter out there is Ram Haratwal, the captain, also do the keeping for Werewolves today. Haratwal away first ball.
So if you put your finger in the middle between the zooms, it holds. Doesn't zoom in or out. If you leave it, it goes backwards. If you push it in, it'll go in, that's fine. And when you find your place you want, just hold it in between the two buttons and it stabilizes it. On the zoom, it has an arrow going left and arrow going right. But when I put my finger in the middle, it's got a square, like not middle.
Gap.
I'm out, yeah.
So, slight delay. We're back in business. And Adnan has bowled one of the shortest balls I've seen today. Going up to stump says no chance. It's going to be 5 wides. Now, let's just say he was trying to use the element of surprise. Consider myself surprised. It's gone so far over the keeper. Even Goya didn't have a chance at that. 5 wasted runs. That's more like it. 0-2 now. Although it was risky last time they tried that. Caused a run out at the start of the over. That will be the end of the over. And Werewolves 52 for 3 after 7. John Gray, hello to you. Asking, where are these teams in the league? I can tell you. Not too far apart. Werewolves, 3 wins out of 7 games. And Punjab, 5 wins out of 8. So if you adjust for the fact that Punjab have played an extra game, basically puts them 1.5 wins ahead of Werewolves. So they're in 3rd and 4th position out of the 8 teams right now. So Werewolves could certainly gain some ground.
Andrew.
Here's Parveen. He's turned his hand to left arm spin. The first one is dug in and it's too short. Money says, thanks for the gift. I'll unwrap it. That's gone all the way. Maximo. It's one thing with Parveen, like I said, because he's kind of a convert to spin bowling. And I think it's a good move for him. The fact his left hand is such an advantage. He's got to be more comfortable flighting the ball and bowling a bit slower. The first one disappears into the bushes. Well, it's what I meant, but in another sense it wasn't what I meant. You wouldn't believe it. It's going to end up with a wicket, and Marnie gets a hanging breaking ball off Parveen and he puts it straight down the fielder's throat. Borderline too high. I think at the pace it was bowled, it probably was just coming down to the waist. And you wouldn't believe it. After battling his way to 25, it's going to be the end of Gurpreet Mahni. Ankush Kumar. He's a pretty good keeper, but had that injury last week. Finds himself in the action at deep mid-wicket. Holds on to the chance. Werewolves lose their set batter at 58 for 4. Goes the old surprise. Quick one first up. New batter out there is Gaganpreet Singh. Imposing figure. That's the wrist spinner that Parveen throws in now and then, and he bowls it pretty well. Can't be easy switching between the two. Only a handful of bowlers I've seen actually do this, because wrist spin's pretty hard in its own right. So to use it as a variation is tough stuff. Just again, the thing is they're quite easy to pick, but you still got to play it. Just like when you face a normal wrist spinner, it's not so much that they're tricking you that they're going to bowl a wrist spinner, but it's the fact that it's a difficult ball to play. It can turn, it can bounce. It's got to be well located to be a weapon. I wonder if we'll try it again. His dream result, Parveen, is for that to spin through the gate and knock over the stumps. Most of the time he's bowling orthodox deliveries, finger spinners away from the right-hander. He sticks with it again, but this is what I meant about location. Especially going round the wicket with it. He cannot start that ball. He can't get it bouncing on the stumps if it's a leg spinner. It's going to go down the leg side like that. So a bit of the all sorts about this over from Parveen, but he has got the breakthrough. As the Werewolves must be a little bit worried about where they're heading here. 4 wickets down. No ball called. Have to check the foot here. Cardinals thing, isn't it? Geez, bowler's end might be tight. Just gets in now. They might get an overthrow. They will. So it's a no ball +3. It'll be Gaganpreet to face a free hit. Had to be a front foot no ball. Yeah. Just overstretching there. Parveen. Good running as well. By going for the second, actually, they force the overthrow. And 1 becomes 3 in a sense. It's a good look at it there, isn't it? You can actually see the line. Didn't have any part of the front foot behind it when he landed. So,
2 balls you've changed now. What are they doing?
maybe have a look at the ball and whether it might need to be changed. It does get torn up a fair bit on this outfield. Andrew Winter was enjoying his little sojourn in the air conditioning, I think.
That's been picked.
See how Parveen deals with this free hit. I've got a feeling he's going to sling it in as quick as he can. Free hit, last ball of the over. Pretty much. Didn't really want to give it too much air, had nothing to gain. They're going to go for 2 here. And a good throw might have been tight, but Gaganpreet will leg it back for a couple. And that takes us to the end of the 8th over. Werewolves 67 for 4. At the moment, the run rate's okay. About 8 and over is par in this league. Right now, 8.4, shaping up for 168 total. Have a pause and be ready in a few moments with the 9th over. Ankush was a bit of a surprise bowling option last week. Probably surprised because he was intending to keep the whole innings, but then he took a knock on the left hand, which disabled him from keeping, but then he came and cleaned up the tail to finish the game off. He's going to get a chance here in the 9th over. Pete's run first up. Last over going for 15. Pretty good one for Werewolves. Trying to push on here. They might need a few runs against this Punjab side. That's a lot of heavy hitters. I suppose they've been a bit inconsistent with the bat. Punjab in the series, or in the league, I should say. Averaging 176 though. Last time out they only managed 112 against Marlow. They've certainly had a couple of games where they've failed with the bat. 112 last week, as I mentioned. In their second game back on the 10th of May, they scored 114. But apart from that, every single time they've scored 150 plus. And in fact, they've got the highest score of the season with 248 against Gorka. They also have another 200, 223 against the Lisbon Capitals. Back-to-back weeks, actually, they scored 223, then 248. So they can put on big runs. Oh, inside edge. Squirts past the stumps for a single. Ankush showing what a talented cricketer he is. Able to turn his hand to bowling, but not required to keep. Fraction short this time. Haratwal pushes it out to the leg side, but we're able to clean up there through Jai Prakash. That'll be the end of the over. Not too much damage with 6 runs coming off that one. 9 overs down. Werewolf 73 for 4.
Okay, lucky. Did you fight inside? So you just left everyone in there. Yeah, good man.
Having to continue with his left armers. Bit of a mixed bag to say the least. Last time out. Well, in the air, straight to the field around Imran. Had to take maybe one step to his left. It's a soft dismissal for Haratwal, really. Really innocuous delivery from Parveen. He doesn't go up and he doesn't go down. He pretty much hits catching practice to Rao Imran, the big man in the big red hat. And that's another crippling blow to this Werewolf CC innings. As Parveen breaks through once again at 73 for 5. So it'll be Daljit, the international man of mystery, 007. Try and save the day. Well, so their run rate's fine. They've got an average run rate, but 5 wickets in the first half. Never a good thing batting first. It was a big loopy wrist spinner first up. Doesn't pitch it. Again, doesn't really get hurt. Daljit off the mark. Gaganpreet pushes only a single, so approaching the halfway point of the innings now. Quick one slid through, beats the man of Daljit. I set him up with a slow one first ball. The next time we had a look at him, he puts in the quicker, orthodox delivery. I like this from Parveen. I was saying I'd like him to flight a few more. I think he's having trouble just keeping his control when managing those speed variations, which is a very natural thing as well. When you go from bowling quicker to turning into a spin bowler. That's a good one. Good one to finish the over. So, again, not a lot happening. Wicket off the first ball of the over and only 3 runs. We're halfway through the first innings in match number 33. Werewolves winning the toss and electing to bat 76 for 5 after 10.
Good luck, lucky. Let's go, lucky, let's go.
Anchorage get the ball back, number 11. Daljit wanted the run, but Kuldeep shuts down that opportunity. Driven almost went to hand. Just gets through. Going for 3 here. He didn't want to let go of the ball. Algeet's going to have to settle for a couple. Not great running either there because the Shad fumbles and they might have got another run there. So, well, it's not really helping themselves at times. Wild one from Mankush, trying to sneak in the quicker ball. Down the leg side for wide. Golia, despite his best efforts, couldn't cut it off. Gaganpreet wants a piece. Fielder guards the boundary, keeps it to a long single. It's called wide. Look at it. Does it break back enough? It's close. It's hard to judge it when it passes the crease, but typically on the line, if the umpire thinks it's on the line, they will give it a wide. Able to time Kumar up really here. Trying to fetch that from outside the off stump. Whack it away, leg side. Not easy. Not a lot of pace to work with. End of the 11th over. Werewolves 84 for 5. Hot day for the umpires, but I'd say they've done a pretty good job keeping everything under control. Prakash looks like he's going to come back. Just bowled the one over earlier, went for 13. And he's over number 12. Both these batters not quite going run a ball pace right now, although Gaganpreet gets back to a strike rate of 100 with that shot. He's able to push through for an extra run. Oh, he's gone. Audacious attempt from Gaganpreet. The question with this is, was it sliding down the leg side? It did seem to hit him in line. But, again, not an easy shot. Let's get the exact impact here. I will say his pad is right in front of the stumps, and we don't have the same angle that the umpire sees straight through the line, but it hits him a long way back. His foot's actually back in the crease, and I think that's a fair enough decision. Sometimes you can be given out kind of just on shot alone, and that's probably one of those times. And so Prakash breaks through, and it's the 6th wicket down. Werewolves 86 for 6, and you do start to wonder if they're going to bat out the 20 overs here. Hunty Thakar Comes out to bat at number 8. We don't have the straight down the line look, so can't really definitively have a look at that from the umpire's view. That seemed a fair enough decision. I think he's happy he hits that tucker, otherwise it could have been another LBW. Oh, edged and dropped. I was mentioning earlier, Golly has good position, but if there's any criticism I'd have of his stats back, he's not that low. He's kind of normal height, which means he just has to throw an arm at this. He's not actually able to get any spring from his feet. He does end up doing a bit of a cartwheel. Tough opportunity, but certainly realistically catchable. Slow ball this time from Parkash. Hello to Tapandalui, who's watching from India. Hello to you, Tapa. How are you? Let us know where you're watching from in India. Great to have you with us. Another edge this time. It is out of Gollia's wingspan. That'll run away for 4. So not convincing, but effective from 007 Daljit Rai. So into the 12th over, 91 for 6. The run rate's still not too bad despite the 6 wickets. Can they squeeze out a 150 here? 150 or 160? And basically keep going at the rate that they've been going for so far.
Thank you.
Fahim Khan coming on to bowl for the first time. This one's given a lot of air outside off. Bunty takes 1, wants the 2, and the hustle. Well, interesting this one, because the bat comes out of the hand, and I suppose the question is, was it in before the bat loses contact with the bat? Umpire didn't seem to entertain the appeal too much. Have a look at it. Must have just got the bat down. Fahim, it's a bit of a throwback, isn't he? He's going to go right arm around and just float the ball across the right hand and try and tempt him into doing something crazy. On the right, you see the dismissal rate, so that's 3.9, and all of our rates are kind of based on 10 overs because that's the predominant form of cricket we show on ECN. So 3.9 dismissals per 10 overs basically equates to 8 for in 20 overs. As Daljit goes after this leg side, just a bit too straight that time from Fahim, getting a bit greedy, and he's gone the journey. Maximo 6 carreras. Went away from the plan there, didn't he? And manos arriba, arbitro. Now he's completely lost his line. Fahim, but gets saved. So only a single, not a bad result. Hundreds up for Werewolves. What can they sneak up to here? So I reckon that's the plan. he actually does turn the ball, so he can actually, even with that angle, start it kind of on or just outside the tram line and rip it back in to the zone. That'll be the end of the over. So Maximo in the over helps somewhat, but Werewolves, they need more of it. 11 off it, 102 for 6. 13 overs down, 7 to go. We'll take a drink back shortly in Portugal with more Liga Grizzly action on ECN.
Young man. First thing Uncle Andy said, you see it, Josh, he's 6. No, I saw the whole game except that ball. I missed that ball. It was the whole game except that ball. You won 88 for like 3 overs, and then on 89.
We were like 2 balls, just 2 balls for Portugal.
Yeah, like 2 sixes get his 100. Yeah, no, I wish you were. You only batted for 20 overs. After 6 overs, you mean? Sunday today, that's why. Let's go, Dolphins. We'll get in the chat there with the screen.
So 102 on the board after 13. Time for the final fling for Werewolves here. Just 4 wickets in hand though, 7 overs. The maximum remaining. Parveen to continue. Throws in the wrist spinner first up. And Thakar hits with that spin. I'll get back for 2. Uh-oh, could be trouble at the bowler's end here. Bowl's out of position. Not that the throw helped him. In fact, they will get a run now. Sloppy stuff, really, from Wingub CC Amadora. This one goes on with the arm and down the leg side. Nice work with Golia to pick that one up. Daljit trying to fight back and find some late runs for his side. Werewolves have been a real success story in the last couple of years. Working their way up. Wow, Daljit goes for broke, goes downtown. And not quite the result he would have wanted when he unloaded. Taka and works the next one into the offside again. Sloppy stuff from putting up CC Amadora. Not what we expect from such a seasoned team. Hit over the offside. Good placement that time from Taka. See the two fielders equidistant from that cover drive. And Bunty will have a boundary for the Wolves. Not before time either. Into the 14th over, 115 for 6. So that last over going for 13. Little signs of acceleration here. 11 off the 13th over, then 13 off the 14th. Cascais doing a good job on the scoreboard. Still very hot. Mercury has dipped slightly back down to 39, which is a sign that past the peak of the heat. That's no ball, I think, off the pitch. Well, did it bounce past the stumps? I wasn't so sure. I called a no ball. For me, I thought it bounced before that line of the stumps. Maybe we can have a look at that one again as we'll see a free hit. Solving to sink, getting a bowl here in 15th over, but it hasn't gone to plan so far. No ball off the pitch, and the next ball smashed off the free hit by Daljit Rai. And fast outfield, finds the gap, finds the boundary. Werewolves kicking here. Now Daljit gives it everything, and it will go, and it will keep on going. Maximal, 6 runs. Miss Alvinda, given an opportunity here, you can understand that. He comes in, and they try to get him involved in the game, but it's almost like reminiscent of Shane Warne bowling into the footmarks, but there ain't no footmarks there. I suppose your best case scenario is maybe a top edge, flies for a catch, but really the only way you're going to get a wicket with this kind of angle bowling leg spin. Werewolves just finding a way, aren't they? Werewolves. Saw them in the T10 format earlier in the year. In the air and gone. Well, change of mode and change of luck for Salvinda. I think actually that rolls the fingers the other way on this one. We can go back to how he let go of the ball. Of course, he ended up with it as well, and then waves a quick goodbye to Daljit, who clawed away for his 29 runs. He's disappointed to go at that stage with 5.5 overs remaining. He would have really felt there was an opportunity to push on towards a 50 or maybe even more. Instead, he's the 7th to fall, 126 for 7. New batter comes out, Bhupinder Singh. It was kind of a A soft dismissal, wasn't it? Not for the first time in this innings from the Werewolves, you have to say. So, no ball, 4-6 wicket. Salvinda to Bhupinder. Oh, straight through everyone, including Golia. Well, maybe there's a little bit of an edge on this. Didn't seem to be a huge deflection. Always will say that when you're keeping, it does seem to deflect more than you can pick up on TV, but you know, I'd say this is a missed opportunity. And it wasn't that he was too far sideways. He just never got down far enough. And again, something small with Golia that I'll mention, that he doesn't really bend. I mark him on quite a high scale because he is such a talented gloveman. Now, this one's a bit of a shocker from Salvin. It's going to be a no ball for height. Now, what's worse? It's going to be another free hit coming up. Yeah, so Kuldeep, again, that's a good example of it there. That's actually a no ball pretty clearly. But you see Goliath kind of assumes that the batter's going to hit it. And he was right, but if the batter misses it, then he's not in great position. But Bhupinder doesn't miss this, and he's going to get 6. So the free hit's cashed in. Maximal, as this over goes magical. Salvinda, despite taking a wicket, I have a feeling this might be the last time we see him at the bowling crease this afternoon. The Shad, thought he might have been in the game to cut that off, but ended up watching it sail right over his head. It's funny, because if you copy and paste his best 2 or 3 balls, Salvinda, looks like a pretty good over, but unfortunately the worst 2 or 3 don't make for very good viewing. So 21 off that over. And the Werewolves threatening to still creep up to a competitive total. 15 overs down, 136 for 7. Imran getting a ball now. Occasional bowler around, but knows his way around. Rolls out a leg spin at first up, breaks quite a lot, breaks wide. Bhupinder trying to provide that leg muscle. Kuldeep doesn't gather this, hoping for a quick snatch and grab job. Average runs, 158 per 20 overs in the series. But you've got Punjab, CC Amadora, they're averaging 176 with the bat. That's the kind of score I think you'd have to be looking at. Doesn't have the ball there, Kuldeep, so despite breaking the stumps before the batter's short, it's a good decision by the umpire. Not even sure there was an appeal. Pretty close. Definitely worth thinking about. I think with that loop, you're always a bit worried it's going to climb over. Already had bounced up into the knee and still had a bit of distance to travel. Better ball though from Ray Imran. Rao's enjoying his little journey into part-time leg spin here. Bhupinder throws his hands through this one. Three fielders protecting that part of the field. Ankush does the fielding. Up in the air, just away from Salvindu. Has to watch it go past. Oh, this looks like a pretty good strike, but a straight to the fielder. And Bhupinder is going to hole out Imran. He likes his work. I like the lengthy bowl to most of those leg spinners. This one induces a hoik from Bhupi. Yeah, nice catch taken out there as well. Got to hold your catches. Drifts in a touch. I mean, it wasn't the worst shot, but couldn't have picked the fielder out any better. Punjab CC breakthrough. Werewolves, I should say, lose an 8th wicket, 141 for 8.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you. The cap up, don't
Parveen Singh out there. Doing well to hold on to that one. Into the over, 16 overs in. 141 for 8 as this is in the air. Pitches short of the fielder. Come back for 2. Julia Jelly is the new batter, batting number 10. Again, once again, you're looking at the struggle to bat out the 10 overs. Seen a lot of wickets fall today. That's a pretty clean strike from Bunty. That's going to fly all the way over the ropes. Maximo. Can the tail wag here for the Wolves? Ankush coming back into the attack. It's kind of in the slot. He wasn't running for that, Bunty. As soon as he hit it, he was confident and he had the carry with the wind as well. Flies over Parkash's head. Just got a feeling Bunty's thirsty for more here after getting that one out of the middle. Ankush with the comeback ball. Sure was. Doesn't get the elevation on this one. I'll have to settle for one. I'll have a look at Jelly. Werewolves were bowled out last week. Jelly scored 3 of 5. If I get off the mark here, he actually finds a bit of a hole in the outfield. He's going to get 4, so he's already outscored his effort from last week. Taka batted 5 last week, run a ball 16 for him. And they're kind of ugly runs, but they're valuable runs, aren't they, for the Werewolves, who have passed 150 now. They're up to 154. Actually, look at their expected score. If they don't get bowled out, the rate they've been going, 185. It's good going. I mentioned at Punjab CC Amadora, they have scored big runs. I think if you look at their numbers compared to other teams, averaging 176. Wells have been pretty good defending, though. They've been better than average with the ball, restricting their opposition to 150 on average. Bunty takes it on down the ground. Doesn't quite carry to the man at long off, so that'll be the end of the over. Pretty good over, considering they're 8 down. As 15 come off that one. And Werewolves now 156 for 8. I wouldn't say it's an innings that has gone completely to plan for the Werewolves, but they are competitive. I mentioned the Pars now 158 in the league. They are playing an above-average opponent, though, in Punjab CC Amadora. Simran gets ball. Overcooks the Yorker first up. Tucked away. They'll get one. Wants two, Bunty, but they're not able to get back. We would have gotten away with it too. Simran, I think, if my calculations are right, he becomes the 9th bowler used. In fact, now he's the 10th bowler used. You rarely see that. I've seen it once or twice in my time. Simran, he's going to go to the boundary here. It's quite amazing, because we've seen 10 players bat now for Werewolves, and we've seen 10 players bowl for Punjab CC Amadora. The player we haven't really seen is Manpreet Gotra, the number 11 for Werewolves. Of course, Golia, the keeper, is the only one that hasn't bowled. The 160s now. It's a real ugly duckling kind of innings this from Werewolves. But it just keeps on keeping on, doesn't it? And I think this is smart. 8 down. Just keep getting bat on ball. Keep turning it over. You've got 15 balls left. Make that 14 balls left now in the innings. Run a ball gets you 177, boundary or 2, and you get that 185 expected. Nice shot from Jelly. Times that pretty well, but finds the fielder. Just a single. Yeah, all 10 bowlers used.
Half these guys have 70 runs.
Shows the depth in this Punjab CC Amadora lineup, though. It's always nice, I suppose. It's an amateur game after all. Get people involved. It's a good example. I don't know if you've got a replay of this, but look at Golia. He's not in position. If this misses, it's 4 byes. Just a few little bad habits creeping in. And I said this before. I'm a hard marker on him because I know what his ceiling is as a keeper, and it's quite high. And a little bit of fatigue maybe creeping in at this point as well. 18 overs down. 164 for 8. Good to see young and old enjoying the hospitality of the Santarém cricket ground on a Sunday. That's what you call it, late afternoon, early evening. Where would you rather be? Extra good looking spectators in the house today as well. Social epicenter of the Santarém area, the SCG. Parveen is going to have a go from the other end. 19th over. Here we go. Quicker one first up. Jelly gets a piece. Probably can try for 2 here. Well, you won't need to. And that somehow has gotten through. And Punjab CC Amadora, they've been leaky, haven't they? A few overthrows here. The odd misfield there. That one just goes straight under the shad. Tail wagging so hard that the Werewolves might take off here. 165 now, still 11 balls to go. Again, quicker one. Jelly cuts it really well. And another 4 runs. So, back-to-back boundaries. I think with Parveen's quicker ball, you can tell it's quick because he just slings his arm over really fast. So, it's not like one of these ones where the arm speeds are the same and there's something you're doing with your wrist or your hand that's deceiving their batter or lulling to a false sense of security. Just hurling them in, basically. Jelly. belying his number 10 status with a really brilliant 20 off 8 balls. Tucker's been playing second fiddle for a bit here. Rare dot ball. But now, I mean 190's not out of the question for Werewolves. MCC going to have to bat very well to get this. There's the wrist spinner, and he goes after it in the air, though. Hanging up there, and it's straight down the throat of Jai Prakash, who hurls it in. Looks a bit frustrated, too. You can understand why. They're going to be chasing a bunch here. Punjab CC Amadora. They are at least down to the number 11 over the opposition now. 173 for 9. Pitched that wrist spinner well. Not an easy catch this time of day either for Prakash, but he had the aid of the sunglasses, looking straight into the sun. So Manpreet Kotra, the fact that he's batting means we've seen all 22 players do something substantial now. Everyone's had a bat for Werewolves. Everyone's had a bowl for Punjab CC Amadora, except the keeper, Gurdik Golia. He's had plenty of action himself. 7 balls to go. Kotra wants to run, then gets a reality check as Jelly wants to strike more as she ended the 19th over, and Werewolves 173 for 9. So Punjab, like I said, they are going to have to bat very well to get this. They're averaging 176 per 20 overs for the season. Hey, let's not forget World Cup action tonight, and if you want to look forward, Mini Ronaldo there, I'm sure he'll be tuning in for Portugal versus Spain on Monday night. Good skills. Sign him up. Or even the accidental header. That's why it's always important to wear a mouth guard, even when you're playing with yourself. I don't know if we've got a replay of that. Come on, Lucky. I'm not sure. It might be Path pressing the buttons by now.
When he becomes a professional footballer,
Anyway, Jai Prakash, his reward for taking the catch as he gets the last over. Interesting to see if Jelly wants to take one here. I still probably would, especially because if there's a slightly possible two to the outfield, you'd be taking it on, I think. Here we go, 20th over. Uh-oh. I don't think they knew if they were coming or going there. There's been a lot of wickets fall today, though. In the first game, we saw 20 wickets fall. Pretty good shot by Jelly. He's nailed that down the ground, mid-off up in the circle. Late runs are blossoming for the Werewolves. Yeah, so actually in 3 of the 4 innings today, we've seen teams bowled out. This is what has been looking like 4 and 5, but tell that to Gillette Jelly for some more skills. Such great family atmosphere. We'll take the one. 178. Wants the 2 here, but I don't think you have zero faith in Kotra. You're hoping at least he can get you back down the other end. If you Kotra here, though, I don't think you want to play a big crazy swipe. I think you strategically, he's looking to just get bat on ball and get Jelly back on strike, get another run for his team. Or you could just smack it. Geez, that's a pretty good shot. And Kotra deserved more than one, to be honest. Now we know we're looking at a 180s chase. At the least. 2 balls to go. Shall be pushing for 2 if it goes to the outfield here. Gets it down the ground. How well has he got it? He has got it pretty well. just beating the long off, and that's another 4 runs. Like I said, Werewolves, bottom order delivering. The 10 over mark, they were 76. And they were already half out. So they've got 107 in the second half with the bottom half of their order. It's quite remarkable. Last ball coming up. They will bat the 20. Wide, and Collier does well to hold it. At least stop it. 184 now. Really brilliant batting down the order from Werewolves. Punjab CC Amadora, they'll be disappointed, I think, with some of their standards. That'll be it. It'll be a stumping for Golia that'll finish things off. They will be bowled out, but they do use the whole 20 overs. Werewolves 184. So the target will be 185. For Punjab CC Amadora, a little bit above their average and well above the league average. Against a team that have been bowling a bit above the league average as well. So it's going to be a tough one. I almost feel like everything has to go right for Punjab CC Amadora. But having said that, they are a team, have posted 200 plus twice in the season. In fact, in 4 of their 8 games, they've scored 185 or more. So I'd be confident they could do this. Looking at the scorecard, it's quite an amazing recovery from 73 for 5, then 86 for 6 to still make it to 184. And it was the lower order that did it. Equal top scorer, Jalad Jelly at number 10, 29 off 13 with 6 fours, 29 also for Daljit Rai, 28 for Bunty Tucker. And all of those 3 top scorers were in the bottom 5. In the top order, Gurpreet Mani with 25 before he holed out. Shafat Ahmed with 10 before he was run out. Rupinder with a handy 11. 10 bowlers used for Punjab CC Amadora. You don't see that very often. Parveen with 3 wickets, but he did go at 10s. 2 for 31. Parkash likewise. Singles for Ranasawa as well as Shad Ali the Shad. Salwinder Singh, 1 wicket, but it came at a substantial cost. And Rao Imran with an over leg spin took 1 for 5. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about, I'm going to say 15 minutes time with the final innings of the day. 185 for Punjab CC to get the W. Will it be the Werewolves who continue to fight their way ahead in this contest? Finney Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. You're watching ECN, Portugal Liga Grizzly action. Back with the second innings in a moment. I'll see you shortly.
Sorry, but I just drink it. I got 164 minutes. Should be okay.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Last innings of the day coming your way from Portugal, the Liga Grizzly Division 1. Don't forget, every weekend between now and the end of October, we'll be broadcasting league cricket from Portugal. So, Saturday's Division 2 at the moment, Sunday's Division 1, and in match 33 of Division 1, Werewolves have wagged the tail on the way to 184, all out off the last ball. So Punjab CC chasing 185 for victory. Hot day, as we said many times, although it is slightly on the downslope now in Santarém, but still 38 degrees. Hit 40 or 41 at one point. Probably hotter out there in the centre of the SCG as well. Punjab, I think, will be kicking themselves. They had Werewolves on the ropes, they just let them out. One way or another, they used all 10 outfield players. Werewolves somehow have scored the biggest total of the day here, despite being 86 for 6 in the 12th over. They kicked on towards the end. Did have the aid of 5 penalty runs due to a delay of game from Punjab CC at the very start of the innings. Ro Imran is out there. Gollier getting ready to face. So 2 big hitting openers for Punjab CC. Amadora. Kind of simple as this for Werewolves. You know, remove the top 3 or 4 or 5 before they can do too much damage, and you're probably on your way. Punjab CC, in half their games, they have scored at least 185, so it just shows you they're a strong batting lineup. They are averaging 176 with the bat. Werewolves been amongst the best defending teams, though, only averaging 150 against. It's actually third in the competition. Only Marlow 145 and Werris 134, concede less on average. Anyway, here's Bunty Tucker to get us going. Gollier, fresh off keeping 20 overs in the heat, gets off the mark via the bowler's foot. Ro Imran, when I think about him, I think power. So you got these two, you've got probably Rana Sawa to come in at 3. Ankush Kumar in there as well. Strong top order for Punjab CC Amadora. But Werewolves, they have proved themselves at this level. Right, Imran absolutely laces this through the offside. Bit of width offered and gobbled up by Imran. And he has the first boundary of the second innings. What a good shot. Like I said, when I think Imran, I think power. So I suppose when wickets are so important to your chance of winning the game, you'd be wanting to hold your catches. Werewolves will be very mindful of that. Wide rate starts in the 9s. Just flirted there, committed to the front foot Imran, and it's a bit of a nothing shot in the end. Good comeback from Bunty Tucker, batted really well. He was part of that wagging tail in the first innings. How's this? With their number 7 Daljit scoring 29, the number 8 scored 28, number 9 scored 11, the number 10 scored 29 for the Werewolves. And number 11, Gottschalk, was undefeated. at the end of the innings. Attempted Yorker, comes out as low full toss. Imran can't get it away. It's that second boundary which is so important, I think, to try and stay with the rate. You wouldn't really want it creeping out too far past 10. A naturally attacking side, Punjab CC Amadora. As Imran gets this up and over the top. And would you believe it, he's picked out the fielder. They set the trap for him, didn't they? He showed he's willing to go in that general direction. And Thakkar has removed one big obstacle. And he's done it in the very first over. Again, we talked about the importance of holding catches. The Werewolves, they make sure of that opportunity. So Imran goes for just the 4. It's 5 for 1 in the first over. Thakkar continues his good form with the bat. Into his work with the ball. Bhupinder Singh takes the catch. Out there. They go for Parveen. I didn't even mention Parveen in the top order, but yeah, he's a hard hitter. CC Amadora kind of fell over with the bat last week. Nobody got past 22, and that actually was Parveen batting 3. 22 off 15, as they kind of disintegrated against Marlow, who set them 192 for victory. Parveen, the lefty, comes out at first drop. Here's Bunty. About Parveen. Let's play some crazy shots first up. Get a run where he shouldn't have got a run here. It's almost like he wants to send a message to the bowlers that he's in control. That, hey, I'm dictating terms here. But it's a risky strategy. And some bowlers probably wear that ball in the face if you take that many steps before they let go of the ball. But anyway, it's the end of the first over. A successful one for the Werewolves. Punjab CC Amadora at 6 for 1 after 1. Keep an eye on what's happening around the grounds. And of course, one of those grounds is Lords right now with Australia. In a very good position against England. 73 in the 8th over, chasing 151 to win. 91% chance according to the ICC supercomputer. Watching the development of women's cricket and it coming to the mainstream has been a really exciting thing to watch over the last generation. Of course, Australia have dominated the T20 World Cup since its first edition in 2009. In fact, they've never gone more than one tournament without winning it. So New Zealand won it last time. Looks like Australia, barring incident, will grab it back off the hosts, England, in 2026. Here's Bhupinder. And Parveen launches into this lofted cover drive and he'll receive 4 runs. It's an audacious shot. Parveen's there to attack. Make no mistake about it. This time he stays at home, but a flamboyant swing of the bat. It's the other thing with Parveen, though, you know, he'll probably give you a chance at some point. It can also be so damaging. easy find. Go to Chris Smith. Yeah, saying the Aussie women will win massively with ease. There's always a chance. Keep an eye on the supercomputer as I'm doing this game. 93% now. England just holding on. Probably need a big collapse, don't they? Or to manufacture a big collapse to have any chance. Just a reminder, 4 cricket-free days on ECN coming up, but I'll be back with you on Friday. Andrew Winter back undercover. Who's that shirtless, handsome dude in the background as well? So yeah, I'll be in Poland on Friday, Saturday and Sunday next week. Shayban and Phil will be covering the Portugal games. Big kiss right back at you, Andrew Winter. Meanwhile, Parveen gets a bit lucky here. It's a little edge and that's going to run away to the boundary. So Punjab, despite the early wicket, they're giving this a crack, and I think they know the importance of the power play. I like this from Chris saying there's two hopes of England winning. Bob Hope and no hope. Well, like I said, see them having 7.5%. Slim hope, I would say. Pupinder. Back-to-back 4s to start his over. I think that's what you got to do to Parveen. If you've got a bit of pace about you. Wants to shorten the pit and say, fine, see your hands through it. Because he normally is trying to make this drivable. He ends up wearing this. It's a leg by, but it's certainly not off the leg. It's not coming off the arm or the body, I think. Good bit of bowling to follow him there. If Parveen's really on, or if you're not that quick, he might be able to get his hands through that and smack you through the leg side. Now Parveen's getting a bit of attention. It's a good bit of bowling though. Look where he is when he intercepts the ball. Look at his feet compared to the crease. A good full metre and more out of the crease. Cricket's a hard enough game off 22 yards. Like I said, with Parveen, I think it's almost a bit of mind games as well. He really wants to dominate the attack and play the game on his terms. I wonder if he's thinking about going off here. Maybe not. There's the funny bone basically. If you get hit in the funny bone, it can be very hard to grip the bat. That looks like a first date gone wrong. Well, there's the solution.
Am I out?
Parveen, get his arm taped back together. I wonder if he'll think twice before charging next time. And Chris, you're exactly right. Hit the funny bone. It's not humorous. Of course, humorous, ironically, is what that that part of your body's called. I've got to say, I took one off the funny bone in the nets once. Brand new ball that seemed back at me, and it sent this kind of electric shock into my hand. And for the next few minutes, I couldn't actually grip the bat. I couldn't actually make a kind of fist close the hand to grip the bat. Well, Goliath decides to stay put, and he's going to smack this one square of the wicket. Jeez, that's a good shot, isn't it? Probably the same length that pinned Parveen, but Kuldeep whacks it to square for 4 runs. He's probably been watching from the other end, Kuldeep, and he knows that Rupinder hasn't pitched too many up this over. Stays very still, keeps it simple. A good shot, 3rd 4 of the over.
Tell him he's gone the absolute wrong direction. Brother, he's gone to the thing, the ball's gone up the road. Just tell them, to tell him.
And finally get the ball back. It's all good time for Parveen to learn how to hold the bat again at the other end. Bit more pitched up. Kuldeep's after him. And Kuldeep is a bit of a man mountain, isn't he, at this level? He clips that one effortlessly away over the ropes. Maximal. Punjab on the hunt. I think we'll be on the hunt for that Grizzly as well. Let's look at the upcoming events. Not a bad time to take you through it because after today, which is the 5th of July, we have no cricket on 6, 7, 8, 9, but Friday the 10th of July, you can see it right there. We'll have Poland, the Euro T20 Cup. I'll be doing that one from Warsaw. And of course, next Saturday and Sunday, 11 and 12, we also have more cricket from Portugal, as we do every weekend at the moment. Switzerland, Cossonay, just out of Geneva, will be the next European Cricket Series T10 event. I'm coincidentally on that one too. And it will have the Gibraltar Series running side by side towards the end of that week. We have big, almost 3 weeks in Switzerland coming up, starting 20th of July with Cossonay for a week, and then Women's Internationals quadrangular for a week, and then rolling straight into another European Cricket Series in Zurich. So we almost got kind of twin channels. We've got the Switzerland channel, and you've got the Gibraltar Hornchurch, or Gibraltar England channel. Switzerland running 20th of July and all the way, I think, to the 4th of August. And then you've got the England channel, which starts in Gibraltar 24 to 26, and then straight into the Hornchurch series, which runs for 2 weeks, Monday to Friday, which finishes on the 7th of August.
You need to send someone to
Golia, like the idea of 2, but it wasn't quite there. Finally, Rupinder reads the room and pitches one up. Yeah, so just checking the Switzerland kind of triple treat, you call it. The Cossonay ECS week 1, and rolling into the women's quadrangular week 2, which is 27th of July. And then you've got that weekend, the 3rd leg of it's the Zurich ECS, which runs for 5 days, 1st to the 5th of August. Right here, it's the end of the over, an expensive one for Werewolves. Magical over, in fact, 22 coming off that. And the score is 28 for 1. John Gray likes Punjab's chances with this start. It all comes down to if they get in wicket trouble or not. You know, they've got the hitting power, they've got several players that could win them the game, Punjab. That's what makes them such a big threat. They have scored 185 or more in 4 of their 8 games so far. Little late dab, but can't penetrate the field. I will say this. Punjab CC Amadora haven't scored big runs. They haven't won. It sounds like it should be true, and it is for them. I mentioned they've been a bit inconsistent. There are some times that all the stars have failed for them. Rolled for 114 against Awaris back on the 10th of May. And 152 against Awaris. That wasn't enough on 21st of June. And then last week, 112 falling over against Marlow. Parveen just batting a bit within himself since he took that nasty knock on the arm.
I'll just shut out when I want to. heads up. Press.
Down right hand combination at the crease for Punjab CC Amadora. Big nick on it. Thought for a second it might pop up off the pad. That is what you call an inside edge. You see how it popped up? I thought for a second it might get all the way back to the bowler for a catch. A lot of cricket still to be played in this game. Almost argue it's a 50-50 contest at the moment. See what I don't understand is Punjab CC Amadora being a 79 batting team, despite being one of the top teams in the competition, 176 this year. Versus Werewolves averaging 156, but I suppose that rating is based on a lot of data, not just this year's series, this year's league. CC Amadora, biggest six-hitting team in the competition, as you can see there. Parveen, and just seems to have departed his mind since he copped that one on the arm. Misses the ball that went pretty close to knocking the leg stump out of the ground, and then was snoozing when Golia wanted the bye. There was a fourth stump. That would have knocked it out. So Bunty almost breaking through. It will be the end of the over. Much better over that one for the Werewolves. Only one off it. Scores 29 for one, and Parveen might be engaged in some sort of verbals. Goalie's just trying to say, look, come on, get your head back in the game, it's fine. He was really bothered with that arm injury. I suppose maybe he can always go off, come back, but I think just needs to work through it himself. Gurpreet Mahni getting ready to bowl from the castle end. A bit surprised Mahni didn't open up. Bhupinder was tried from that end, went for plenty. There's a bit of Jordan going on. You know what they say in the classics, talk is cheap. So here's Mahni. Top edge, flying, and with the pace of Mahni, that was always going to beat the man at kind of 45, and the result's 4 runs. This has been the scoring end so far. May or may not be the one for the over. Probably around about armpit high, really, but this outfield is lightning fast. Still a furnace at the SCG. Golia gets something a bit fuller, turns on it. He's looking like a match winner right now. After he got the actual short ball, it's the second time he's had this pattern actually at this end. He then kind of waits on something a little bit fuller. Maybe not a Yorker, but just a length ball he can get under and heave away to the leg side. Back-to-back fours to start the 4th over. Oh, Golia in trouble. Wow, very lucky to survive. Maybe just on account of the fact he pushed the field back because he's been hitting them so well, but this one didn't come on the way he thought. He was really early through the shot. You can see the desperation there from the Werewolves to try and turn that into an opportunity, but just dropped short. scared straight. It's a funny little shot, that pop up, because he decided to try and play it with a straight bat rather than clip. And because he got the timing wrong, it popped up. And on another day, might have gone to hand. Instead, today, he survives. Wild one could take. Ram had to get on his bike down the leg side. Ram starts with his knees a bit more bent, which gives him a bit more power to move sideways. You know, contrast that with Gollia's technique. He's a little bit flat-footed, I think, behind the stumps. Ram just showing off his ability to skip sideways quickly. Good bit of work. Ends up taking it easily, but a lot of people have missed that, and that's going to the boundary for a minimo. Gollia clips again this time. Was momentarily anxious, but no real problems there. He's 24 out of the 39 scored so far. Back to Parveen and the trials and tribulations of Parveen Singh in his second innings. Should be a good contest. Manny and Parveen had a lot to say to each other at the start of the over. Parveen gets put down. Gaganpreet did fly to him. Flew very, very quickly to backward point. And in fact, it's going to be 4 runs. Have a look at this. Bounces just in front of him and basically unfieldable for Gaganpreet. And Money won't be impressed after that. So it'll be the end of the 4th over, 43 for 1. Going at the rate required at the moment, Punjab CC, but can they make it last? Got a feel for the field of their Gaganpreet.
What says 28 for 2? 28 for 1 off the 2. Has he fixed it on the cricket or is that? The problem these guys chased it 5 runs before the last bit of the game.
He's going to come back for a 3rd over. Pretty good so far. Went for 6 in the first, went for 1 in his second. Gollia is the form bowler. Tucker the form batter, I should say. It's Gollia. Tucker's the form bowler, and they lock horns here in the 5th over, but Gollia wins the first round. He uses the pace a little bit short, a little bit of width there as well from Bunty. Kuldeep leans on it. Gets into the gap for 4.
What is this for?
3rd time in the last 4 overs that there's been a boundary off the first ball. And it set the tone for a double figure over. 22 came off the second, 14 came off the 4th. Punjab getting runs of boundaries through Gollia. Hasn't timed this one though. Good one-on-one battle again between two that are trying to own this over. Definitely conscious of the power play. Kuldeep and Parveen here, knowing it's going to be a little bit more difficult to find gaps in the outfield in a couple of overs. Hit pretty well. And pretty good stop out there, in fact. Manpreet Gotra had a bit of a task, and both of the batters and maybe some of the fielders were expecting this to go to the boundary, but Manpreet just popped up when he needed to. was able to pull it back. And what it does do, it gets the 4-man off strike as well. Parveen has gone missing a little bit since he kamikaze charged a short delivery. Now gets full toss on the stumps. Cut off in a circle. Defending reasonably well here given the circumstances. What he's trying there. Big appeal for stumping as well. But what possible ball is Parveen in a better position to play by going that far away from his stumps? And really, if that was online, he would have struggled to reach it. But he just seems all at sea. I know he could turn the corner in a second. Just seems to be a bit rattled here, Parveen Singh. He's a very experienced player. He's had enough, so he charges, goes back to that plan, and he will get it away for 4. Munty, none too pleased either. End of the 5th over. The 50 comes up for Punjab. It's been interesting viewing, that's for sure. 5 overs in, 52 for 1.
28 for 1 after 2. But it was like 189 before the game started. I'll check when I get one. Not now. A couple of 4-1s. Oh, and it's in scoreboard.
Winter. Keeping the players up to date with the score, 52 for 1 after 5. There's a lot of chatter out there, isn't there? Collier striking it over 200. He's been bossing it so far. Got money charging in at him. It's a bit low. Run does well to keep this in front of him. I mentioned I was a bit surprised Money didn't bowl the first over, as he did last week. Can't miss him in those fluoro sleeves that he likes to wear. It's going to be a bit warm today. All right, up in the air. Keeper catch. Keeper takes the catch. One keeper catches another goal. Yeah, gets done with an extra bounce. Straight up in the air. Had a couple of fortunate moments, Kuldeep, where he had pop-ups. This one is regulation for Ram Haritwal. He knows that's an important moment for his team. Werewolves howl back into contention. As Kuldeep, after a bright 5 and a bit overs, has to walk off for 29. And it is Gurpreet Marty that takes the big scalp. 52 for 2 after 5.2. Here comes Ranasawa, the Punjab CC skipper. Also another very powerful unit. Kuldeep, he was the reason that Punjab have pushed ahead in this chase. Now if you actually look at the numbers, they're pretty much right on the rates, but the second wicket has the potential to set them back a little bit. Looks like it's time for a drink as we're into the 6th over. 52 for 2, right back in a moment to continue this run chase in match 33 of the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1.
Now, what I'd like to do is go up about a metre and a half, 2 metres, put another platform, so that the fixed camera goes on this one can stay, e se calhar fazer frame à volta para tipo floor, so this it's flat. Put the camera up. Depois eu faço a minha what we could do, when we put this one up, if we put another 2 poles, we just put a wooden roof on top of it. We then pass up a remote and you have shape on the top. I'm still playing inside of this first. Maybe still. Yeah. 5 runs ahead, don't worry.
Back in the action then. Rana faces his first ball. Drives smartly into the offside. Hey, we'll get a run on the fumble. He was keen from the get-go. It was Ranasawa. He'll actually get 2. Marnie tests him out with the front foot first up. Rana would love to contribute in a big way. Hit 4 fours in his 21 opening the batting last week, but was elected to drop down to number 4 today. Put Golia back in the team, taking the opening spot, forcing a bit of a reshuffle for Punjab CC Amadora. And he uses that extra bounce this time. He gets it over the top. Nice bit of batting, but outfielder's well placed there. We're setting the trap there, weren't they? Having the fielder back there for a hanging top edge that might have carried a little bit further. Now back to the amazing adventures of Parveen Singh. Strange kind of inning. Sometimes he seemed in complete control. Sometimes he seems like he's lost control. And he's going to try around the wicket. Probably try and ding him up. Kind of, but Parveen, he's able to unload on this one. Throws the hands that are outside the off stump, and that's going to be 4. Wasn't really the most menacing delivery from Mani. Certainly didn't take off the way the one that got Golia did. Parveen also playing from the crease, giving him that extra split second to pick up the line on length. If I had one bit of advice for Parveen, it would be this. Just see where the ball is before you decide what shot to play. It's such simple advice, but you've seen him, okay, maybe a bit too proactive, charging wildly down the pitch, backing away so far that he'll miss a ball that's on the stumps. So that was a good example of just staying put. Hey, you're allowed to look at the ball. None of these guys are bowling kind of 90 miles an hour, 145 k's an hour. Nice ball to power play. Of course he doesn't listen, he charges. And Yorks himself, Marnie, the right smile. Gotta love the heat of the battle, end of the 6th over. And it's 59 for 2. Bit of macho stuff. Love it. May as well head out of the power play and into the middle overs. Punjab CC requiring 126 off the last 14 overs at 9 and over.
Bro, I think running on the field out of bird. Tell them they're running on the field out of bird. There's a bird. Let's try and run on the field out of it with water straight after a big spray. Literally 3 balls after a big spray to take a big spray.
Fascinating contest here in match 33. Gaganpreet Singh will take over from the clubhouse end. 9 and over required for 14 overs. Punjab CC, they have lost 2 key batters. But still, pretty imposing batting unit there, and even to come. Ranasawa new to the crease. Ditches the helmet, stands about 2 metres back. Has a bit of a look at this one and plays it down the ground. 5 outfielders in place now. We're out of the power play for the rest of the afternoon. It's going to keep it pretty simple here, Gaganpreet Singh. Australia do look to be cruising to victory in the World Cup final as well. 19 of 32 now. Bowled. Block hole kind of length and very straight. Parveen just jams down on it. I was going to say he's in a really interesting position keeping here, Haratwal, because he's not up, but he's not back. And conventional wisdom would say you're one or the other. Knee-high full toss. Sawa knocks it away. Forces a bit of a tough bit of foot fielding, which was attempted by Bhupinder, but it gets past, and that's going to be 4. Not a good ball from Gagan. He's got a pretty good over to this point. That wasn't a good ball, though. And going back to the keeper positioning, the thing is, generally you like to be up if you can handle the pace, but you are a bit worried about thick edges, which then become uncatchable. So test the outfield as well, actually. He didn't have a lot of pace in it from the middle. Pulls up just in time. Yeah, so if you are back, and the thing is with Gagan, he's not a very quick bowler. So if you are back, you're still close enough that you don't really have too much time to react to an edge either. So you might as well just be up. Into the 7th over here, 67 for 2. Yeah, my question would be, if he is back, then judging how far back, it's like saying to a spinner, how far back should you be for keeping back? And the truth is, I don't know, because I've never done it. But you're probably in a position where to react to a thick edge, you've still got limited time to react and take the catch. Tajit Ryan's going to have a bowl. Starts with a very wide delivery. Parveen doesn't have to offer out. Singles in, Parveen carves it away through the offside. Very good piece of fielding out there. It's been excellent Manpreet in the field so far with a couple of good boundary stops. Saves 2 runs there. Pretty good in real time, yeah. Does well. Shovels it in front of him. Stays the right side of the border. Digs it in, Parveen backs away. He's medium pace at a push. Told it, so not really bothering by banging it in short. Gets past Sawa. Hasn't really gotten going in earnest yet. Nice straight drive. Punched. But Marnie's there to guard the boundary, only a single. Slide stop there. Parveen again, because he's got this tendency to back away. Doesn't really free his hands to open up the leg side there. Tends to want to guide or slash through the offside. Another type of player might try and waft the bat in front of the pads and get across and use the leg side a little bit more. Time he's off. Turns into a full toss, but Marnie does well. Still keeping their rivalry up, even though they're about 70 metres apart. Marnie and Parveen Singh. Will take us to the end of the 8th over. Punjab CC Amadora, 73 for 2. Gagan is going to get a second over here. And it does have the keeper fully up, more orthodox position. Parveen against slashes offside. And pick up a single. Werewolves fighting to save every run at the moment. That's very evident. And for the first time, really, since the start of this innings, they're slightly behind the rate. 9.4 required versus the 9.1 they're currently going. 8 balls make that 9 balls without a boundary now. Werewolves knew how important that goalie wicket was. Punjab CC, a lot of good batting, but maybe slightly out of nick, given how they performed last week. Picked up Parveen, stands, delivers through the offside. That will get away to the boundary. So there's the drought breaker. 9 balls without a boundary. Then this just fairly tame half volley. No footwork to speak of from Golia, but brings the blade down at the right time. Uses those strong wrists to manipulate it square of the wicket. Now he wants to go leg side, and he will get the boundary. It shows you he's very capable. Obviously, he's got plenty more time to decide what to do to Gagan, who's basically a slow bowler. But Parveen is a very talented individual, and I think he's kind of settled a bit after those early dramas, should we say. 35 off 23 now. They are back ahead of the rate, as you can see on your screen right now, going at 9.6 with 9. The rate required. Slight delay there, but Parveen back in action. And he's setting his speed records for getting through the overs in this last innings of the day. Parveen goes straight down the ground and he gets it straight. And despite the best efforts, it's going to creep over the boundary. Maximal. Jeez, good effort to get as close as he did to this. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Field had an uphill battle. But, yeah, just had enough to get over him in the end. Really good effort, but just over the men guarding the boundary. Maximal, 6 runs. Parveen's taken off into the 40s now. The blow on the arm was no laughing matter when he got hit in the funny bone. But who's laughing now? As Dot closes out the 9th over. Gaganpreet probably needs a spell. 89 for 2 after 9. Punjab CC Amadora. Tajik Rai will continue. He's going to be over the wicket to the right-handed Rana Sawa. 10th over. Rana very strong through cover. And this one won't beat the field. Strays onto the pads this time, Rana. Clips it handsomely, but Kotra has been brilliant out there. No black marks on his report card so far through the first half of this innings. the switch from Daljit right around the wicket to Parveen, who's up and running on 41. Now he once again goes inside out. Just escapes the fielder. Parveen living a little bit dangerously. Let's check out the replay. I mean, it was uppish, and it was an opportunity. Not an easy one, but it just bounces straight out of the hands. Parveen survives. Gurri, the man, had to make a lot of ground there for cover. Does definitely save a boundary if he got past him. Was definitely going for 4, but Parveen dropped on 41. That's a bit of a lazy shot. He's sick of hitting nice shots to fielders, so he goes a bit more agricultural. Classic case, and he either premeditated or his eyes lit up and he went for the kind of power zone of mid-wicket. The ball was never in the right spot. He hit it to leg. That one was a bit closer to him and he does get a piece of it. But only a single. So after that kind of little mini run, we saw running 3 boundaries in a row in that previous over. Since then, we've had 6 balls for only 3. Very interesting contest, this one. That's the back away, which I think Parveen has to try and iron out of his game. It makes that so much harder to hit. End of the 10th over, halfway through the chase, and Punjab CC Amadora 92 for 2. Well, I can tell you, if they score exactly that in the second half, we'll have another tie in our hands. Exactly halfway to the first innings score. Back in a moment with the 11th over. Good pick, Gurri. We'll get over number 11. Sink or swim time for both teams here. Little edge on that one. Not really any chance for the keeper to jump on it. Down the bottom of the bat this time for Sawa. Just cannot get himself going. Could click into gear at any moment. Do swing and change at this bottom end, giving Garganpreet a rest. Gurpreet Gurri gets launched, and that is a big hit over a big boundary from Parveen Maximal. Takes him up to 48. Every piece of that, slightly wind assisted, but take nothing away from the power of Parveen. The more he's batted, the more he's settled in. Still think he's made a few unforced errors and face palm choices, but he's still there. Tawa moves down the ground. Just a single, so Parveen gets back with a chance to bring up his 50. Certainly hasn't been devoid of drama. Won't get his 50 just yet. 100's up though. Punjab CC still on the money in the chase, and after 11 overs, Punjab CC Amadora 101 for 2. Time for over number 12. Humphrey Gotcha gets a bowl. He's fielded very well so far in this innings. Gets his opportunity in this over to move 2 set batters. Parveen gets the strike back on 49. That'll be 50 for Parveen. Certainly has been a different kind of knock, but he's put his team in a position to pull off a big chase here in match 33. He brings up his half century of 31 balls, 7 fours and 2 big sixes for the Burley left-hander. Now Rana is going to get after it. This one gets a bit too close to him, and he smacks it at pace away from the fielder. Ironically, is into the gotcha zone. He was fielding, but now he's bowling. It disappears to the boundary. Oh, well, not a great ball either from Gotcha. He throws up his hands and he's frustrated there, but it's asking for trouble. I suppose he would have felt maybe he's catching that if he's down there, but he can't be everywhere at once. Now, tough attempt there, but it's going to get past the field, and Parveen just keeps on keeping on. And this just seems like the phase where Punjab CC are pulling ahead. Quite up there with the 198 we saw chased earlier in the Division 1 season, but it's not far off it. quick single here. Better throw might have had Liner in trouble. Gets away with it. Probably saw it wasn't hitting. I think it was more relief than anything as you get to the end of the 12th over. 113 for 2. This is worked away in Punjab CC now. Again, ahead of the rate. A little bit of wiggle room, not a lot, by the way. In case you missed it, Australia have secured the World Cup. Getting the win against England. So congratulations, Australian team and the English team, of course, for becoming runners-up. Half a shout, not quite there. Comfortably going down. All right, Sawa goes to the skies. Tough catch. It's just out of the grasp of Gurpreet Guri. Runner gets lucky. That little mini run. Now back behind the rate. More or less right on the rate. Parveen again goes to the long boundary. He's going to get it over. Maximo, he's single-handedly keeping Punjab ahead of the rate at the moment. Bit of a slot delivery there from Bhupindu. Switched down to the bottom end. Parveen backs his power and he gets there in the end. Uh-oh, Gundy ball alert. Parveen, he's absolutely motoring. Like I said, it was a strange start to his innings, but he's settled in now and he's very hard to remove. Maximo, this is a thigh-high gift with the win. That was never coming back. 6 runs. Into the 13th over. 127 for 2. We'll have a quick drink. 58 required off 7 overs, and we return. The exciting conclusion of match 33 in Portugal.
there next week, isn't he? Which is other people see. What time did it start? I reckon they got 25 minutes and all these 7 overs.
Ready for the conclusion of the day now. Welcome back to everyone. 7 overs to go. 58 to get. Punjab CC. Little edge from Rana. Gets away and he will cash in with the boundary first up. Bit of an educated edge, really. Gurpreet Mahoney coming back. They're throwing Mahoney. He's probably one of their best bowling options at Punjab CC right now.
Oh, the special must come open, huh?
Kind of plays for that a bit, doesn't he, Rana? Not an easy stop, especially on this outfield when it's well wide of you. Parveen, 68, trying to get his team over the line. Where's their late drama? Got that rate down for the first time in the 8s for about as long as I can remember. With a little run of 3 boundaries and 4 balls, you see there, including 2 Maximos. Bob Omani, these two have been having a little bit of a battle. It's been going for about an hour. Parveen continues to endure. swing from Parveen there. Again, couple of quiet overs and they could fall behind the rate again. Things can change so quickly at this point. Hello to Roji and Anthony. Nice to see you in the chat. Parveen stands his ground, watches this one go harmlessly down the leg side.
You can see his whole stance is all wrong. Get him. Not even going down.
Digs this one out.
Hey?
Just a single though. That'll take us to the end of the 14th over. So pretty good over there from Marnie, trying to bring his team back into contention. $51 required for the last 6 overs.
Circle of death.
Okay, here's Bunty coming back. And Parveen's after him straight away. 4 runs, takes him into the 70s. Now or never really for Werewolves to try and stop this assault. Just pitching short of the rope. It's runaway train here, 73 or 42 now. Whips this one to leg. And Money, his nemesis, will make the stop. This has been an important partnership. I mean, despite Ryder not quite hitting his straps, these two have now put on 79 in 9 overs. And they've just gotten Punjab CC Amadora to pretty strong favouritism now. I'd say probably about 75-25 if I was a supercomputer. Back away from Sawa. And well handled there by Marnie. I'm not sure what he fielded it with. Hey, hello to John Gray. Good to see you. Hello to Kroom as well. Chris Smith. Nice to see you on here. Closing out the day and potentially have a bit of a close one. Although Punjab CC, with this partnership, got into a pretty good position. drives. Outside half of the bat. Have to settle for one. Tail really wagged for Werewolves as well. Remember, they were in all sorts of strife, weren't they? Couldn't really have two more different innings than these two, because Werewolves had to fight for everything they had. At one point, they were 86 for 6 after 11.2 overs. Parveen digs out, wants to. Rana will comply. No one in that long leg position, so Ram Haratwal, captain and the keeper, has to do it himself. Oh well, Parveen, he's closing in, isn't he? They just haven't found a way through him. And that'll take him into the 80s, 4 runs. Into the 15th over. Now they have it down below 8 and over required. I wouldn't say it's impossible for Werewolves, but hopes are fading. Punjab CC Amadora 146 for 2. Karoom saying great sports weekend, especially for UK-based people. Yeah, definitely. The football team on tomorrow night. You had the Women's World Cup final just then. Congratulations, by the way. But isn't the Women's World Cup becoming more and more established in the consciousness of the wider cricket and sporting world? Daljeet, well earlier, but he's coming on with dwindling amount of runs to play with. Rana. It's a single out to Marnie first up. We'll say if they would lose a wicket or two now, could completely flip this game, but they just haven't been able to do it, have they? This partnership has grown and grown. It's now worth 95 in 1 ball shy of 10 overs. Parveen wants a piece of this, goes up, goes over the top, and it gets the journey. Maximo, and he's moved up to 86 now. Not too much pepper on that delivery from 007. Not quite man of mystery stuff. Parveen had to take on the wind, but he wins. Had to take on the fielder, but he wins. And he's 86, and a real chance of the 3 figures here. Potentially batting with a broken arm. Oh, tries too hard to hit this. Admonishes himself. So deep in depression he couldn't consider the buy that Rana was compelling him to run. Parveen. He's ridden his luck at times, but he's been the difference in this game, really. Wild swing from Rana, who hasn't quite been himself, but I suppose he's been an important component of this partnership. The fact that he hasn't got out. Again, clunks it, but one run closer to the target. That'll be the end of the 16th over. And 155 for 2. 30 required of the last 4 overs of the day. So we go down to the last 4 overs of the day. Marnie, who's had a bit of a feud with Parveen that's been running longer than some of my relationships. He's going to bowl over number 17. Last roll of the dice stuff, really. Last chance to pull it back. Run a Sawa, 31 of 28. Still there. Partnership's gone past 100 now. Runner backs away and guides this through the offside. Tough little stop. It's going to sneak past before. You can see that coming a mile away. That sums up the afternoon in the field, I think, for Werewolves. You can see Marnie is incensed. $26 to win. Rana just out of nick though. I suppose if you're making 35 when you're out of nick, shows you're a pretty good player. Sawa, he's going to work this one away and a bit of the sting out of this game now. Ball starting to fly. Marty not able to come up with the match-changing moment. Shooting blacks really. They get it down to 22 off 21. Hard to imagine a way back now. The only possibility would be we get both these two out and dot up the new batters, but still batting to come, that's the thing. It's got Ankush Kumar to come. Chapo Cash hasn't batted.
It's only in the 19 to give them, not when the time runs out.
That's what I mean. Rana has never seemed into this innings. Parveen 87. Can he hit the magical ton?
I don't know when to give them. Go check with your dad, I'm not too sure. I think so too. Check with Andrew, bro.
Rana, bit inside out, get one down the ground. Well, Parveen, after taking that blow on the arm early in his innings, charging wildly at Bhupinder, just the second over, does make the 100. Maybe Tinseltown will be calling. They might make a movie out of this innings. It's on 87, the unlucky number where I come from. 13 away from the three figures. Waits on that nicely and uncorks a powerful punch which takes him into the 90s. And even Manpreet Gautra, who's fielded very well this afternoon, couldn't get anywhere near that. Into the over, 168 for 2. They get it down below, run a ball. What a chase from Punjab CC Amadora. What a partnership. It's now worth 116.
Game will finish in the 19th for sure.
I said last roll the dice a few times. Now I think it's more of a last prayers for Werewolves. Hello to Ross, good to see you in the chat. Seeing a great chase so far from Punjab. When they click, they are the most dangerous chasing side. Yeah, well, they do have the runs on the board to prove it. If/when they pull this off, it'll be the 5th time in the season they've scored 185 plus. They're supposed to do it under pressure, not necessarily batting first. No scoreboard pressure now. To do it when you're looking at a 185 target, makes it even more impressive. Here's Daljit to put up the Hail Mary. Rana picks it away. I think Parveen's acutely aware of what he's on. 91. 16 to win. 9 runs for Parveen to get to the century. A full toss, and Parveen able to get under it and pound it down the ground. Cuatro carreras, and now he's within 1 Maximo of the 100. Parveen Singh. An innings with so many chapters it could fill War and Peace twice over. But he has led this Punjab CC counter punch. It looks like it'll take him all the way. 12 to win now, 16 balls. Parveen is going to lift this up. Has it gone all the way? Well, Parveen Singh, what an effort. A Maximo to bring up Portugal Liga Grizzly century. Off just 51 balls. 12-4, 6 Maximos, and Parveen survived a working over early. He found a way, he survived, he thrived. And he pulled Punjab CC ahead of the rate, and now it looks like he's going to pull them over the line. What an innings. An innings that was strange to watch early. Seemed like he was kind of fighting himself more than anyone else. Was also fighting everyone else. Made some curious decisions. But I said from the time he comes to the crease, he wants to dominate and play the game on his terms. And, you know, he's managed to do that. I think the longer he's batted, the more settled he's been, and he's had a clearer mind. Survived that blow on the arm in just the second over of the innings. He's fought back and now has them within 6 of victory. Back to the future, as it's a wild swing here. We'll bring him by. Runner, well, finally we'll get one out of the screws, and I think this is going to be game, set, Maximo. They'll end up doing it with 13 balls to spare. Sawa, I just feel like I've been waiting an hour and a half for him to hit the ball in the middle of the bat. When he did, you know it was going to go a long way. He'll finish 47 not. Parveen Singh with 101. And the Werewolves had to fight, kind of claw for every run, using all the resources, but it wasn't enough against this imposing Punjab CC Amadora side, who end up winning by 8 wickets. What a partnership. Ends up 134 in 12 and a half overs. And that will bring the day to a close. 101 not out for Parveen Singh off just 52 balls, 12 fours, 6 sixes in there for the left-hander. Ranasawa, an important knock as well, despite not really being in touch. 47 off 35, still 5 fours and a Maximo for the captain. Golia set the table with 29 early before he was dismissed in the last over of the power play, and Imran an early victim, 4 and out in the first over. Bowling-wise, wickets for Bunty Takar and Gurpreet Mani, but they just couldn't break that partnership, and in the end, Punjab CC sailed to victory with time to spare. And for Punjab CC, I suppose gives them a bit of breathing room up in their top 3 now. In fact, they go to second place with that win. 1 point ahead of Marlow. Having said that, Marlow do have a game in hand. And for the Werewolves, they find themselves kind of middle of the sticks with a 4-4 record after 8 games. So, I want to invite all of you to come back next week. We have Division 2 matches in Portugal on Saturday, Division 1 matches on Sunday, exactly like this weekend. Shoban and Phil will be taking you through the matches here in Portugal next weekend, because I'll be on international duty in Poland for the Euro T20 Cup. First time we've had international cricket, unofficial international cricket I will say, but still international cricket in Poland. So why don't you join me for that on Friday? So no cricket on ECN Monday to Thursday this week, but Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we are back. And we're certainly looking forward to bring you plenty of action over 2 venues next weekend. I want to say a big thank you to everyone on the ground. It's been such a hot weekend in Portugal. Unbelievably hot, actually. I mean, even now, it's 36 degrees. And it's 7:30 at night. So to Paolo, to Lucky, to Path, all the umpires that took part, all the players that took part as well, everyone around the ground as well that's helping out. You are absolutely incredible people. And we could not do this without you, to everyone in the back rooms as well of ECN that's helping get this broadcast up every day. Broadcast up, we cannot thank you enough. And of course to the viewers, you've made my day a lot more interesting as well. So to John, to Christopher Ward, to Chris Smith as well, to Kroom, and Johnny Heath and John Gray, both the Johns I should say. I really do appreciate your company. Well done to Australia, of course, in the World Cup. We're an hour and a half away from the FIFA World Cup as well, so I might have time for a cup of tea, and then we'll be into a brand new week. Little bit of a hiatus on ECN, but as I said, back on Peacock Friday for my first Polish punch in the Euro Cup T20. But for now, from everyone here at ECN and the European cricket family, I hope you have a happy, safe start to your week. Thanks so much for joining us again. We'll see you next week for more PLG action, the Portugal Liga Grizzly, and of course, Peacock Fridays where you see me in Poland. I'll see you then for more cricket on the European Cricket Network. For now, it's hasta pronto.